Good morning everyone and welcome to Coolin Oval here for the Great Southern Colts Carnival. Great to have your company on Classic Clashes for your Saturday morning. A perfect day for football down here in Coolin. My name's James Gardner, taking you through all the action here on Oval 1 or the AFRI Great Southern Fuels Ground, which we'll be still calling it, all doing it for the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival, all set for a massive day, a massive couple of days rather, over in Coolin. We've got two pools today. In Pool A, Peel, Goldfields, Upper Great Southern and Eastern Districts, while in Pool B, Great Southern, Esperance, Lower Southwest and Ongerup find themselves. We've got the two ovals operating. You can find the second stream on various Facebook pages, including the Great Southern Colts Carnival Facebook group. If not, you can stay here on Oval 1, which is, of course, the AFRI Great Southern Fuels Ground. Oval 2, doing it thanks to Coolin Transport and Fife Transport. Make sure you check out all the action on that oval as well. Big day coming up here on Ground 1. We've got, starting off with Peel and Eastern Districts from 9 a.m. Then we roll into the Pool B matchup between Great Southern and Ongerup at 10:25. It's back to Peel, who take on Upper Great Southern at 11:50, and then Great Southern do battle again with the Lower Southwest at 1:15, followed by Peel and the Goldfields from 2:40, and the final game of the day is between Great Southern and Esperance from 4:05. Tomorrow, another big day of football where we'll crown the winner of the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival, and that will be from 12:30. Before that, we have the fourth playoff, the third playoff, and the runners-up playoff right throughout the day, and that's contested across the various pools. So we've got 4 15-minute games, no time on. It is fast football. It is frantic. Peel, the reigning champions from last year, after getting over the top of Great Southern, will be looking to go back-to-back this year. And then they rolled in and won the country championships as well. We'd like to take an opportunity to thank our sponsors, doing the scoreboard operated by Sportal. Also thanks to Great Southern Fuels, Dyson Jones Wools, Newdigate Stock and Trading, Moylan Silos, Triple M, CBH, Men's Health, Nutrien Ag, Belt Up, the Omnibus, and of course we're on the lookout for our goal of the year with thanks to the Kimberley Accommodation Group. The winner will receive 3 nights accommodation in Broome at a 5-star resort. How good is that? That's right across the season in WA. Everyone is eligible. And also the Mark of the Year with thanks to AFRI, a $3,500 prize for the Mark of the Year. We're great to have AFRI on board for the next 6 years, and that's again right across season 2025. So all players are eligible for that. We'd also like to thank High Five e-bikes, Filming Footy, Dartfish, Custom by Orked. All merchandise needs are covered there. The Archies, of course, will be looking for our best on ground throughout the day. And of course, we'd also like to thank Alum Lube, our Classic Clashes partner. They're a well-oiled machine. Make sure you go and speak to Ryan or head to the website www.alumlube.com.au. Retrovision, big shout out to all those in Gero and Albany doing great work on a Saturday morning. I'm sure both of those would be flat out, as they always are. And Delta Ag, they're all over the state. Warren and the many managers and staff statewide, head to deltaag.com.au. And we've got, just like we're in today, this big magnificent truck that we've got, we're also building some more trailers, all thanks to Universal Trailers. Make sure you go and support them, great country people. And of course, big shout out to Great Southern Fuels, John O'Neill and his team, along with Premium Grains. They're great for the grassroots grapes. Make sure you go and check all those out. Great supporters. Great to have you on board. This is the AFRI Great Southern Fuels Ground for your Saturday morning. I'm sure you're all keen to get on with today's play. It's going to be a massive couple of days of football here in Coolin. We'll be talking about the impact that it has for the community right across the day and across the carnival. As I welcome in my co-commentator, good morning to you.
G'day James, happy to be here. Beautiful day here at Coolin, pretty chilly. They've got clear skies and no doubt it'll be warmed up by 10 o'clock.
Ground in magnificent condition as well. I know plenty of work has gone into it. Talk us through how much preparation goes into this carnival from a Coolin perspective?
Yeah, look, they're onto it early, and everything in place. The ovals are looking in tip-top condition, and yeah, just got to get the games rolling. Let's get into it.
Almost ready to go. Peel and Eastern Districts to kick the carnival off. Peel, of course, are the reigning premiers, and they were very impressive last year, defeating the Great Southern Storm in the grand final by a pretty comfortable margin in the end, and you would think that they head in today into the carnival as favourites off the back of that.
Oh, I would have thought so. They always look pretty slick, the Peel boys, and I imagine this year will be no different. They're well coached, and yeah, they all look pretty likely lads. So the Eastern Districts boys will be up against it this afternoon, but they're a bit of an unknown, the EDFL lads. They, training consists of, throwing a few bullocks around, or a few, bit of seeding time. Imagine they would have watched a bit of footy in the tractor, so their preparation's probably a little bit different to most leagues. But no, they'll have a crack. That's the main thing.
And that's the magnificent nature of carnivals like this. It's the longest surviving carnival in the Southern Hemisphere. The Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. It brings all walks of life together, all players, right up from Peel in the Mandurah Pinjarra region down to Esperance, Goldfields, etc. And it's great to have everyone on board and a part of today. So we're almost ready to go here for the game one of the day. Peel and Eastern Districts, the captains waiting to get in for the toss of the coin. Give us a tip for the carnival buckets. Who do you reckon wins and why?
Oh, look, I'll have a crack for the EDFL. I've got to say that as President John Hewlett walks past in front of us there, giving me the eyeball. No, look, it'll be. You'd have to consider Peel and Great Southern, obviously in the mix, but I might pick this year. I'm looking across from a distance at the Goldfields lads, and I moseyed in for breakfast. There are some small giants in their team. If they match up with the skill level with their size, they are going to be very, very difficult to beat. They look very impressive at breakfast.
They were getting stuck in. We saw them last night as well as we wandered in for the launch. A great evening as well. Thank you very much to the Coolin Condon Footy Club for their hospitality. Another great evening to be a part of. We were here last year, loved it so much. We're back again. So as the teams break from their huddles, Peel kicking to the left of screen after their skipper Baron Fish won the toss and elected to kick to the left of screen for the opening game of the day here in Coolin. This is the AFGRI Great Southern Fields Ground. Great to have your company for your Saturday morning. No place you'd rather be. A perfect day for football. A little bit of chill in the air, a bit of dew on the ground, but that should clear up nicely. Clear, bright blue skies overhead. No excuses for bad football today, Buckets.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Perfect conditions. The umpires are limbering up, getting ready to toss the ball in the air very shortly as the players just exit the field to come to the interchange bench. And yeah, things will be on the go very shortly. Boundary umpires in place. Some likely lads out there doing that today, all volunteering their time, and it's a great effort by the Coolin Condon Football Club and the Coolin community hosting the event. Of course, next year it heads back to Lake Grace in the Ongerup Football League.
All in readiness now for the opening of the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. 2 ovals in operation. We'll be keeping you across all the scores from oval over on Coolin Transport and Fife Transport Ground, where Tony Neal heads up the call. But we're underway in the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Goes toward the outer side, trying to burrow his way through was Wilcock, who managed to do it okay, but it came straight to Peel. They go forward, push in the back there from Cooper, blocked out his opponent, and there's a free kick going immediately the way of Eastern Districts, and it will be in the hands of Meehan. The right back pocket wants to elect to go down the outer side. It's to a 2-on-1. Doing well, coming over the top was Sprigg, although Peel. The numbers win out as they expected they would. Cooper goes inside. Barrenfish is there. Couldn't take a clean possession in the long sleeves. And he sees it over and out for a boundary throw-in.
Peeled out in their forward pocket, attacking forward line. Ruckman just setting themselves for the throw-in as the boundary umpire ambles around. No time on in these games, so the ball comes in. Rucknock holding free kick to the Eastern District's Ruckman for a hold. He'll drive the ball back on the far side, out to the half-back flank, a 3-on-1. Good luck there, but it's spat out the back, and it's been rolled over the line for a throw-in.
Been interesting decisions there from the Eastern Districts, both times when exiting their back line, going to 2-on-1s. The ball gets thrown in again. Robertson took front position, palmed it down, then went and roved his own footy. Lots of numbers around this, and the umpire wants to break it up and try and get this ball moving a little bit. Attacking side of centre for the Peel side. The Cavaliers, who come in as the favourites, palmed down by Robertson, went as far as Grant. They got a little toe poke on it. Barrenfish again goes in for Peel and sees it over and out. We'll get another boundary throw, and this time more in neutral territory over on the outer side. Robertson again, he's winning a lot of the rucknocks, and it comes the way of Barrenfish through the middle of the ground. Dodges around a couple of players and then comes to the broadcast wing where he finds Parker, who spilt the mark and now invites a bit of pressure. Dodged a couple of tackles, got the handball inside. Spun around was Crowd. Got a fist to it just in time, and then sending it forward was Madani. Knocked away from the big key forward leading out. Mitchell with the crumbs from outside 50. Wants to spot the kick up. Delightful ball use to Cooper. Could not ask for better service as a key forward. And now Daniel Cooper goes back for the first goal in the Carnival and the first score. On a tight angle. He's on the approach. They deserve a goal. They've had a lot of the play here, the Cavaliers. It gets the carry just, but not the accuracy. We've got the first score on the Sportal scoreboard in the form of a behind to Peel. It's Peel, 1 behind. Eastern District's no score.
Ball coming out of the back line for EDFL. The fullback has a little peek. Gets it deep into the pocket. Continues down the boundary. That's a good kick. I can't see that, but I'm assuming he's marked it. It appears so. It's a good grab there. No, he's dropped and spilled the mark. The Peel players work it out with 2 or 3 handballs. There's a smother. Well done, Abdul Pickett. With the smother there. Number 14, I think it is. He hails from Katanning, I think, originally. He's now playing for the New Carney Football Club. Throw-in comes in from the boundary throw-in. Peel again, shark it off the ruckman. Kick it deep into the forward line. Peel players swooping on the loose ball in front. Pokes outside, well played by the Eastern Districts player. Abdul Pickett again. Oh, he's in trouble there. He's gone holding the ball. Great tackle by number 10 from Peel. AJ Malesi. He's inside the 50, but it's been intercepted by number 11 from the EDFL. Toby DeLacy, also from the New Carney Football Club. Chips it short. Again, another kick to the true sort of centre-half back line. He's urging his Eastern Districts player, urging his players to come to him. Chips it sideways. They're possessing the ball, which is good football in this circumstance. They've got to just hang on to the pill, not be rushed into any rash long kicks down the... It's another low kick, but it's been intercepted by number 1, Ashton Parker. He drives it in. That's a worm burner. Down to the full forward line. Well done, Eastern Districts. They'll clear again. And a very controlled kick to the half-back flank.
For the outer side, Eastern Districts, their first real foray forward, got over the initial contest. Leading the race was Watson for the Cavaliers. Got the handball inside to Madani. He then goes in, turn to Robinson. Looks toward the broadcast wing, invited a bit of pressure. Got the hand away just in time. Ball still in play. Sliding on hands and knees is Russell. Got the handball away just in time. Comes the way of Parker. Now he's got time and space. It wasn't the best of kicks for Crowd, but he was classy enough to make it work. And then a nice bit of pressure there and good tackle by DeLacy to get the free kick and keep it in the hands of Eastern Districts. They have it. The attacking side of centre on this broadcast side of the AFGRI ground here in Coolin. It's not the greatest of kicks inside 50. A couple of players just stood there and watched it go forward. Parker led the race. DeLacy got the ball in time and then was put down by Crowder after a nice tackle, and then standing up was Russell, who fought off the pressure, was able to hold it in and get a stoppage. Back into play, DeLacy got the handball out the back door, and then Sedgwick wanted to go inside, found the player eventually. He got his handball free, and then Russell again, who's been strong through the hips when he's invited the pressure, has been good so far. Good user of the footy. Baron Fish, great pick up on a Dewey deck. Had a couple to beat. Goes on the left inside 50, into space. Who's there for Peel? They've got a number of options. Standing tall was Cooper, who was caught holding the ball. Good defensive pressure. The Eastern District's backline have done well to withstand a lot of the pressure that's come their way throughout the opening few moments of this game.
Eastern Districts again clearing out of the back line. That's a good kick. That's 45 metres, flat as attack. Number 13 is taking the mark. Zach Sprigg with the peroxided hair by the looks of it. Kicks it short. Abdul Pickett. Well, that's a dreadful kick. His intent was good. Delivery poor. It's intercepted by the Peel players. This number 2, he's an absolute gun. Tane Woods, the captain for the day. He's chucked it inside of 50. That's a good turn. Shot on goal. Not so good. Out of bounds. It'll be a throw-in. Or will it? Yes, it will. It's the ruckman come down. The 20 Allsop. No, Jeremy Allsop for Eastern Districts in the ruck. He's been out-muscled. Well done by the Peel player. Going sharp by EDFL with clearing kick. It's well, that's a fortuitous interchange there, on and off, and ends up with the ball in his hands, and Abdul Pickett forces it over the line. Throw in on the half-forward line for the Peel Cavaliers.
Had majority of the play, Peel, throughout this opening quarter. Just 4 15-minute quarters. The throw-in wasn't great. It'll be called back.
Well, it's an infamous corner for throw-ins too. The grand final many years ago, Travis McAdam had several goes, about 9 or 10 throw-ins. Just got the shakes. It's a story for another time. The Peel play sits on it. He's patched an egg there, but they didn't tackle him, and they've forced over the boundary lines. Good contest here. EDFL taking it right up to the Peel players here, not giving them space and time. Throw-in comes in. It's knocked to the ground. No opportunity prior there, so it'll be a throw up by the umpire. He's not messing around, straight up. Both players are well done to the captain of the day, number 2, Tane Woods, and he has put it straight through the middle. That is a fantastic kick from around about 45 metres. Well done, they've kicked their first for the Carnival. Beautiful shark off the top of the pack there. He's very slick with his hands, and finished it off with a beautiful kick.
Classy finish, roved it to perfection. Read the hit out from his big ruckman in Robertson, who's been giving them first look so far today, Peel. 10 minutes into this first term. Eastern Districts are probably lucky to the fact that that was the first goal after Peel have had majority of the play. 5 minutes remaining here in the first term. Both ruckmen go at it. Robertson palmed it straight down. Another great hit out to Russell. He went out the back door. Miller was roving off the contest. Kick wasn't fantastic, and And the Eastern Districts can try and repel here. Good defensive pressure from behind came from McGrath. Tried to go off the deck, play on, said the umpire. Falls the way of Sedgwick. Wanted to go into the corridor. Spills loose. Dado tried to cruise his way through, invited a little too much pressure. Came back out to Sedgwick, trying to use the handball here. Eastern Districts just really need to get it on boot and get it inside 50. There's been a whistle on play, and the free kick will go the way of Coppin. Haven't had a whole lot of looks inside 50. This one just goes to the top of the square from behind. The fly came from Black. He couldn't hold the mark, did everything but take it. Spills loose and Midani can repel them away, but the wall's set up and crosses there for Eastern Districts. They go back inside 50, multiple leading players, but in the middle of it all was Bowling, who picks it off, and they can get the ball moving again, Peel, although it's a dangerous kick to a one-on-one. Made Denick work for it. Tried to get his way through. Sedgwick roved it. Has a shot for goal. Never looks likely. Eastern Districts have their first score of the Carnival, and it's in the form of one behind. They trail by one straight kick. 1-1-7 for Peel. One behind Eastern Districts.
Peel come out of the square, kicks it long to the half. Well, that is a huge leap. Must be a free kick, surely, for no genuine attempt, but Peel have come out with the ball anyway. They're now on the wing. Another quick handball. There needs to be some... oh, that's an interesting bit of play there by the ruckman from Peel, but it's effective, but they've turned it over again. Eastern District's getting a little bit of the ball here. Quick hands. Abdul Pickett puts the Jets on. Let's hope his delivery is better than last time. It's deep into the 50, and the ball looks to have... oh, so it's still in play. He's sharked that, and he has kicked a fantastic goal. That is goal of the day already. He's almost palmed the ball around the post. Fantastic football there. That is a fantastic Wilcox with the sneaky one around the corner. Well done to Abdul Pickett there, just streaming across half forward and just driving it long, not giving the Peel defenders an opportunity to set up and double team the players from the Eastern Districts Football League. So it's all tied up here, 1-1-7 to 1-1-7.
He'll head into the draw for the 3 nights accommodation at Broome with thanks to Kimberley Accommodation. That's for goal of the year. Thank you for their support. It's a classy finish as well. Can they get one late before quarter time and really land a bit of a blow against the Cavaliers? The pressure's lifted from the Eastern Districts and you can see it. Through the middle of the ground it heads. But again, kick was poor and it's turned straight over. The Eastern Districts getting now their fair share of the footy. It's in the hands of James. He goes short. The mark was spilt by Wall, and now he's under a little bit of pressure. Goes back, and Robertson, the big ruckman, who's been good all day, takes the mark. Goes wide. The kick wasn't great. And it invites Hilda to come in and lead the charge for Eastern Districts. He turned tackler against Miller. Ball spills around. Umpire circles. Play on. Came loose eventually. Standing tall. Parker tried to get their handball free. Wasn't effective. Spills loose. Again, James goes short. Sprigg on hands and knees was surely held without it. Was. And he'll get the free kick. So Eastern District starting to get a bit of control. And they get a 50-metre penalty. This is costly after they were up against it for majority of this first quarter. They'll have the chance to possibly take the lead heading into quarter time in the guise of Zach Sprigg, who will take the free kick from just inside 50, directly in front. When he gets onto this, he'll be kicking from dead on 50 metres out.
14 minutes and 20 seconds.
Right on the quarter time siren for Zach Sprigg. This would be huge for the Eastern District's chances in winning this game of football. From 50 out, it looks good off the boot. Does it have the journey? It doesn't. It spills short, and it's off hands and through for the minor score. So they'll take the lead, you would think, heading into quarter time by a solitary behind.
It's a good start by the EDFL boys, having a red hot crack, putting a lot of pressure on the Peel players as a Peel player breaks from the square, kicks it long to the outer side. Oh, no, it's been intercepted by the Eastern Districts players. They pumped it inside 50 right on the siren. James Dale will take the lead into the quarter time. 1-1 1 goal 2 to 1 goal 1. And I think Coach Kyle Hewlett would be very, very pleased with his charges. They have stuck to a game plan of putting pressure on the ball handler, and they look pretty chipper about their efforts. They're all jogging in with plenty of enthusiasm. Peel boys are just rolling into their huddle, low-fiving and doing their bit, but no doubt their coach will be giving some special instructions to try and get things back on track.
Quarter time here in the opening game for the Freightlines group. Great Southern Colts Carnival here on Classic Clashes. This is the AFGRI Great Southern Fields Ground, and Eastern Districts take the lead by a point at quarter time. We'll take a quick break and be back with the second quarter right after this.
At Great Southern Fuels, we know fuel and we know service. We've been doing it for over 40 years. We're a family business, we employ locals and we support the communities we operate in. But don't just take it from us. Hear what our customers have to say.
They're driven by local people, they're great community contributors.
We use Great Southern Fuels because they give us a fantastic service at the right price.
You can rely on them no matter what. It's just a phone call away and the tanks are full.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Great Southern Fuels. Reliability you can trust.
Umpiring. It is for everyone.
Welcome back to the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. This is the AFGRI Great Southern Fields Ground here on Classic Clashes quarter time, and it's Eastern Districts 1-8 to Peel 1-7. Bucket's been a good performance so far by the Eastern Districts boys.
Oh yeah, the James are having a crack, which is fantastic. The league coach Greg Vaughan is downstairs perusing the players, looking for any talent to come up into the senior side for Country Week. He'd be very pleased with what he's seen. A few players have had an influence on the game. Abdul Pickett, he's been outstanding, with the exception of one little worm burner along the ground. He's been very good. And Jared Coppin, lively around the ground. His father, Scott, sponsor of the competition today, the Corrigan Hotel. He'd be in mourning, however, after losing his Adelaide Crows losing last night in controversial terms. Anyway, the game's got going. Let's get back to it. Sedgwick on the ground, couldn't get the ball clear. Peel have got the hands out again. They're very good at this, clearing the ball out by hands. They've gone into traffic. That's no good. They're going to run. Oh, yes, he's just got it over the top. The captain flicks it out, kicks it out wide. It's on the half-forward flank running into the 50. Little nudge under the ball there. Clever by 14. Adam Price, he did that very well. Pushed his player, just nudged him in the side, and then good delivery to his forward player in Daniel Cooper, who's probably about a 45-degree angle, 25 metres, 30 metres out. Very gettable kick, I would have thought. The umpires set the mark. And I think he's a red-hot chance of getting this. I'll put the mocker on him, probably. As he comes in. He's kicked it. It's just fading to the near side for the one behind. EFL will take it out of the back line. That looks like Cadendado, is it? Chips it sideways. May not be Cadendado. Madden Creek in the back pocket. He's gone across to the far side. Another great leap by the Eastern District's player there. Got his hands on it but couldn't complete the mark. It's pumped back into the 50. Peel have turned it over beautifully. Little chip forward, or a little fumble. He picks it up, he recovers well. Oh, that's smart football. Kicks it backwards to number 11, Jaden Mitchell. He'll take a shot from probably directly in front almost. And probably kicking from 25 metres out again. There's opportunities here for Peel to put another major on the scoreboard.
Chance to wrestle the lead back. Dead in front. Should be a given for a player of his calibre. No problems at all. Mitchell hands the lead back to Peel. (14 plays 8 on the Sportal scoreboard. Cracking game of football so far. Great to have your company here on Classic Clashes. Doing it all thanks to AFTRI and Great Southern Fuels here in Coolin. And the Freight Lines Group, Great Southern Colts Carnival. Beautiful day for football. The sun's starting to shine and bathe this ground in beautiful rays of sunshine. Again, Peel, they almost had the clearance, although the pressure was good there from Eastern Districts. A mark of their game that we saw in the opening quarter when they started to really get things back on their term. Their tackling and pressure lifted astronomically. Out the back door, Sedgwick gets the clearance inside 50. Out to meet it was Spain. Did well, although handed it straight back over. It spills loose. Wilcox wants to hand it back. Gave it in turn to Pickett. He was under a lot of trouble, and in the end they just mucked around with it a little bit there, the Eastern Districts, and they hand it straight back to Spain, who gets the free kick. His kick was ricocheted out toward the outer side. Trying to get clean possession was Mullen. He couldn't. Multiple tackles on him, and he was held without the footy. It's going to come back and be a free kick for Mullen on the outer side. Chance to put the Eastern Districts back into attack. He's got multiple forwards leading for him. It wasn't a great kick, overcooked it slightly in the end. Spain was out the back, handed it back, put his teammate in a little bit of trouble. Sprigg threw it away, and it's a free kick going to Peel. So again, a couple of missed opportunities there for the Eastern Districts as it's relieved from Clark. He goes toward the outer side, down the line they head. Off hands from Zambonetti, who juggled the mark. Plenty of one-on-ones ahead of the ground, ahead of him. Goes inside the corridor. Wasn't a great kick, and Grant picks it off, although he played on and then had to go back and mop his own mess. He did so eventually, and they get out of trouble.
Will Prosser with the ball, I think, over there on the far side. Kicks it further out. It's a good-looking kick and good grab, diving to the ground. Number 24 is Jared Coppin. Has a bit of influence on this game. He's kicked it long and over the top. Well, here we go. William Pickett, he's sweating on this guy. Picks it up. He's rubbered it again, but that's effective in some respects. He gets another go at it here. Quick hands out. Over the shoulder from 22. That is a fantastic snap. Number It's his second one. Wilcox. You don't draw a picture of it. It's through the big sticks for a major. Well done. And they take the lead again by a solitary point. EDFL quick to get it into their 50. They're not messing around with it. They're getting it in there, putting the Peel defenders under pressure. But well done by Jared Coppin, driving it deep into the forward line. It's just putting the Peel defenders under pressure, and at the moment they're just not coping with it.
Peel feeling something they haven't felt in a long time, and that is pressure, particularly scoreboard pressure. All square midway through the second term. We're in the Freight Lines group, Great Southern Colts Carnival. Robertson, who's won a lot of the hit-outs, went up unattended. He didn't make full use of it, though, as the ball spills loose toward the broadcast wing. McCann farmed it back to Russell, who then puts it inside 50 through the hands of Allsop, and that could be a costly error. Farmed loose. Baron Fish, who had a strong first term on the left, a high up and under ball. One-on-one's ahead. Well defended back there by the Eastern District's defenders. They spill loose to Lacey. Tried to get it clear in the end, was panicked and gave it back to Russell. He handed it back in term. Mosley throws it on the boot. It's a high up and under ball. Doesn't get the carry that he would have liked. Spills to the front of the contest. Spinning out of trouble was Creek. Did well, relieves it away, but it's going to come straight back through Guthrie. Puts it inside 50. And the uncontested mark is taken by the key forward for Peel. And this is Mitchell, who kicked the opener in this second term to hand Peel back the lead. They find themselves tied up again at 2-2 apiece. Chance for his second. And to put the Cavaliers, the reigning champions, back in the lead. When he gets onto this, he'll be kicking from about 50 metres out from goal. To the club room's end of the ground. It's a good-looking strike off the boot. It's there! Peel back in front. A great finish by Mitchell, who has two.
Quality finish there, James.
Could not ask for a better kick. Great delivery as well from the Peel midfielders.
Yeah, absolutely. When they get the ball across the half-forward line there, they're lowering their eyes and they're honouring the leads that are there. So, very disciplined play by Peel going into their 50 on that opportunity. Back to the centre of the field. 8 minutes gone in the second quarter. The umpire walks in to throw it up. Ruckman at it. Well done to the... no opportunity there, prior opportunity, but a good tackle by the Peel player. Good physical challenge here for both teams. Ball gets thrown up, both ruckmen at it. Clever by the Peel ruckman out the back. It's double-handed. Players dive on the ball. It comes out eventually. Eastern Districts now. Is it Cooper Creek, I think? Kicks it long. Oh, that's a good... Jared Coppin again. Unlucky there. Spoiled at the last moment. Peel player turning inwards. Kicks across the field. That's clever. Well done. Number 3. He'll drive it long into the forward line at the 50 mark. Contest there. No mark. Stacks on the mill. And the umpire will throw it up right on the 50-metre arc.
Sean Dennick for Peel, a good user of the footy. Remember him from last year in the country championships, and this carnival had a great couple of weekends. Locked up again, not going anywhere. Attacking 50 for Peel. They lead it by a solitary kick. Robertson again wins the hit out. Turns back into trouble. Opens the door here for Peel. The opportunity presents itself for Russell. He farms it out. Mitchell already kicked a couple. Throws it on the boot. Got no purchase on the ball at all. Baron Fish was there. Left it for his teammate and then surely taken high. He was there on that occasion. Allsop. He's been solid in defence for the Eastern District so far. Withstood a lot of the challenges. Wants to come to the broadcast wing. He's got Dado presenting himself. Had a couple of beat. Good mark in the end taken. Right up against the boundary line. Below our commentary position here for Classic Clashes. Plays on. Steps on of his line. Baron Fish will apply the pressure. Got the kick away just in time. Over the back. Spoiling it away was Pickett. Farms loose on the deck. This is where Peel do their best work, is in these situations. Comes to the big ruckman in Robertson, who just Scrounges the ball into the corridor. Standing tall well was Mitchell. Goes inside 50, or this is Mitchell now who receives the kick. Spills it loose. Handed it away. Mosley under a lot of pressure. Tackling again is lifted from Eastern Districts, and that's when they've been at their best, although that time the pressure was applied by Mosley and the free kick goes his way for holding the ball. Costly error, good pressure by Mosley, but both sides have really lifted their tackling pressure as this second quarter has progressed.
Tom James on the mark. He'd be a little bit disappointed with that.
Mosley from the paint of 50 doesn't get the carry or the accuracy. It's knocked through for a minor score. So the margin goes out to 7 points here for Peel, who have been challenged throughout this game by Eastern Districts.
Eastern Districts will bring it back in. Chip kick. Straight down the middle. Down the middle again. It's a risky kick, but it might fortuitously come off. Cameron Daddo lays the tackle, but Peel come up with the pill. I've gone back into traffic. Well, he's taken almost a sling tackle there, but he's got away with it. They pump the ball wide out to the half-forward flank. Redirects it into the middle of the field. On the 50, well, that's a worm burner, but it'll pop into their hands potentially. No, Eastern Districts will clear it. Tom James brings it out wide. Abdul Piggott puts the burners on. A little nudge there as he kicked it, but he's still got it there. That could be interference. Well, it should be an umpire, James. A little bit of holding there in the mark. It was a 2-on-1. He had to do something. Peel pump it back to the wing. That's a good contest. They all fly. Oh, that's a throw. That's high. No intent in it. He just aggressively going for the ball. I've decided to switch it. It's Will Prosser, I think that is, number 7. He's been tied up. No real opportunity there. It was a good solid tackle. And there'll be a ball up just Peel side of the centre wing. Cracking conditions here. Not a breath of air to contend with. The ball goes up. Both ruck go at it. Ball goes Eastern District's direction, knocked forward, clever play, get your foot on it, champ. He slips over, picks it up, and Peel now potentially coming out with it. No, they've dragged it back in, and it'll be a throw up on the Eastern District's half forward line.
Eastern Districts will be looking to make the most of this opportunity, kick just the 1 goal in this second quarter compared to 2 for Peel. Peel again win the clearance, but it's coming back. Hilda handed it to the run of Allsop, who then went with the forward handball. Nice fend off. They go inside 50 again, but possibly another missed opportunity. Bowling comes away with it. Nice looking ball to Denick. He went through his hands. A rare mistake from him. Now he's got a couple to contend with. Waits for the cavalry to arrive. Caught from behind was Wall. Great pressure. They take the advantage. Lastia wants to make it. Holding the ball. Took on one too many, and Sedgwick said, no, not today. And he wins the ball back at centre wing broadcast side. They're going to head back inside 50, the Eastern Districts. Their pressure's lifted. Does he get his revenge here? On that occasion, Listeri did momentarily, and they do eventually. Great pressure from Peel. They've recovered well. They've been thrown the challenge, but all signs are pointing to a positive game so far. Baron Fisher's been good. He's got McGrath to his right, decides to go further afield. He's got 2-on-2s ahead of the footy. Spills loose, nice handball away from Price. And then the pressure arrived, but slipping high, and Daddo will take the free kick in the right back pocket here for Eastern Districts.
Prosser.
Goes to Daddo, who did well to beat Parker in the 1-on-1, wants to go inside the corridor. We've seen them wanting to go the shorter way home, Eastern Districts. Pickett receives it from Hilda, who then runs on and provides the option. There's the half-time siren, and at half-time it is a 7-point lead to Peel. 3-3-21 to 2-2-14 for Eastern Districts on the Sportal scoreboard. A cracking game of footy so far, Buckets.
Yeah, very impressive. Both sides having a red hot dip. A lot of pressure with the ball carrier. They don't get a lot of time. That's Carnival football, James, and I think the EFL boys would be pretty chipper with their efforts at half time. They probably just need to clean up going into the forward line a little bit. Some wasted opportunities, but all in all, they'd be very happy with their form and their efforts. And the Peel lads, they look maybe a little shell-shocked. Probably thinking they'd come out here and do what they did to Eastern Districts last year, which was a bit of a riot. And yeah, they'd be a little bit shell-shocked with the physical nature of this game and the lack of time they've got when they've got the pill. But no doubt at half time their brains trust will have a chat and try and work things out. But yeah, a great game of football and some fantastic highlights.
Expect both sides to come out firing after half-time, but at half-time it's a 7-point lead to Peel here in the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival on Classic Clashes. This is the AFGRI Great Southern Fuels Ground. Great to have your company for your Saturday morning. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the second half action between Peel and Eastern Districts right after this.
At Great Southern Fuels, we know fuel and we know service. We've been doing it for over 40 years. We're a family business, we employ locals and we support the communities we operate in. But don't just take it from us. Hear what our customers have to say.
They're driven by local people. They're great community contributors.
We use Great Southern Fuels because they give us a fantastic service at the right price.
You can rely on them no matter what. It's just a phone call away and the tanks are full.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Great Southern Fuels. Reliability you can trust.
Umpiring. It is for everyone.
Welcome back to the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival here on the AFGRI Great Southern Fuels ground between Peel and Eastern Districts. At half-time, it is Peel 3-3-21, leading Eastern Districts 2-2-14. A cracking game of football here in Coolin. Great to have your company on Classic Clashes. And thanks also to our sponsors, of course, Sportal on the Sportal scoreboard, Alum Lube, they're a well-oiled machine, Retrovision, Delta Rag, and also Universal Trailers, along with AFGRI, Great Southern Fuels, Coolin Transport, and Fife Transport. Of course, you can check out all the action on the Coolin Transport and Fife Transport ground on our other stream. That's the other oval between Goldfields and Upper Great Southern. But in this game, well, it's an absolute beauty. 7 points at half-time. Peel, of course, the reigning premiers. Eastern Districts come out with a point to prove, the local lads. And all just about in readiness for the second half to get underway. For 15-minute quarters, no time on is the nature of this carnival. Robertson in the ruck for Peel. He's been dominating most of the day over Gardner. And we're underway in the second half. It's Peel by 7 points. Robertson again wins the hit out. It falls to Woods. He had it, then lost it, and then got it back again. Wanted to go out the side to Colcott. He had it, and then was set upon immediately, and he's wrapped up. And so we'll get a stoppage to kick things off in the attacking 50 for Peel.
Eastern Districts, McIntosh and Son. Eastern Districts, Ruckman goes to it, but Robinson wins it again. Peel player comes through. That might be a throw. It is. Took the player on, and incorrect disposal. Chip kick out wide. Tom James out on the far defensive 50. Launches into it long, out to the wing. Well, that's a good grab there by the Sprigg, I think it is. Zach Sprigg. Oh, that's an absolute cow of a kick, but it's come fortuitously to his teammate who chips it forward. And the Eastern Districts player, Cadden has taken the mark probably 40 metres out. He'll kick it from 45. On about probably a 30 degree angle. Jeez, I can't get my angles right today. 60, be out in the car park somewhere. Comes in to kick. This would be a very good start to the quarter. He's launched into it. He's pushed it to the far side. And it's touched. And it will be a boundary throw in right beside the post. Ruckman come to it. Robinson, and that's Zach Sprigg contesting. Robinson again, two hands, just knocks it towards the boundary. His teammate. It's chipped out. Number one from, he's chipped that across the field. That was Cadden. He's clever with his feet, but it's gone directly across the goal face, out of bounds on the other side. There'll be another throw in.
Good spot's been, if you're an Eastern District supporter, we've got it locked in there for attacking half to begin this second half, and held without it, slung around was Corbules. Zach
Corbules.
He gets the free kick. It's a difficult angle. This would get it back to just 1 point. Big kick to set this carnival up for the Eastern Districts. Looks good off the boot. It holds its line. It's there. They get it back to 1 point. And the opener of the third term.
Brains Trust down here in front of the commentary box. EDFL lead coach Greg Vaughan, very impressed with what he's seeing. And the president, John Hewlett, just giving me a thumbs up there. I'm not sure what that's about. Very impressed. Impressive start to the third quarter by the Eastern Districts team. Ball back in the centre. They're all ready to go. The Peel boys are, lumbering along, not looking that interested at the moment. They might be a bit shell-shocked here, but they've still got the lead by a solitary point. The Rucks go to it. Good tap again by Robinson, but it's sharked again by Abdul Pickett. He left it behind, knocked out by the Eastern Districts player. Then it was quick handball out by the Peel players, rattled forward to the top of the 50 for Peel. It'll be a free kick. off the ball, and I'm not sure what that's for. It might have been a little bit of friendly advice to the umpire, and he didn't take to it too kindly. Free kick to the EDFL. They've kicked it out wide to the wing on the far side. My vision's not that good at the best of times. They've overrun it. Number 5, single-handed pickup, chips it forward to contest. Datto, he swoops on it. Oh, a little nudge in the back. He's not sure about it, but he didn't contest it. He's just stood the mark. Peel out of their back line. Oh, good grab. That's Ashton Parker, is it? Tane Woods, the captain, brings it inboard. Well done. They've got the run through the centre. He's going to clink this into the forward line, and that is a beautiful looking kick to number 10. Number 10, AJ Mosley. He's got it. He's going to kick it from 45 out. He's backing himself. That was a good slip bit of play through the middle of the ground there.
Sean Denning with the delivery. Mosley to put this back out to 7 points. Leans back on the kick. Slightly doesn't get the distance. The fly from behind came off hands. Play on, said the umpire. That was Barron Fish. Went to go and rove his own footy. The kick from defence wasn't great. Dennick leads the race. And he sees it over and out. Happy to get the stoppage inside 50 for Peel. Kicking to the left of screen here in the third term. On Classic Clashes for your Saturday morning. Great to have your company here in the Freight Lines Group. Great Southern Colts Carnival. Been running since 1922, this carnival. Great tradition. Comes out, they get the clearance. Eastern Districts, it's a tumbling ball to the middle of the deck. How does the bounce sit? Well, it was kind in the end for Sedgwick, who then went back to go forward with Grant, who throws it on the boot. Leading the race was Mullen, had a couple to beat. Sliding in, Datto tries to get his hands on the footy, then turns tackler. Umpire circles and says, we'll have a ball up. Attacking side of centre for the Eastern Districts. At left half forward, Robertson takes front position, been winning a lot of the hit-outs, but they haven't been winning the clearances, the Cavaliers, and there's a throw being picked out, going back the way of the Cavs, in the hands of McCann, who goes wide to centre wing. Good grab in the end, taken by Price, almost front-on contact. Play on, said the umpire. He'll get it back after the handball out from Mosley was good. Throws it on the boot to right half forward. There's a couple to beat for the defenders, but they've got the crummers, and now Dennick cruises through and takes the mark. Thought about the Joe the Goose handball over the top, decides to go back himself. And dead in front, 30 out from goal. Shawnee Dennick has the chance to extend this lead back out to 7. He's a good user of the footy. We saw him set up that shot at goal before for Mosley. Now has his chance to get on the scoreboard in a pretty low-scoring game. This would be massive. It's not a great kick, but it's there. Umpire had to shuffle a little. It's back out to 7, and Peel have a little bit of breathing room all of a sudden.
Good response from the Peel players. And very direct football. Straight down the middle of the field. Not messing about with it. I think in these slippery conditions, getting it on the foot and getting it forward puts pressure on the defenders. And they might have learnt from the EDFL boys. 7 minutes gone in the third quarter. Peel just snuck out to a little lead. The umpire is back in the middle, walks forward to throw it up. Robinson again in the ruck. Oh no, this time Zach Sprigg got hold of it. Got the win, but they couldn't get away with the ball, and that's a good solid tackle by the Peel player. Again, umpire throws it up. Good knock. Caddo gets free, pumps it into the forward line for the EDFL. That's a good attempt, but couldn't keep hold of it. All trying to get their hands on it. That's a good little flick forward by the Peel player. Abdul Pickett, good hands. He kicks it forward. EDFL player, contest there, touch ball, play on. And a bit of a pile up there. And the umpire will throw it up. It's just inside the 50 metres in the Eastern Districts area. Jared Coppin does the ruck work, I think that is. Peel out the back, I've got the numbers. They kick it wide off the side of the boot. And fortuitously it's landed in his teammates' hands. Just waiting for a lead. Eventually one comes on the chest. Good patience there. Peel play comes inside, shanks it straight to his teammate out on the wing, but comes inboard again. That's a good bit of play, good grab by the Peel player. Turns around, kicks it into the man of the mark. Hands over the top. Peel, EDFL are off here. Kick it into the 50 again, but the Peel player underneath it, no, he's undercooked it as well. Gets the hands free. Peel player's going to be under pressure here if he doesn't pick it up. It's a throw there, incorrect disposal.
Now Peel's turn to try and have a bit of footy themselves. Sliding in, Parker takes the mark right half back. Goes short again laterally on the 45 to Black. The switch is on if they want to take it. They need to be quick though here, Peel. They decide to go down the staples and it caused a bit of problems for Colcott, who had to slide in, couldn't take clean possession. Withers represents the EDFL, and then it farms out to Wilcox, who gets the goal. There's 3 for Wilcox, and it's back to a solitary point. They just won't go away, the Eastern Districts Footy League.
Kyle Wilcox, hailing from the Barracoppin Football Club. Fantastic finish. He's showing his prowess in front of the goals. 3 in 2.5 quarters of football. Impressive. Didn't mess around with it. Saw the big sticks in front of him and just went, I'll kick that. And so just a... yeah, well, he could get the Archies, actually. Quality footwear they are. Well, everybody wants a pair of Archies, don't you worry about that. The ball goes up in the centre. Robinson again. He's been defeated there in the ruck knock by Zach Sprigg, I think it is. Coppin didn't have it, was held, but tried to milk it a bit too much, I think. But his teammates got the ball, flips it out. Sedgwick is it. Gets the hand, no, Tom James. The Peel player is dragged to the ground in a good tackle, and it will be centre half forward for the Peel Cavaliers. Ball goes up, Ruckman at it.
They win the hit out, but the EDFL win the clearance. Tumbling ball to half forward. Numbers are in favour of Peel, although great pressure, great front-on pressure came from the player there in Wilcox, who's already kicked a 3 today and has been a really big part of this charge from the Eastern Districts to get it to just 1 point against the reigning premiers. He wants to go long, and that's where he heads to the top of the goal square. Off hands, falls out the back. Able to repel it momentarily with Spain. Invited a bit of pressure, and the kick was poor. Turns straight over to Hilda, who thought about playing on. Decides to hold himself up and go back and have a shot on goal on the 45-degree angle. Probably 40 metres out from goal. This to hand them the lead. They led by just 1 point at quarter time, the Eastern Districts. They were behind by 7 at half time. This for a 5-point buffer. It fades late and it's across the face. We're all square. Late in the third term at 27 apiece. This is a monumental effort here from the Eastern Districts. To even get this close, they've been very impressive so far and possibly dark horses in this competition. Handballed out from Price. They've got the run and carry, Peel. They just need the clean possession. Dado went in, got it out. Withers danced around a couple, wanted to get onto the preferred left side, and then a little bit of kick and hope, and the intercept mark taken out there by Clark, who had a couple of cracks. Wants to go across the face of goal. Finds Parker. He's got the run. Goes on the right, little chiselling ball. It was a nice option in the end to Madani. He takes the mark and then goes short himself onto the chest of Guthrie. Sticking to the broadcast wing, played on when he didn't realise the pressure was there, and the door opens again for the Eastern Districts. Trying to get his way free was Caboles, and then he goes short to Hilda. Takes it at half forward, right on the 50, goes on the left, a chiselling ball. It was only metres off the ground, straight onto the chest of Hills. There was no way that was being defended, and Hills has the chance to put the Eastern Districts in front. A huge kick here for Hills late in the third term, right on the edge of three-quarter time. Led it by a point at quarter time. They were behind by 7 at halftime. Heels on the approach. It's a pretty poor kick. Doesn't even register a score. We stay locked up at 27 apiece.
Yeah, in golf, that's called a shank. Peel take it out of the back line. Little chip kick. Toby Hilda's on the mark. A little rattle here, the Peel players. Kicking it down the boundary there. Oh, good grab from the side by the Peel player there. Very clever. Chips it forward to a contest, and that's a good grab. No, the umpire says he didn't have it long enough. And he'll come in and throw it up. The Peel player there, number 6, Ashton Lestede, be a bit stiff there. I thought he had enough of it. Good ruck knock, held to him. No prior. The umpire will throw it up again. Out here on the wing, close to the commentary box. Both ruckmen go at it. Well, he's got his hands. Is that a throw? No, it's a handball of sorts. The umpire didn't see it. He's spun out of trouble. He's had it. No, that's a throw there. Good tackle by the EDFL player. Assistance there. Kicks it into the centre of the field. This needs to be a contest. It was. It spills free. That's a long sweeping handball, and another one from Coppin to Tom James, is it? Lincoln Withers. Lincoln Withers picks up the free kick. Here's that man. Wilcox again. And it's faded across. Oh, right on the siren. That would have been a handy goal, but it has gone through for a point.
3/4 time. Eastern Districts take a 1-point lead with that point on the siren. The same margin they had at quarter time when they led by a point. They were down at half time. We've got a cracking finish coming up for us in the last quarter to open the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. Don't go anywhere. Back right after this. Welcome back to the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival, and this is a turn up for the ages. At 3/4 time, Eastern Districts led it by a point over Peel. Coming to the ground today, I don't think many expected the Eastern Districts to really even get close to Peel. Or at least not as close as this.
Yeah, a little bit shell-shocked, I think. And I think the Peel players might be a bit shell-shocked too, just quietly. Yeah, the Eastern Districts boys have come to play and they look fit and healthy, and maybe it was all just a mirage last night at the hotel. Maybe they were drinking Carlton Zeros, not on the Emu Exports. No, they've been very, very committed and patient. They've gone when they've needed to go and been very disciplined. They've played a very tight, man-on-man type game, and it seems to be proving beneficial to them. And I think they've worked out who to kick it to down in the forward line. Kyle Wilcox, 3 goals, 1 I think he's kicked.
Yeah.
Could well have been 4 goals if, with a little bit more composure in the last 2 or 3 seconds of the quarter. But not criticising his game, he has been probably really close to being BOG in my books.
Yeah, it'd be definitely a shout for the Archie Thongs. And in these Carnival games, you don't want to be dropping early games in your pool matchups, because it can really hurt you later on, particularly in this Pool A, where you've got Peel, Goldfields, Upper Great Southern, Eastern Districts. You know Goldfields are going to be good. Upper Great Southern will be not too bad. So you drop a game early, whether you Peel or Eastern Districts, it could spell a lot of trouble for your Carnival, particularly if you're the reigning premiers like Peel are. They find themselves down by a point at 3/4 time. What does this final 15 minutes have in store? We're going to find out. It'll be Robertson and Gardner. Robertson wins the hit out. Danick was set upon immediately, trying to cruise through the stoppage. And we'll get an immediate ball up, just metres from where we had the original. Ruckman tangle again. Robertson won the hit out, trying to cruise his way through. Sedgwick tried to bounce it back to himself, but then was set upon immediately.
It's been very influential.
But edges it closer to home for the Eastern Districts. Both Ruckman had a piece of it, knocked back. Dado almost had an arm held there from behind. Umpire said play on him. We're locked up again for the 3rd stoppage in a row.
Ball gets thrown up. Ruckman at it. Robinson gets his hands on it. Again, there's that man Sedgwick just cruising through the middle of the pack. It's almost like he's got a little path there for him to run through. They're just nudging it forward into their forward line, just outside the 50-metre arc. Ruckman go at it. It's stacks on the mill there, and the umpire will come in and throw it up again. It's very congested around the ball. Peel are just putting numbers everywhere to try and stop the flow. Hilda gets it out quickly. He's in there again. Dado held to him, no prior opportunity, flicks it over to the umpire. The umpire will throw it up again, almost back to the centre of the field. Robinson manhandles the ruckman from the EDFL. Hilda gets it on the boot, touch ball, goes nowhere. It's a real battle of the wheels out here. Oh, it's a free kick. It's been picked out there. Eastern Districts. Number 5 is Joshua Grant. He'll pump it into the top of the 50. No mark there. Zach. Oh, that's a great grab. Oh, yes, he's given it. Rightfully so. Might have stunned himself a bit there. Number 2, Tane Woods, came down heavily, but he's recovered. Great grab. Kicks it out wide. That's a very nice kick. Pinpoint accuracy. The player didn't have to move. Chips it forward. They've got a spare man here at the moment. Abdul Pickett runs onto the mark. So it's on the true centre wing on the far side. Kicks it to half forward. Big pack of players there. And again, the umpire will come in and throw it up.
Try and break up this stoppage, but the Eastern Districts boys would be loving this contested game. It's the way that they've tried to make this game throughout the first couple of quarters, and with the 1-point lead, they wouldn't mind a bit of time being taken off the clock. As it's locked up again, the umpire has picked up a free kick. This is the non-officiating umpire off the ball who has picked up a free kick in amongst all that, going the way of the Eastern Districts. Defensive side of centre for them on the outer wing. They want to switch the ball. Had to be good to DeLacy, and it was. He then goes shorter. Dado, a nice mark in the defensive 50, so they've conceded a bit of ground here, the Eastern Districts, to try and get into the middle of the ground. Pickett had a task set for him. He was up to the challenge, brought it to ground. Kick ricocheted from Kelcott. Comes loose. Baron Fish on the right. Chiseling ball. How does it land? It lands okay, but the bounce wasn't kind. We're all square as it goes through for the minor score. Midway through the final term. 15 minutes, no time on. It is helter-skelter pace. Fast footy. As the Eastern Districts pump it wide, couple of players flew for it. They had no crummers on the ground though. Guthrie should have almost been pinned for holding the ball. Play on, said the umpire. Sliding in was Russell. He was put under pressure by multiple Eastern Districts defenders, and then at the bottom of all that pack, the ball somewhere there as the umpire comes in to try and relieve a little bit of the pressure that's been built up. It's at half forward for the Peel Cavaliers. It's all square so far. And a tight contested game all day. Sprigg will fly. He's got a couple to beat. Brought it to ground. They had the crummers. Wilcox already has kicked 3 today. Looking for his 4th. That doesn't have the journey or the legs. That spills loose. Watson. He's under pressure on the goal line. Little chipping ball was clever. And they get out of jail, the Peel Cavaliers. That could have been very dangerous. Pumping ball wide. Baron Fish flew. Got out the back of him. Price flicks it wide. Baron Fish with the run and drive. What options does he have ahead of the ball? He has Mitchell, who provides the contest. Knocked it to his own advantage. Was possibly held without it. He gets the free kick. Left half forward for the Peel Cavaliers.
Peel player gets up limping, but he's driven it into the forward 50. Big contest there. Oh, good hands out front by the Eastern Districts player. Chips it sideways now. His teammates got a hold of it. Got the hands out. Fortuitous there. That could have been incorrect disposal. Peel player picks it up. Across the face. And it will be a throw-in. Unbelievable scenes here. All tied up here, the score at the moment. Ball goes up, it's deep inside Peel's 50 metres. This would be a heartbreaker if they score here for the Eastern Districts. Quick hands, it's chipped over the top. Peel player, oh, he slipped over, unfortunate. EDFL player has the same outcome. And it will be another throw in the forward pocket. Peel 50 in the box seat here. Throw in, oh, gee whiz. That's Auskick stuff, champ. Let's get a bit motivated. This is the Great Southern Colts Carnival. Throws it in. That's not so good either. The umpire says, come on, mate. Let's get this right. That's a better throw in. Well done. Ruckman go at it. Eastern Districts player chips it forward. Out to the 50. Oh, he's swamped. Incorrect disposal. Free kick given against William Wall there. William Argent. Peel players off. He chips it to the pocket, but it's intercepted by Adam Sedgwick, I think that is. Just telling his players to settle down. Looking into the sun. I think he'll drive this long down the wing. That's a good leap. Out the back, Zach Sprigg. Through traffic. Kicks it into the centre of the field. That is going to be super effective if the Eastern Districts boys can get their hands on it. Toby Hilda says, I'll go. Gives it to his teammate. Kicking it into the forward line. Oh, Peel player. Great hands. Number 15, I think that was. Tyson Black. Switches sides. Oh, that's not such a good kick. The Eastern Districts player fends him off. No, he's gone. That's holding the ball. No. Jeez. That's charity there, I would have thought. It'll be a throw-in the forward line for the Eastern Districts. It's very exciting. Time-wise, we've got 7 minutes gone. Throw-in, kick there. Well done, Dado. Didn't effectively get it on, but it's moved on now. There's a kick there across the face. Can someone kick a score, please? The suspense is killing me.
We're locked up halfway through the final term. It's in the Eastern Districts forward line. Good position to be in a low-scoring game. Any score will do to get this lead back. Will be thrown back in. So this is no time on, so this is wasting valuable seconds off the clock. as they go again. Surely that will be called back again. This is starting to get a little frustrating for the ruckman and players involved. Robertson and Gardner, they tangle again, fall short yet again. It's going to be thrown back in. Have a third a crack. In fact, the umpire decides I'm going to bring it in myself and throw it up, and that's what he does. Gardner and Robertson, both ruckmen had a piece. Falls to the ground. Dado tried to get the handball free. Did so to no real great effect. Wilcox is lurking. Dangerous position to be in for Peel. Picked up by Dado. Throws on the boot. Through for a minor score. They have the lead by a point. Eastern Districts lead it by a solitary behind. Peel want to waste no time at all. The kick was pretty poor. It's going the way of Crowd. Bounce wasn't kind for him, like a Shane Warne leg break. Went at right angles. Spilled loose. Calcott wants the line. Finds it. Going to have another throw in. Left half forward here for the Eastern Districts. Both benches starting to get a little nervous, particularly for Peel. They're down by a behind, and it's in the forward half for Eastern Districts. Knocked to the back of the contest. Lots of bodies around this, on hands and knees, thrown out there by Sedgwick. And we get another stoppage, this time right on the 50. Left half forward for Eastern Districts. They lead it 29-28. After it was locked up for a long time, Robertson with a little fresh airy. Locked up again. Adam Price, this is good for Eastern Districts. Able to waste time off the clock. Take a few minutes off. They like this contested ball game. Knock to the back. Wall just throws it on the boot. Pickett lurks, throws it on his right boot. It floats toward the goal face, and in the end it goes over and out. And it's out of bounds on the full. A free kick going the way of the Peel Cavaliers. They have really one last foray forward. Can they get any ball movement? They can't, because sitting in the hole is Jeremy Allsop, as he has all day. The kick was okay. Goes to Wilcox, who will line up for his fourth and almost seal the game. After receiving a free kick, he stood in the hole. The kick wasn't fantastic by Allsop, but he made it work.
10.5 minutes.
10.5 minutes gone. The man of the moment, kicking from 45. The suspense down here on the bench is killing him. Simon Duckworth is chewing his nails down there. My goodness. His sidekick, Nahi Lewis, little.com, he's the same. The suspense is killing him. He's kicked it. It's gliding across for a behind. Peel, the lifeline is still there. They break free, come to the commentary side. It's a long kick. That's a good mark from behind. He wheels around onto his left foot. Forward, Tom James is there. He won't miss. Oh, he's dropped it. Going forward. Oh, fortuitous bounce here. It's gone through. Off the ground, a little grubber. Peel. 4 points. 4 points. Breaking the hearts of Eastern Districts with just minutes to play.
Still 4 minutes remain. That's the first goal of the last quarter. And they take the lead by 4 points. Peel, 34 plays 30.
12 minutes.
Eastern Districts need the clearance to get it forward. Get the lead back. At the moment, the game is in Peel's hands. Do they go into lockdown mode, or do they try for one more? Sprigg leaps over the top of Robertson, got the hit out. Can they win the clearance? They can't, because Tane Woods, as he has all day, standing up for his side, the skipper, holds the ball up, takes a bit of time off the clock, gets another stoppage. Robertson over the top. Decisive winner that time. Baron Fish at the bottom of the contest. Spills loose. Well done by Sprigg. Thrown to half forward. Wall over the back. Couldn't hold on to the mark. Sedgwick tries to glide his way through, but ran into a wall of teal jumpers of the Cavaliers. Time of the essence now for the Eastern Districts, but it's in a good position inside 50. Robertson goes up almost unattended, and the free kick for the third man up is paid. You'd think that time might just be getting away from the Eastern Districts now in the hands of Robertson.
Robertson, ADFL, got to hope he shanks it, but this time no, out to the far side. Good kick. ADFL have got hold of it, but it's over the boundary line. Good for Peel, not good for the ADFL with the clock still ticking over. Boundary umpire comes in. EDFL boys urging him, get it in, get it in, get it in. Throws it over his head. Ruck would go at it. Zach Sprigg held without it. No. Oh, that's deliberate. That's a big call. The umpire says EDFL have got an opportunity to pump it into the 50. Sprigg doesn't waste time, pumps it in. It's inside 50. And there's a grab taken. Number 8. Number 8, Zach Corbules. He goes back. He's not wasting time. He's got to kick the goal. It's on its way. It is over! He has kicked the winner, I'd suggest. The boys are all over him. The 14-minute mark. 1 minute. Eastern Districts, could they possibly rob it?
They have almost won the unwinnable here. Underdogs heading into the Carnival. They're going to possibly pinch the win against the reigning premiers and leave Peel with some real headaches. They've got about 40 seconds to get the clearance and get a mark inside 50, the Cavaliers. Robertson's been winning a lot of the hit-outs.
40 seconds.
He's up against Sprigg. What do they have left, the Cavs? One final challenge. Woods tried to glide his way through. Baron Fish taken high by Sprigg. They're going to get one last clearance, one last roll of the dice. Baron Fish goes inside 50. 1-on-1's ahead of the ball. Off hands, on the deck. Russell glides through, kicks the goal. They've snatched victory
On
from the
the
jaws
siren.
of defeat. Right on the siren. Russell glides through, off the deck, gets the goal. As the siren sounds. What a way to start the 2025 Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. Peel stay alive. Eastern Districts a heartbreaking defeat. A cracking game of football. Peel somehow managed to win it with a last gasp goal from Russell.
James, all I can say, fantastic football from both teams. Noah Baron Fish just drove it into the 50. It was opportunist and a fantastic game of football. EDFL, they would be absolutely devastated after thinking they've robbed them the game themselves. An absolutely fantastic game of football, and credit to both sides to fight it out to the last seconds of the game.
Cracking game of football indeed. Eastern Districts thought they had the win, and then right on the siren, they win the clearance. Peel, they send it forward, one last roll of the dice, and it worked out to be the winning move. Eastern Districts can hold their heads high. They would probably now rate themselves as half a sniff against some of the other sides in their pool, including, you'd think, Upper Grade Southern. They'd be a real chance now of beating them off what we've seen just now from the Eastern Districts.
Oh, absolutely, James. They've been cracking. They've performed above expectations, I would have thought. And credit to them. Credit to their coaching staff. And credit to the players for performing that. That's just devastating. But they can certainly hold their heads up high on the way they performed. Unbelievable scenes here for game 1 of the Carnival. It's going to be better. It's going to be hard to beat that for a finish to a game.
Great way to start. Let's hope it only gets better. Plenty more football coming your way here on Classic Clashes in the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. Up next, we've got Great Southern and Ongerup. And we'll take a really quick break before we head down for the Archies presentations after game 1, where Peel snatch it late to win by 2 points. Yeah, just quick. Great to have a great game of football there. Peel winning it by just 4 points. We're with our Archies player of the day, Kyle Wilcox. Kyle, great effort. Heartbreaking defeat, but pleasing with what you've seen so far from your team.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was a good fight against Peel. They're slick, they're smooth, but unlucky in the end.
Couple of goals for you, 3 in fact. A very, very nice performance. Good way to start the carnival on a personal note.
Oh yeah, I'll try. Had to drive up from Perth last night, late one, but no, it was good at the end of the day, yeah.
And who do you play for in the local league for the Eastern Districts?
Cobbin. Yeah, we're second on the ladder now, playing good footy out there, so yeah, no, it's good.
Well, enjoy those Archie Thongs, magnificent footwear. We'll be back after this break for the Great Southern and Ongerup game right after this.
Cheers, mate. Cheers.
At Great Southern Fuels, we know fuel and we know service. We've been doing it for over 40 years. We're a family business, we employ locals and we support the communities we operate in. But don't just take it from us. Hear what our customers have to say.
They're driven by local people. They're great community contributors.
We use Great Southern Fuels because they give us a fantastic service at the right price.
Yeah, you can rely on them no matter what. It's just a phone call away and the tanks are full.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Great Southern Fuels. Reliability you can trust.
Umpiring. It is for everyone.
Game 2 here in the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. We've just seen a cracking game between Peel and Eastern Districts. Nearly threw the whole carnival out of whack until Russell, right on the siren, gets a goal. We've got this game coming up though. Ongerup versus Great Southern. I'm joined by Paul Barrett. Paul, great to have you alongside me. You're calling the Ongerup League. How do you expect the boys to be shaping up in this carnival?
Not too bad, James. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me. Bit better than last year, I reckon. I've been coming for a few years now, so they've got a few more experienced boys in their team. Played a fair bit of league footy, a lot of our young guys, so I'm expecting them to be pretty competitive, mate. It's tough for the RFA and the Eastern Districts boys who, don't train together and just put their team together for the weekend. So they're starting behind the 8 ball, really, before the carnival starts. But look, they'll be competitive, mate, and looking forward to a good day and beautiful weather here at Cool.
Yeah. Super. Bathed in sunshine. This ground, thanks to AFRI and Great Southern Fuels, this is a Pool B matchup between the Storm and Ongerup. Of course, Great Southern were runners-up last year to Peel, and they'd be heading in as one of the favourites, you would think, to be featuring tomorrow in the grand final.
Yes, very, very well-drilled team, coached by, of course, Daryl Padizza. Has been doing it for a few years now, and well-drilled and trained for a long time for this carnival, and, you know, they're going to Perth, and so, no, I'm expecting they'll be pretty quick, I reckon, the Storm.
Looking forward to a cracking contest. If it's half as good as the game we just saw, we'll be pretty happy.
Far out, yeah.
Of course, we have Oval 2 as well in operation. You can check that stream out as well on the Classic Clashes YouTube page. Umpire holds the ball aloft. It's the Great Southern and Ongerup here in Coolin. And we're underway in the second game of the day. Palm down, Holden lost it. Falls to Jackman, who was then set upon. And we'll have a secondary stoppage just a couple of metres from where we begun this game.
Hams in the ruck for OFA. Good tap down. Holden in, top of shoot. Good tackle there, laid on. Ball goes forward for the OFA. Stacks in the middle. The umpire's going to bounce it, is he? Yeah. Fair enough. A lot of players around the footy. Riley Holden playing in the middle for the OFA. The unusual spot for him. He's normally up forward. Good tap down from the Great Southern team, and it's going to be a high tackle to number 24's Milan Jaggi. Been a long time contributor for the Albany crew at the Carnival Mill. Got no decisive leads here. Comes out of the broadcast side. It's good we can see what's going up that gun. Good contest from Jai Holmes there for the OFA. Down it comes to the Storm. Round he goes, looking for someone back in the middle. Breaks one tackle. Errant handball through to Hams. The OFA going to pick it up through Holmes. He needs to get his handle on the ball. Good tackle there. The umpire's pinging for holding the ball. So it'll go in favour of the OFA here to number 10's Eaton, representing the OFA from Lake Grace. Good long kick up the centre forward up to Rowan Hodgson. He's got 3 to beat. Down it comes. Going to come out here through Great Southern, through the young bloke in number 11 in young Lucas Smart. His first carnival for the Great Southern Storm. Down it comes. The Great Southern Storm open the game up. Good contest down there from the OFA. In it comes again. Good start from both teams here. OFA managed to get control back, and a little short kick out there to we haven't got a number 5, James.
Gooch.
Oh, to Gooch, yep. Up it comes. Up to half forward flank, and well cut off there from the Storm through Owens.
Owens receives it. Goes down the outer wing. It was a nice looking ball through the hands of his teammate there in Ballard, who had to go back and try and sock it off the deck. He'll get the 1-2, although the hands were a little too hot for him from Curtis, and it rolls over and out. We'll get a boundary throw in. Left half forward for the Great Southern Storm, kicking to the right of your screen here in the first term. Of course, 4 15-minute quarters here in the Freightlines group. Great Southern Colts Carnival. Neither ruckman could get a piece of it. The IFA will get first use of it, trying to work it through Gooch. Handed it wide, and it's flirting toward the boundary line, and in amongst that, Michael able to extract it away, and then caught was Herbert. We'll have a throw up out on the outer wing. Been a heavily contested game so far.
Yes, it's a full-on.
Both sides wanting to keep it locked in the contest, waiting for them to settle each other out. And it's always interesting in these carnivals how much preparation goes in, how much is there a game plan from either side. It seems as though both sides have just been go at it and we'll make it up as we go along.
Yes, James, yeah, I was good comment. Yeah, the footy in Albany is a bit different to the footy sort of out into the OFA month. So yeah, look, each team's got to adjust to each other's style of footy, but it's a good start for both clubs. Good kick up to the OFA, looking for up to centre forward. Down the ball comes. A lot of players around the footy again. First use is important here. Storm being tackled, and the umpire's going to blow the whistle here, and he's going to bounce the ball. So true centre forward position for the OFA, heading towards the sort of, you could probably put it to left of screen, the eastern end of the oval here at Coolin. Beautiful day, 2 good ovals going, and great carnival for the weather. Down it comes, well tackled. Can't quite see who that was, number through Watson there. A lot of ball ups, a lot of players around the footy. Up they go again. There's been a whistle on play, holding the man, and out comes Mill Jaggy down through the middle. This looks better for corridor footy. Oh, well read from the OFA. And number 21, young Harry McLeod, he floats the play on. Pops it out to the captain and Barrett. Up he goes, looking for no one in particular. It's well cut off by the Storm again. You better kick out of the defence there. Through Jackman. Out they come to the commentary side. Wants him looking back through the middle into Mill Jaggy. He's got a bit of the footy early, James.
He has. He's been impressive the last couple of years. Goes to Smart. So they've completed a full switch of the ground here. The great Southern going short. The run was there from Reid. Takes a bounce and looks inside 50. What does he have ahead of him? He's got Shepherd, who takes the mark in the right forward pocket.
Good kick.
A tight angle, great delivery. And what I loved about that was they were fast. They used their handball. Once the game got in the open, they looked really good there, the Storm. And a little bit of a warning to the rest of the competition that they are going to be a pretty quick side.
Good overlap footy.
Tight angle here for Shepherd. For the opening goal of this contest, it was never looking likely. Off the side of the boot, misses the lot, out of bounds on the full. He'd be disappointed with that effort after a really
good build-up.
Good build-up, yeah.
Yep. Holden bringing it out deep in the back pocket. Big long kick up to the wing. Up there looking for Eaton, who had a fair crack at it. Down it comes, spills out. A lot of players around the footy again. In they come. Ooh. Good hard hit there from Holden. Down it comes to one of the Hams boys, through to Jai Holmes. Over it goes to the OFA through number 5 in Gucci. He's had a bit of the footy too. Down to Miller. Up through the middle they go, looking for... Oh, good, well cut off there with the OFA. He wants to play on. He's got a couple of metres here. In they go. Where's Rowan Hodgkin? Well cut off from the Storm. Back down through the middle. Oh, beautiful kick here. Down to Curtis. Got a couple of metres on his player. Wheels around. This young boy from 25, young Michael, can play a bit. Beautiful left foot kick, and he's had a good crack at goal from 50 metres, and he's managed to kick a nice goal. So well done, Storm. Good build up. Good build up. Started at the back line. And that's the first score, is it? I think,
yep,
James, today?
First goal.
Yeah.
First goal of the day.
We've been going 4 or 5, 6 minutes, have we, into the first quarter, and 6.5 minutes, and we've first scored, so takes the Storm 1 goal straight to the Alpha yet to score, but doing their best to get it up there.
Good build-up, good play there from the Storm. Great rebound, 50. And a classy finish as well, so... Challenge has now been thrown to Ongerup. How do they respond out of this?
Something about those left footers, isn't there?
They're good to watch, aren't they?
There's something about them. That was a good finish from Michael. His older brother's up Perth, having a crack at Perth. Up they go again. No decisive winner. Flynn Jackman tries to get off Riley. Holden's in there battling over the OFA. Down it comes again. Good tackle. Spills out to Bradshaw. Smothered there from the OFA. Good pressure from both clubs here. Down it comes to Riley Holden. Handballs to no one in particular. Well cut off by Smart there. The Storm spread well. Out it comes to the broadcast wing. Good overlap handball. He's got no one to go to. Backed himself into a corner. Down it comes to the Storm again. Close to the boundary line. It's going to be taken over the boundary line just in front of the commentary box here. And the Storm look for that player behind quite well, don't they?
They do. Their running game is up and about, and they are looking dangerous against Ongerup here. Ball thrown back in, neither ruckman contested in the end. Jaggy, the farm handball out to Grimes was delightful. Puts it into space for Shepherd to run onto. How does it sit for him? It was okay. Had to try and go on the hands and knees to collect it. Spills loose. Leo provides a bit of support for him. Jaggy again goes forward, wanting Shepherd. Spills loose. There's a chance for Reid, who shoots on goal and gets it.
Yeah, good play again.
2 straight for the Storm in a matter of moments. And the pressure is all on Ongerup.
Yes, definitely. Good play from the Storm. Well worked out of the pack over there. Quick little handball backwards. They like that first little handball to go backwards, the Storm, and certainly opens up the play a bit for them and puts the OFA under a bit more pressure with 2 straight to the OFA yet to score.
Under a lot of pressure. They're just unable to defend that overlap run and the sheer weight of numbers that the Storm have had around the contest.
Yeah, if getting it to centre forward, but just from there to the goals is the hard part. But doing their best to get it out of there. But like you said, the weight of numbers, James, is certainly, as they go forward, Storm seem to manage to do it quite well.
certainly do. Ball back in the middle now. Can Ongerup try and win a bit of footy themselves? Here's Holden gliding through, was caught, got the handball away in time though.
Down to Hodgson.
Wanted Hodgson.
Yep.
Spills loose, wide, Hams throws on the boot just to kick and hope really. Bounce was unkind for all involved. Spills to Eaton, throws it on the boot, doesn't have the carry. Sits in the goal square, and then to get the goal is Cameron. Puts Ongerup on the board, and they respond nicely to get it back to a goal.
Yeah, well worked out of the middle there. So Ongerup will be happy with that to get on the board and settle a few nerves, James, and well worked out from Holden up to Rowan Hodgson. Both those boys played a lot of league footy. So, no, it's good start for the OFA boys. So it must be sneaking up on quarter time.
Yeah, about 10 minutes.
A few changes being run down here by the OFA coach here. Keeping the boys interested, so a good start. Up they go again. Big, tall Hams taps it down. Riley Holden starting to get his hands on the ball. Spirally, old kick up into deep into the forward line. Oh, they've overrun it again. In they go. Staunch defending here from the Great Southern. Whacks it on his boot, looking for no one in particular. Was still a bit of dew on the ball, I reckon. Down it comes through to Gerard Lewis. Should have marked that one probably. Now the Storm mop up. Down the wing side. They do this quite well. Puts the back line under pump. In they go again. OFA dive on the ball, try to get it out. Stacks on the mill over there. They need to probably shove it over towards the boundary line, the OFA boys. Long way over there, and I think there's a whistle on play and it's going to go out of bounds.
They wanted the line, they found it, but you're right, Holden is starting to have a bit of an impact on the last couple of clearances. Wayward throw in. The Storm win the clearance though. Nice handball from Owens to the top of the goal square. Using his body well out the back was Humphreys. Wanted to get the easy ball. Bounce wasn't favourable and it was rushed over the line by the Ongerup defence. They find themselves behind in this contest. The kick was okay. Holmes did well, made it look better than what it probably was. His kick in turn wasn't fantastic. In the middle of it was Harrington. Spilt the mark, invited a bit of pressure, got the handball away. I thought in time. Umpire wasn't so kind. Free kick going the way of Ongerup, but the pressure starting to lift from the Ongerup boys.
Yeah, good tackle from Hodgson. Puts it out of the broadcast wing here. Up they go again. Good contest from both teams. Down it goes. No decisive winner. In comes our man Millen Jaggy. Gets another contest through to Hodgson. Bullies his way through. Spears it back through the middle. Nice little pass kick into the OFA. Can't quite see his number. That's a bit of a wayward kick and it's been cut off by Bradshaw. I'll give the Storm back a contest here. Wobbly old left hook again. I think there's still a bit of dew on the ground, James. It's still a bit slippery. Down it comes again to Lewis Gerard. Good handball out to Holden, who's starting to get his hands on the ball. Good kick up there looking for the big bloke there in number 22 for... That's not quite right, that list you've
25,
got there.
Cameron.
25 for Mitch Cameron, yeah, that's him.
Gave it away to Jaggy. They can't. Again, breaking down at half forward here. Nice grab taken by Christensen. Kicked a nice goal before. Goes forward to a 2-on-1. Off hands. They've got the crumbs here. Harrington will lead the race. He was put under pressure. Got the handball away in time. Shepherd now on the outside of the boot. Check side. Banana. It's there.
Good kick.
Third goal for the Great Southern. And they're starting to open up a nice little lead as we near on quarter time.
Yeah, good finish from Shepherd. Little outside AFL of the boot kick and screwed it around the corner from 30 out, just about directly in front. So good start for the Storm. But like we said before the game, they're probably one of the favourites to win the Carnival. And well-drilled team. They keep... they're very good going forward, aren't they? Get the overlap going well.
Got plenty of options up forward as well.
Yeah, they've got a bit of pace up forward too. It helps. Now the OFA boys are working pretty hard here. Hams will be up in the ruck again. Up they go. Good throw up by the umpire. No decisive winner. In there's another Hams. I think that's 4 Hams. Team Hams they've called it. Down it comes to Jackman. Great Southern throw it on the boot. Good contest there. Met the ball for the OFA. In they come again. Good hard hit there. Good tackling from each team. Stacks in the middle. A lot of players around the ball. The Great Southern Stormer do this well going forward. Good tap out from Gerard to the OFA. Whacks on the left foot. But number 28 in Lathbury, haven't called his name yet, cuts it off. So he's going to put it deep back in the forward line. Little wobbly old kick. Cut off, will it? No, down it comes again. And now there's a free kick on play, and it's going to go Ongerup's way to young Jake Cameron, I think. Got no. It's a 50 here. Umpire's not happy with the proceedings. Didn't see what that was for, James, did you?
Moved on the mark, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Stand rule is in full effect here today. So, a chance for Ongerup possibly to snatch one late right on the quarter time siren. Cameron attacking side of centre in the middle of the ground. They overcooked the kick slightly. Delbene had first use of it, handed away to Smart. He in turn to Jaggy, who's had plenty of the ball early. That kick probably wasn't his greatest, although it was to the advantage of his teammate there in Grimes, who then gave it back to Curtis, who wants to go in the middle of the ground. There's the quarter time siren. And the Great Southern will take a pretty handy lead. They'd be very happy with this start to the Carnival. A 13-point margin at quarter time. They lead at 3-1-19 to 1 straight 6 for Ongerup. Michael Christensen and Shepherd the goal kickers for Great Southern, while Cameron has the solitary major for Ongerup. We'll take a quick break and be back with the second quarter right after this. Welcome back to the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival here on Classic Clashes. You're on the AFGRI Great Southern Fuels ground. My name's James Gardner, joined in the commentary box by Paul Barrett. Paul, so far a good start by the Great Southern Storm. Ongerup will be looking to respond early here in this second quarter.
Yes, definitely, James. The start, like you said, a quick start from the Storm. I didn't expect any different. To play a lot of quick footy down in Albany. So, yeah, the Ongerup boys probably need a couple of quick goals, right? Just to stem the tide a bit. Kicking the other way, of course. I think that traditionally there's the scoring end, that western end of the footy over here at Coolin, but I liked a few Ongerup boys like we just talked about in the break. Young Riley Holden had a good start to the game, number 3 for the OFA, and young Jai Holmes has been good, but yeah, Mill Jaggy and the forward line of the Storm are definitely having a bit of a handful, aren't they, for the OFA boys?
They've got plenty of options up there, and that's the concern if you're an Ongerup supporter, is that they've got a plethora of options, and now Jaggy's been thrown into the middle.
Did see that.
It's an interesting matchup, that's for sure.
Yes, it's he's pretty quick on his feet and good with his hands. He's got a very good footy smarts and can really make the difference to the Colts team. You know, all these boys are very, very similar age, and a lot of them would play league footy in their respective associations. So it's a real good contest for them. So
be looking at him versus Holden in these centre bounces, but the Great Southern, they win it through Ballard, who drives it forward, and Shepherd almost just fell in his lap. He was the third pair there, and he gets the mark and a chance for his second.
Kicked a very nice goal in the first quarter, young Shepherd. So with the blue helmet on, he shouldn't be, what is he, 35 metres out, James, directly, not quite directly in front, but shouldn't make too much mistake here. I mean, just the start the Storm would need for this quarter, I'd think.
To put it to a 19-point margin and a nice bit of breathing room at the start of the second. Shepherd misses to the near side, just couldn't quite get the right to left movement that he would have hoped for. So one behind only. The Sportal scoreboard moves to a 14-point margin to the good of the Storm as
Josh Giles marks it. James, coming down the commentary ring, a little short kick into Kobe Hams. Just needs to keep control on up there. Down to another Ryan Hams, his cousin. Whacks on the right foot, up there looking for Lincoln Eaton. Down they go. Eaton's got the run of the ball here. He's going to be met with a few Storm boys. In they come, picked it up. Good handball out. Riley Holden's in the vicinity. In they go again. Stacks on the mill now. Storm managed to pick it up. Down it comes through number 9 for the Storm in Humphreys, playing quite a good game too. Well cut off by Hams there. Here's RFA's chance. They need to get a score here, and there's been a whistle on play. I didn't quite pick that one either, so it's going to be a free kick to the Storm here. He signalled high. I must have missed that one, so little short kick up to the Storm here through to Christensen. Dodges, weaves, well tackled by Holden. Flung him to the ground, well tackled by Hodgson. It's going to be a free kick. I think it was an illegal sling. A good hard tackle there from Holden. Christensen's feeling that one, so he's going to be the recipient of the free kick right on the boundary line here. Wheels back into the middle. Is that through young Smart? No, that's through Reed. Back they go into the middle through Delbini. They work it right across the other side of the footy over now. There's Smart, so he takes the IFA boys on. Good tackle from number 1 there in Herbert. Down they go again. Up to the centre forward position for Storm. No one in particular wanted that. No talking there from the RFA. Lux of Fortune, down, whacks it on the boot, down towards Riley Holden. Puts his body in on the line. Dives in, tries to bottle up. There'll be a ball up here, I think, and probably not a bad result for the RFA.
They need to just stem the bleeding a little bit here, Ongerup. Just get a little bit of ball themselves going their way. It's been a pretty frantic start to this second quarter. Ballard will win the clearance, gave it away to Jaggy. Had all the time in the world to then stop and prop and put it out to the advantage of Michael. He overcooked the kick slightly. The boundary line becomes a factor, and I reckon Ongerup would be pretty content to see that ball go over and out.
Good play from Jaggy there again. He'd nearly probably be best on ground so far, I would have thought. So in the ball will come again. Not a shorter throw, and the umpire says we'll do that again, I think. Yep, another throw in. That looks better, well done. Down it goes over the back of Hams. Good tackle there from the RFA. Down it comes the Storm. In goes Michael. Ducked down there by the RFA in number 21 in young McLeod. Through it comes the RFA. The Storm boys spread well here. It's come back to the broadcast all of a sudden. Good dodge and weave from the Storm. Up it goes centre forward for the Storm. Puts the RFA under pressure. Nearly a good pick up there through young McLeod again. Storm managed to turn it over through Jaggy, getting a lot of the footy. There's a good tackle there. Good tackle from McLeod. Had a bit of the footy this second quarter. There's going to be a free kick. Now, this is where the RFA are breaking down across centre forward. Wobbly old kick, a bit ugly off the boot. Down it comes there. A couple of RFA boys there to help out each other. No, Storm managed to turn it over through number 15 in Grimes, having a bit of the footy too.
It's been good off half back.
Yes.
It's in the guise of Christensen, who goes forward and it carries over the initial contest into the arms of McInnes. Play on, said the umpire. Handed it back. Jaggy had time to get on the right. Wants Shepherd. Leads out off hands. Spills to the front. Humphreys dodges around a couple and then slams it into the woodwork.
Yeah, well, give the point post a fair old shake. A good play there. They're a little bit too quick for the RFA too, the Storm, aren't they, up forward there, James, I think?
They appear to be.
Yeah,
particularly
just got a few Jaggy and
Shepherd.
Humphreys, yeah, they've just got a bit of pace. So wobbly old kick from the RFA puts Barrett under the pump here. Good tackle from the Storm, still deep in their forward line. And there'll be a ball up 30 metres around. Commentary side here at Coolin.
Thrown back into play. Good position if you're a Storm supporter trying to work his way through as Barrett was caught by Humphreys and been helped to his feet. Hands it back to the umpire. Will go again. So the Storm have been locking it inside their forward half. Humphreys gliding through. Couldn't take a clean possession. Wants Shepherd. Goes back in again. Humphreys almost threw it out and then was held without the footy. Not sure how he got rid of the ball though from our vantage point. But nonetheless, Humphreys will get the free kick and go back for the fourth of the day for the Great Southern. And they've all been individual goal kickers so far.
Take a good kick from there, James. Tough angle.
Tough angle, 45-degree angle. Still 35, 40 metres from home. This would open the lead up to a pretty comfortable margin if you're a Great Southern supporter. The left-footed Humphreys. He puts it to the top of the goal square. It comes off hands and then on the goal line. The soccer was there. How does the umpire see this?
Well, he's
called the goal.
He's called it a goal.
Fancy footwork from Lathbury. Gets the Great Southern's fourth of the day.
Good opportunistic goal there. Probably could have been a bit of a punch in there for the RFA boys, but that's how it rolls. So what are we, 4-1? 4-1 to the RFA's one goal. So the RFA need to win it out of the middle. They're breaking down across centre forward. Once they get it, they've got no target at centre forward. But that's it's up to Coach Hams to make a few moves. Early in the first game for the RFA, they've got a break, then another one. So they'll make a few changes as time goes on. And there's a whistle on play here. They're playing the 6-6-6 rule, I think. So we are just sorting out the 6-6-6. And young Blair Watson will go to the wing, and that looks a bit up. They go. Good tap down from Jackman there for the Storm. Straight down through the Storm. Good play here. This is what they do well. Beautiful little left foot, spearing little kick there, looking for Gerard again. In comes Barrett, manages to pick it up. Well tackled there. Stacks on the mill when he's been. I don't quite know how he got any chance to get rid of it, but he's been called for holding the ball. Is that Christensen going to have another shot? I think he's been quite good for the Storm as well. Yeah, that's Christensen. So he's on a bit tighter angle than Humphreys was before, James. So this will similar position.
This would be a fair effort right against the boundary line.
In he comes. Pretty deliberate approach. Looks pretty good off the boot. And I think he might have. No, it's only a point. Looked all right from our vantage point, but it's only a point, so the RFA get a bit of breathing space. They bring it in quickly through Josh Giles. Out there looking for Jai Holmes. Haven't called his name much. Beautiful looking kick up to the wing, looking for, I think that is Harry McLeod. Whacks it on the boot. They're looking for the big fella in Eaton. He's managed to pull one down. Looks promising for the RFA. Wheels around on the right foot. Up there in his midway. It's been cut off from the Storm through Harrington. It's well read there. So the Storm managed to cross it through the goal line. Bring it out to the 50 quite easily with a couple little short passes. Flirting with a bit of back through the middle. They don't mind doing this to Storm through Harrington. Keeping control of the ball. This is what the RFA probably need to do a bit more.
Controlling the footy. Their skills are good, the Storm.
Yeah.
Thought about playing on there, Jackson, and then was caught, and it was a sling tackle. Reed, the recipient of the free kick. So there are options toward this broadcast side. Decides to elect to go to Shepherd, overcook the kick and out the back. Barrett, the skipper, takes the mark. He'll propel Ongerup back into attack. Wants to switch it into the middle of the ground, and mark taken inches from the deck. A short to half forward. This has been the problem for Ongerup. It's with Eaton. Goes deeper still, and on the mark, Hodgson takes it.
Yeah, better build up from the RFA, that's better.
Better delivery. He used the body well, protected the drop zone, and takes the mark on the chest. A pretty easy mark in the end for the big key forward. And this is an important goal to get it back to 14 points. And this would be the first of the second term.
Normally a pretty good kick too, Rowan. So this will. They needed this to just to keep him, like you just said, James, just to keep him in touch. So in he comes. He's only 20 metres out. Deliberate approach. Not too bad off the boot. And umpire Dave Sheldon from the RFA says that's a goal. So well done, the RFA boys. Takes them within 14 points for the Storm. Keeps them in touch. As Riley Holden comes back onto the ground, the RFA. Good build up there. They'll be much happier with that.
We'll be looking to Holden to really kickstart them through the middle of the ground. It's been where the Storm have been getting on top through this second term. I'll be looking for him to possibly win a couple of clearances and get them back right within touching distance. Currently a 14-point margin. An important goal there from Hodgson just to keep them
steady the ship, James.
Yeah.
That's about the right way of putting it.
Settle a few nerves. Thrown back in.
There he goes, speak of the devil.
Over the top, Hams gave it to Holden, who throws on the boot. It's a high up and under ball. Play on, said the umpire, off multiple sets of hands. So they have to just repel this. Hodgson did well to lay the pressure. Eden will come from the front and lay the tackle. Did well to hold it up. So an important forward 50 stoppage now for Ongerup. A chance for them to have a bit of ball in their forward 50.
11 minutes.
Dangerous position with 11 minutes gone, 4 minutes to play here in the second term. They would love to sneak one home and get them within 8 points. Caught, the ball spills loose. Hodgson left it behind him and then wrapped up again. So repeat forward 50 stoppages, important in modern football.
Yes.
And a chance for Ongerup to possibly get another score on the board.
40 metres out, directly in front for the IFA. In they go again. There's our man Riley Holden, tries to weave his way through. A lot of players around the footy again, and there'd be another ball up. They've managed to shunt it forward another 10 metres, so directly in front of the IFA, like you said, James, perfect opportunity for them to score here. The Storm do it well, coming out the back line. Up they go, Hams, no decisive winner. Down through to Medway, and there's going to be a free kick there. Was that a sling tackle again, was it? And the recipient will be one of the Hams boys, is it? Yeah, I think it could be one of the Hams boys. Number 13, yep. And he shouldn't be too far for his distance here. James wouldn't have thought 35 metres out directly in front. Just be a real shot in the arm for the IFA going into half time. So in he comes, pretty deliberate approach. Too bad off the boot. I think they like it. That's a goal to the IFA, so well done to the IFA boys. Takes them to 3 straight, 18 to 4-3, 27. So back to a 9-point ball game. So good build up there, probably a little bit of undiscipline there from the Storm, giving away a free kick in the hot spot. But good start, good late goal to the IFA.
First time that they've scored multiple goals back to back Ongerup in this game, which is important. They've been able to stem the flow and now starting to swing momentum back their way.
Seems to be the scoring end, James, I reckon, to the right of screen.
A little bit of breeze favouring that end. Nothing to write home about, but it's certainly a factor. The Storm, can they win the clearance? They do. Curtis does well to swing it back in their direction. Humphries is there, leads the foot race, farms it out. Impressive handball to Harrington. One Shepherd almost went the one-handed grab, had it and then lost it, gave it away. Christensen hands it off. Is this the steadier for the Storm? It's not.
No.
That would have been a really big dagger in the heart of the Ongerup supporters, because that would have just ended any chance of a little bit of a comeback. Instead, it's one behind only. Ghosh turns it straight over. Shepherd is there to apply the pressure. Umpire circles, holding the ball. Sat on the ball and right on the edge of half-time. If Shepherd steers this one home, a real dagger in the heart of Ongerup, who were starting to mount a comeback.
Yes, they were. And tough decision there on the IFA, I thought, James. But anyway, here comes
Shepherd,
yeah.
right in front of us. We're going to ride this home. He
Ugly.
arced around to try and get the extra distance. It falls short at the front of the deck. Beaten, wrapped up. We'll get a stoppage. Dangerous position for Ongerup. They'll be wanting the halftime siren to sound pretty soon.
Must be due. Up they go, right in the hot spot for the Storm here. They need it. Humphries tries to weave his way through. Good pressure from both teams there. And there goes the halftime siren. So Coach Hams just takes a breath of relief there for the OFA coach. There's no score there, so the halftime score, James, is 4-4 to the Great Southern Storm, who've had a pretty good first half of footy, I thought, leading the OFA 3 straight 18.
10-point margin here at halftime, second game of the day. Here, doing it all thanks to AFTRI and Great Southern Fuels. This is the Freight Lines Group, Great Southern Colts Carnival. Great to have your company here on Classic Clashes. We'll be back with the second half right after this break.
At Great Southern Fuels, we know fuel. At Great Southern Fuels, we know fuel. And we know service. And we've been doing it for over 40 years. And we support the communities we operate in. But don't just take it from us. Hear what our customers have to say.
They're driven by local people. They're great community contributors.
We use Great Southern Fuels because they give us a fantastic service at the right price.
You can rely on them no matter what. It's just a phone call away and the tanks are full.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Great Southern Fuels. Reliability you can trust.
Umpiring. It is for everyone.
10 points is the margin here between the Great Southern and Ongerup, and it is in favour of the Great Southern Storm. They enter as one of the favourites here in this Pool B matchup, and they currently lead at 4-4-28 to 3 straight 18 for Ongerup. Paul Barrett alongside myself, James Gardner in the commentary box. Paul, Ongerup have shown good signs, particularly late in that second quarter. They just need to string it together for a bit longer.
Yes, no, dead right, James, and they just broke down at centre forward, I thought, a bit in that first half. But yeah, like you said, some good signs late in that second quarter. Riley Holden had a little spell on the bench and got involved, and yeah, they just probably need to spend a bit more time together, the OFA boys, to string a few together and go from there, mate. Yeah.
A tight contest indeed. 10 points the margin. If they can land an early blow, we could be in for a great finish to this second half. Second game of the day here in the Freight Lines group, Southern Colts Carnival, Great Southern Carnival. And we're underway again. Holden on hands and knees, knocked it out, although it wasn't to his advantage. And a great tackle laid there by Hams, who gets the free kick for holding the ball. Plays on immediately, wants to head to the outer side. Herbert provides the run. How does the bounce hit for him? It was okay. Dodges one tackle. Pressure was coming from the side. Did well to get the kick away to McLeod. He plays on immediately, tight roping the boundary line. Scrubby little ball in for Medway to try and pick up and do something with. In the end, he couldn't. He was locked up and pretty content to get a forward 50 stoppage. So nearly inside 50 for Ongerup after a nice clearance.
Yeah, 25 metres around, James, from the goal. Up they go. In goes Lincoln Eaton. Comes out through with Michael from the Great Southern there. Stumbled over the ball. Through comes Jackman. Picks it up. Down to Harry McLeod. It's had a good game, I thought, for the OFA. In comes Michael again. Tries to bash his way through. Probably could have been dropping the ball. In they go, and there's been a whistle on play. It's going to go the OFA's. Yeah, he's got the second free kick, the umpire there, James, and the free kick will go to young Herbert for the OFA. He's probably a bit far out to score. He'll be looking for a big target in the middle here in Eaton, I'd reckon. Round he goes, spears it in nice and low. Up goes Holden, over his head. Down it comes to the Storm. Good kick out of defence into no one into Buzz. Going to be cut off again through the hands of the OFA. Down it comes to number 5 in. We've got him on the scoreboard. Gooch, is it? Yeah, he's had a bit of the footy too, and it goes out nearly in the true wing position on the outer side of the commentary position here.
Neutral territory for both sides. This ground supported by AFCA and Great Southern Fuels, two magnificent partners of us here at Classic Clashes. The great John O'Neill, big Ongerup supporter. He's down there chewing his nails off, wanting the boys to do probably a little better than what they are. They're not going to win this clearance as the Great Southern get it through the middle of the ground. It's flicked wide. They're lining up for it. Delbean goes inside 50 to the top of the goal square, backing back. Good mark taken by Michael at the top of the square. Knew the contact was coming in front. He trusted his instincts, watched the ball in its flight, and this is going to be a big nail in the coffin. McInnes rather takes the mark dead in front. This should be a formality.
They spread well across the middle there, didn't they? Used a bit of pace. Spread well through the middle, and Delbean's a bit of a link-up man through him, I reckon, and he's made pretty good. Yes, that's the goal to the Storm, so takes them to 5-4, leading the OFA 3 straight. So well done, the Storm. Well drilled. That's a classic training drill from Coach Panizza there through the middle. Switch the play down to the forward, makes it hard for the OFA backs. So we'll restart again here at Coolin. First quick goal to the Storm early in the third quarter here in game 2 of the Carnival for 2024 at Coolin. Beautiful day, James. Couldn't ask for much better.
Superb day. A little bit of chill in the air for a boy from Gerald. I'm not used to this cold weather.
Yeah, we have to suck it up tomorrow morning too.
But we'll move on. Holden wanted to get the clearance. He couldn't. It spills back to Curtis. He couldn't make great contact with the handball, and it opens the door here for Ongerup to win the clearance. Hams had it and then lost it and gave it to Owens, his opposing number, although it still could work out okay as Hams spins into the tackle from Jackman, and he will begrudgingly give the ball back to the umpire for the restart, almost in the dead centre of Coolin Oval here. With thanks to AFCA and Great Southern Fuels. They win the clearance, the Great Southern. It spills away. Humphreys, or Jaggy rather, had it and then went into the middle of the ground. It was a dangerous looking ball, although the cavalry was there and they've been able to switch it completely to Delbean. On true centre wing, just below us here for Classic Clashes. Little 9-iron shipping ball to half forward. Knocked away from the initial contest. They've got the crumbs there with Ballard. Had a couple of cracks at it. Gets it back. Sells a bit of candy. Gets inside 50 and spots Shepherd up on the lead.
Good play.
Magnificent play there from the Great Southern, particularly by Ballard.
Yeah, good bit of candy there, like you said, James. Well called. Good bit of candy and spotted up young Ballard. Shepherd.
Ballard gave it to Shepherd.
Yeah, Ballard to Shepherd, sorry. This will be his third goal, will it?
Second.
Second for Shepherd, yeah.
Second for him. And this would be a really big goal in the context of the game. It would almost end Ongerup's hopes for the third term. He
pushes it across the face. So.
Do it, misses to the near side. So they get out of jail there, Ongerup. They deserved a goal, then the Great Southern after that.
Good build-up.
Bit of play.
Yep. Out it comes through the IFA, out the commentary side. We like it out here. Been cut off by Delbean. I've liked his game. Down back to the man we just spoke about. He's going to make sure of this one, James, and makes no question about that. So well mopped up from the Great Southern. Little misdemeanour from the IFA there, and Shepherd's managed to chip in with his mate Delbean. I reckon they've been two of the best for the Storm, those two boys. So Shepherd gets his third goal and makes it hard now for the IFA. They need to respond now to stay in the contest here. So it's 6-5-41 to 3 straight 18.
Ongerup desperately need a goal in this third term. They've conceded the first two in pretty easy fashion as well.
Yeah.
7 points to nothing so far in the third. Great Southern have come out with a point to prove after Ongerup kicked the last couple of the second quarter. They've been getting on top in the middle, courtesy of Jackman winning the ruck. He missed that one. Holden's lurking for Ongerup. He handed it to Ham, said it's your problem to deal with. They get out the front of the contest, although it wasn't as effective as they would have liked, the Ongerup boys. They still win it though. Hodgson, he's got a couple to beat and he was taken high. So they'll get the clearance anyway, Ongerup, and they desperately need this kick to go to an advantageous position. He does out on the lead. Eaton was knocked away from him, well defended. He's been well held today so far, Eaton. Hodgson tried to break the tackle, got the hand away in time, but it was straight to Jackman, who in turn handed it back himself. Ball bobbles around, pinballing in the contest. Eaton handed it out, trying to get it to the outside of the contest. Coming through, Gooch ran into a bit of trouble and opens the door for the Storm to just withstand that little challenge, and they do for the moment anyway. It's a 450 stoppage for Ongerup. They'd be happy to have it here.
Yes, definitely, James. Good call. Well thought out there from the IFA. Managed to through Eaton. Probably should have marked the first kick from Hodgson. Now they're back in there again, and what are they? 35 metres out, straight in front of goal for the IFA. So here's their chance to put one back against the Storm. Up they go again. No decisive winner. Hams takes it out of the ruck and he's coughed it up. It's not going to go 15. Hodgson goes through one, whacks it on the right foot, tries the banana bend around the corner. Eaton's there and it's well picked off there from the Storm in number 6. And he'll wheel it out to the commentary side here. Over the head of both contests here. Out it comes into the commentary side, and is that Delbean. He's had a good player on the wing for the Storm today. Around the IFA go through Giles. Wigs it back into the middle. Dangerous spot for the IFA. Well picked up there by Lewis Gerard. Whacks on the boot. Here's the IFA. Riley Holden. Haven't called his name this quarter much. He's got a couple on his plate. Wheels around on that trusty left foot. He'll try to put deep in the forward line. It's going to go, and it's going to be cut off by the Storm. It's a classic chance there through Hick. Good kick out to Reed. Storm do this well. Beautiful, big, long 50-metre kick up to the true position of the wing. And the Storm, their skills are starting to shine here through Owens. Up they go. Good contest there. Down it comes to the IFA. Can't see the numbers there. That's number 5. He's had a bit of for the IFA too. Up they go. Holden's out there. He needs to help him out here. He's got a couple of metres on his player. Deep over there and must be getting close to the boundary line. This is what the Storm do well. They shift the ball out to Delbean. He's called his name a few times this quarter. Sells a bit of candy. Spears it in. There's Michael, the trusty left foot. We liked him. Down it comes to Juggy. He's probably been the best for the Storm so far. And a good little 10-metre little pass would have only just been the distance, James.
Right on the required journey, I reckon.
Just. This Christensen's bit of presence up in the forward line for the Storm. It's been a bit hard to handle for the RFA boys. He's got a bit of size about him. I like him.
Kicked one already today.
Yeah. Probably 35, 40 out. Deliberate approach. He likes his chances here. So we called Mill Juggy again through that call, James, and not a bad kick off the boot. And that's straight over the goal umpire's head here. So Storm get another goal. Takes them to 7-5, is it? 7-5?
Yep.
To 3 straight to the LFA. So the LFA had their chance there to score through Lincoln and Hodgson there, but didn't take the opportunity. And Storm go back down the other end and managed to capitalise. So
10 minutes.
Good play. 10 minutes gone in the third quarter.
Starting to get a little ugly on the Sportal scoreboard for Ongerup. Kicked the last 3. Great Southern, all in this third term.
Yeah.
They led it by 10 points at half time, and they've now got a pretty comfortable margin to deal with as Jaggy wins the clearance, rips it away, drives it long to the top of the goal square, looking for Christensen again, gets over the top of him. They've got the Crummers though. The speed on the deck from Harrington was taken high, and he'll go back for the chance to put through the Great Southern's 8th and 4th in a row.
And out of the middle again, James, through Mill Jaggy. I reckon he's probably the best on ground so far.
Have to agree with that.
Yes, he's a pretty good player. In comes the Storm. Just a little 15-metre kick, and I think he's
got it.
Goal, yep.
Harrington.
So was that Harrington again? Yep. Yeah, he's had a good game too. So is that the 5th goal for the quarter for the Storm? Fourth goal. So it takes them to 8-5 to 3 straight. So starting to blow out a bit, like you said, James. So they need to make a few changes. Seem to be getting beaten out the middle a bit from mine to the RFA. They've got a bit of pace in the middle of the Storm and using that to their full advantage.
Just unable to arrest this momentum that the Storm have built, particularly through the middle. Once Holden has sort of gone missing, they don't seem to have a lot through the centre.
The pace of the Storm boys is really starting to show. They've shifted Eden into the ruck, tries to tap it down to no one in the Vale. Storm managed to reef it out through Beaton, whacks it on his little left foot. Is that Jaggy out there on the half-forward flank again? He's had a fair bit of the footy, wheels it back into the middle. Play on, the umpire's called. That's good little left-hand handball. The Storm do with this well, back up quite well. Now puts him under the pump. In comes Hams. Handball over the top to no one in the Vale. In comes that boy we talked about, number 7 again in Ballard. Whacks it in. Christensen has caused a lot of trouble down there for the RFA backs. Good below the knees as well. Tries to gap through and he's been pinged for illegal disposal. Tried to make the play there and Giles will be the recipient of the free kick. There's nowhere to go. He's going to come out here to Hodgson. He needs to get rid of it. Probably affected the kick a bit in there. In goes Reid. Stacks in the mill now. Jai Holmes in there for the RFA and there's going to be a ball up. So lucky to get out of trouble there, the RFA, with a bit slow release there from Hodgson and managed to get it out here to the commentary side.
Both ruckmen tussle again. Eden slapped it down. Holden tried to tap to his own advantage. In the end, probably should have grabbed it. He'll get the free kick though for a hold. He'll want to stick to this broadcast wing. Goes to Gooch. Or rather, Miller, who takes the mark on the chest on the lead and then switches it inboard. This is better ball movement. Garrard goes short to the top of the goal square. Over the back, mark couldn't be held. Spills to the deck, and again the Storm with all the run and carry, and Delbean will get it again. He's had plenty of it. That wasn't his finest moment though. Turns it straight back over to Holden.
Like you said, wasn't his finest moment. Just Riley Holden pops up looking for Rowan Hodgson. Good spoil in there from Delbean. I've liked his game. In it goes to the young Gooch down to Hams. Needs to get it back in the middle there. Been cut off by Gerard. Good kick. This is where they do it well. Down it comes to Shepherd. Called his name a few times into Mill Juggy. Liked his game. Wheels around it, gives it to Bennett. Whacks it onto the left foot. Up there looking for Christensen again. It's going to go past him. Out in front of Jake Cameron. He needs to get rid of it. He's under the pump. Managed to eventually get rid of it. Down it goes. But the OFA right under the pump here again. Spills out to Juggy. Must be nearly close to the boundary line. And he's just gone over the boundary line.
Ticking down to three-quarter time, and they would love the siren right about now, Ongerup, to just
stem the tide,
regroup and try and mount one last assault in the final term. Was Jaggy taken high then? He wasn't. Umpire says, give it to me. We'll have a ball up. over on the outer side, where the Great Southern have really dominated this game through the wings, and their clean skills and their ball movement has been extraordinary to watch. It's been a really high standard from their perspective. Garrard wrapped up, we get another stoppage.
Yeah, a lot of players around the footy. Up goes Hams, in goes Gerard again, managed to bullock his way through McLeod, down to Eden. A lot of players on the ground now, footy's bobbing around in there somewhere. Out it comes, Jaggy's got the hot spot, he's in the right position. OFA managed to bottle it forward. There'll probably be a ball up now. The umpires swallowed the whistle, let some go through Gerard, taps it forward. In come now the Storm players. Been under a bit of pressure there from McLeod. Long way over that other side there, James. Can't quite see. This is where Storm do it well through Smart. He's going to pick it up. Needs to whack it on the boot now. This is where they open the OFA up. Down it comes the Shepherd again. The opportunistic young Shepherd. Beautiful little short kick in there looking for Christian. Probably just overcooked it a bit. The OFA coming to mop up now. This is where they need to do a bit better. Wheels it around the corner and it's going to go out of bounds. And there goes the three-quarter time siren. So that'll be three-quarter time here at Coolin in the second round of the 2025 Colts Carnival. It sees the Storm 8-5-53, leading the OFA 3 straight. So OFA a bit disappointing that quarter, James.
Extremely. They've conceded 4 goals in that third term after they were only down by 10 points at halftime. They now find themselves right behind the 8 ball here at three-quarter time. Second game of the day in the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. Great to have your company here on Classic Clashes, doing it all thanks to AFGRI and Great Southern Fuels. We'll be back after this break. Three-quarter time here in the second game of the day on Oval 1. Thanks to AFCRI and Great Southern Fuels. This is the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival on Classic Clashes. Where else would you rather be on your Saturday morning or afternoon, wherever you are around the globe? Hope you're enjoying the coverage. My name's James Gardner. I'm joined by Paul Barrett. Paul, a very impressive third term there by the Great Southern boys.
They're very well drilled, James, definitely. And seem to be cutting up the OFA through the middle, mate. Just seem to switch the play through the middle off that half-back flank. Young Delbean, I thought, was very good for the Storm through the middle there, and got it up to Shepherd, who's a very nice finisher, and they've got a good target up forward in Christensen, the Storm. So the OFA a bit disappointing that third quarter. They probably lacked a bit out of the middle and across centre half forward. So we'll just see what Coach Hams comes up with this quarter and see if they can improve a bit, mate.
Need to start winning some ball in the middle of the ground as well.
Yes, they're getting a bit deterred in the middle, aren't they? Holden had a good first half, I thought. Went missing, like you said, during the call in the third quarter, but he'll be ready to go this last quarter.
We're all set. Final term between Great Southern and Ongerup. Can Ongerup make this a little bit more respectable? Will the Great Southern continue on their merry way? Ball pinballs around eventually, trying to extract it away.
It's Jackman, I think. Yeah. Also had a pretty good game in the ruck.
It's been solid. Bigger body, really won a lot of the hit outs. That time it was Hams who palmed it straight down the throat of his opposing number in Reed. And we'll get another stoppage. So the ruckman tussle again. Jackman takes front position, knocks it to no one really in particular. Goes to try and rove his own footy. Eventually gets it. Was he taken high? Umpire said no. Thought he might have been, but we'll get another stoppage where we've begun it all just a couple of moments ago.
Good tap down from Hams to no one into Vale. In they go through Reed, who's also had a good game. Or the Storm tried to drop back through. Good strong tackle. Probably could have been pink for holding the ball. Eventually he was after trying to break 3 tackles through Kobe Hams. Good tackle. Here's Ongerup's 4-0 forward. Not a bad kick off the boot up there looking for Reed. No, it's going to spoil each other. Down it comes to the OFA. Well mopped up through Smart through the Storm boys. Good tackle down there from the big number 25 through Cameron has got the Storm player high there, and he's going to put it back through the middle. This is what they do well, the Storm. Through Reed, liked his game too. This is where they seem to cross the ball quite well and open the OFA up. Down through Christensen, wheels around on his right foot. Up they go. Over the back, it's through Humphreys. He wants to get moving. No one on the mark. Whacks onto that left foot. Down it goes into the forward pocket there. Jai Holmes in the FI. Back to Humphreys. Whacks on left foot. Down to Christensen. Good spoil. There's a player loose in the goal square. Number 10 has got it again through Shepherd. He's nearly got another goal to his name there. In they go again. A lot of players around the footy. Umpire says, I'll have it, boys. Right in the wheelhouse for the Storm here to put another goal on the board.
Got really lucky there, Ongerup, not to concede. They had players everywhere, the Storm, but the pressure was good enough from Ongerup to stop that. So we'll get a stoppage right in front of goals. Humphreys almost went to Jackie Chan. Goes again, and there's been a free kick called by the umpire for kicking in danger, which is probably fair enough. There were multiple fingers and hands there that could have been broken or dislocated.
Yeah, no, not a bad decision there for the umpire. So Giles will be the recipient of the free kick here. Need to build it up here a bit better, the OFA, get it out here and open that forward line up. Giles goes out the outer side up there looking for Hams, and why not? Hadn't had a bad game. Lincoln Eaton tries to wheel around, but it's going to go beating the players out of bounds over there in that deep back pocket over there for the OFA. Vanderline throws it in, down to Jackman. The decisive ruck knock there. Had won a few of them today. In they go again. Where's Gerard? Umpire throws his arms in the air, play on, he says, can't make that decision. Storm do this well. Out it comes through Smart, I think, wheels it on the right foot, and in they go! Nice little mark tack in there for the Storm through Humphreys again. Had a bit of the footy this quarter. He'll make no mistake here and really put the death knock onto this game, James, I think. This is going to make it very hard for the OFA to get back.
Would make it extremely difficult. He deserves a goal, Humphreys.
He's been amongst it this quarter. He's only 7 or 8 metres out on the trusty left foot, whacks it over the goal umpire's head, and that's just about it for the RFI, I would have thought, here today. I've been going 4 or 5 minutes into the last quarter, so 15-minute quarters, they go pretty quick. Each goal counts here. So it takes
59 plays 18.
59 plays 18, so 41 points here at Coolin. So 5 minutes in, 10 to go. Thanks, John. And we are seeing quite a pretty comprehensive win here from the Storm.
We certainly are. Great Southern coming up a little later on in the final game of the day on this ground against Esperance at 4:05 in that Pool B matchup. So we've got footy all day long. Don't go anywhere here on Classic Clashes. Plenty to come from the Freight Lines group. Great Southern Colts Carnival. Jackman bustles his way out after winning the hit out. Farmed it wide. Owens goes inside looking for Shepherd. He was pushed under the footy. Well done. The Rove was good. Their hands were even better. They're just handballing themselves out of trouble here, the Storm, or maybe into it. Who knows? We'll work it out in a minute. Shepherd will get it now. Tried to dodge the tackle. Handed it away to Harrington. Unselfishly throws it on the boot and he misses away to the right. So could have been Harrington's second of the day. Instead, it's a minor score only. Nonetheless, the Sportal scoreboard continues to move to the good of the Great Southern Storm.
In they come through McLeod, the OFA. No one on the mark, so he runs it out here to the broadcast side. Oh, well marked from the Storm through Grimes. Called his name a couple of times. He's been okay. Going to wheel around. Stand rule applies. Puts it back deep into the goal. Humphries is down there looking dangerous. Up they go, and it's a good mark. He's going to line up for his 4th goal in Shepherd, is he? James, he's had a fair bit of it today. He's a likely lad. I like his game. I've liked young Dill. Third goal. Within his within range here, and I've very liked his game. He'd be one of the Storm's best by a country mile. Him and young Dill Bean. As Flynn Jackman comes off, he's had a pretty good game in the ruck. In he comes, young Shepherd, deliberate approach. He shouldn't be too far, make too many mistakes here, and no worries, it's straight up the goal umpire's head, so takes the Storm further ahead, so they'll be 47 points ajar of the OFA and starting to get a bit of a blowout now.
Getting a little bit ugly, and I don't think the game deserves this. I think the first half was really close, 10 points at half-time, but since then, 6 straight goals for the Great Southern, 6 unanswered. And that's been where the game has won. They've hardly seen it, the Ongerup forwards. And when they haven't been able to take their opportunities. As a result, this margin is blown out. And Great Southern will sit atop of Pool B, or at least toward the top. We'll try and get some score updates from the other ground and ladders for you after this game to provide you with an update for all those watching at home. Grimes wins the clearance. High up and under, ball from 3 deep. Christensen flew, couldn't hold the mark. Shepherd hands it away to Humphries, puts the Jets on. This would be the icing on a very sweet cake. He misses it to the near side, and there are players down for the Great Southern. A heavy collision. Trainers rushing to their aid and assistance.
Big fly from, was that Christensen? I think it was.
Christensen came from behind, couldn't hold on to the mark.
4 deep and come down, hit the ground pretty hard, so he's been good today for the Storm too. He's up and about, so I think he's going to be okay. But like I said, the Storm just dominating out of the middle too, James. Just seem to have that middle worked out quite well. OFA will bring it back in. Probably need a late goal just to give him a bit of confidence going into the next game. Little short kick out of the defence through Barrett. Ooh, OFA need to just keep control. The skills are probably shining a bit too with the Storm. Pops it up here. It's going to be cut off through the Storm, and there's got a high kick and a high tackle there from the OFA, and the umpire says it's 50, thank you. So is that young Dill Bean with the footy, or is that Ballard? Yeah, he's been quite good too in this second half, so he's going to kick a goal here from the goal square. Really put the nail in the coffin for the OFA, so he makes no mistake. So that'll take, I've got to see the score, James, 11-7, 73 to 3 straight, the OFA, and haven't scored in the second half of the OFA. They'll be a bit disappointed with this effort, so they need to regroup and before their next Pool B game. So they have a game off and another game, so the Storm will be the similar program, I'd imagine. 7
unanswered goals for the Storm in this second half. An extraordinary effort to come out after half-time. They led it by just 10 points. mentioned before, and before that only 13 at quarter time, so whatever was said at half time, it certainly worked there. The cream has really come to the top for the Storm, and their skills have been on full display for everyone to see. Gooch held without it, gets the free kick, wants to go wide.
At the Holmes.
Finds Holmes.
It's a worm burner of a kick down to Eaton, manages to do well below his knees. Bit of pressure there from the Storm. Good, picked up handball. Ham spills it, needs to do better. Picks it up and gets the ball come out of the tackle, but the umpire said you were holding it, son. So the Storm will get control of the ball again. Through Reid, he's had a pretty good second half. Up they go again, looking for Christensen, and down they go. Holmes manages to get it out, and it's going to be close to the boundary line over there. There's a whistle. I think it's gone out of bounds. 35, 40 metres around with the 50-metre line. Storm in attack again. Must be getting down towards the end of the fourth quarter here. No decisive rugdong. In comes Jaggy. Had a pretty quiet second half. Really set the game up in the first half for the Storm, I thought. Umpire says, I'll have it, and we'll bounce it again.
Yeah, his first half was electric, Jaggy, but since half-time he's gone a little bit quiet since he's gone in the middle. One man who's really stood up is Ballard.
Yes.
Hands it to Jaggy. Is this his chance to get back into the game? Throws the handball away. Ballard, little spin move, ran straight into trouble, was taken high. And we'll get the free kick. Just sliding the tackle a little high, and that could be costly because that would have certainly been holding the ball had it been a legal tackle.
Tried to break through a few.
Ballard from 50 puts it to the hot spot. Numbers around here for the Storm. Spills to the back. They've had the crummers all day. This time no exception. Humphries is there. Spills loose. Shepherd off the deck. Gets another one. There's 4.
He's been the difference, hasn't he? Shepherd.
A great effort.
Good little player, isn't he? Reads the ball well. Always in the right spot. So really puts the nail in the coffin now for the RFA. We've been going... can't have long to go in the game, so a few changes now for the RFA. They just need to get a late goal, just to give themselves a bit of a breather going into the next game.
Try and salvage a bit of percentage. 4 for Shepherd. Great effort.
Yeah, very good in a Carnival footy. Liked his game too, James. Young Dell been here on the wing, number 8, and like you said in the call, young Ballard with the sleeve. He's certainly made the difference in the second half. So up they go again. Eaton's in the ruck, tries to tap it back through Gooch. It's been held on to, and the RFA going to get a kick out of the middle here.
12 minutes.
12 minutes gone, only a couple to go. Thanks, John. Here's RFA's chance just to redeem himself. Good kick into there, looking for Lincoln Eaton. Needs to get on the boot now and probably ease it in, looking for the short little kick, and it's well marked from Lewis Stride. Under a bit of pressure there from Mill Jaggy. Lewis will go back and have a shot from 45 out. Nearly directly in front. Should make the distance here right and probably be the first score for the RFA in the second half. In he comes. Not a bad kick off the boot. It's not going to quite make the distance. Up they go. Good contest from both teams. In right in the hot spot. This is what the Storm do well. Beautiful left hook kick out there. This is where they open the RFA up. And anyone hopes watching this game can keep an eye on this. Well cut off there through Giles. In the true wing position for both teams, and the umpire will bounce it here, is he? Yes, it's a whistle on play. So the RFA have managed to stem that foray forward for the Storm, and they do this well, James, across the middle, don't they? They seem to have the link up quite nicely.
They certainly do. Their skills have been electric so far today, the Great Southern.
Very impressive.
As I mentioned, we'll be seeing them a little later on against... in the last game. As Ongerup, is this their chance to finally score? It's not, as it's chopped off nicely by Lathbury, who's hasn't had to do much in the second half, but in the first he was very good off half back defensively. Gooch got it after it went through a couple of sets of hands, gave it to the teammate who puts it inside 50, and then off the deck trying to get it free was Watson, spirals it towards goal.
Here's their chance.
Their chance finally, maybe. Jaggy floats back, couldn't hold on to the mark, went and crumbed his own footy. Umpire circles. How does he see this? He's going to ball it up.
Right to the top of the goal square for the RFA. Only a couple of minutes to go. They probably need a goal, like I said before, just to take a bit of confidence going into the next game. Hams will go up in the ruck. A lot of players around the footy. Down it comes. No decisive winner. Down it comes through Gerard. It's pinched his pocket through the Storm. Good play. The big fella in Lathbury wheels onto his boot, but it's been cut off through the OFA. They're going to send it back into the goal square. Good long kick. Up they go. No decisive mark down there through the Eaton. Battles harder than the umpire says, I'll have it, guys. We'll throw it up again. Just about in exactly the same spot. Not mucking around. Getting on with the game. Down through Hams. There's Hodgson. They need him to... Got one round one. Good tackle. And it's been... What did the umpire call that one?
Throw.
Oh, he paid a throw, did he? I didn't quite see him. He was behind there. So Hodgson got called paid a throw. Good tackle from the Storm there through Leo. Gets him out of trouble.
Goes straight down the corridor off the half volley. Reed couldn't collect it. Now it opens the door for Ongerup to put a bit of pressure on and get another forward 50 stoppage. So here's their opportunity right on the full-time siren to possibly snatch one late and take a little bit of confidence into their next game and later on into the Carnival. Spills loose. A lot of players around this. Ballard farmed it out. And then Michael wraps it up and happy to concede a stoppage in the centre square.
Yeah, like you said earlier in the call, James, Storm probably one of the hot favourites to win the whole Carnival. And there goes the final siren. Till the end, game 2 in Pool B. Sees Storm quite convincing in the end with the OFA. Pretty disappointing second half. So 12-7, 79 to the Storm. A great win to 3 straight to the OFA. So well done the Storm. Well drilled, well played.
Great effort by the Great Southern, particularly in the second half where they kicked, what was it, about 8 unanswered goals.
I think it was 8, yes.
Shepherd with 4, including 2 in the final term. He kicked 1 in the third. So it was a very good effort by him. He'd be a contender for the Archie Songs. Who else did you think performed well from both sides?
Well, I thought we spoke about James Miljaggi was very good in the first half. Probably had quite a second half, but I thought when the whips were cracking, Miljaggi was very good. I thought young Shepherd ended up with 4 was probably our best. I thought best on ground, and we'll probably get the thongs, I'd reckon. I also thought number 8, young Delbean, out here in the wing, was quite a very good playmaker, come link-up man for the Storm. So he will have to be watched from the other teams, because I thought his game was quite decisive as well, man. And through the OFA, I thought Riley Holden had his patches, did a bit of good stuff, but probably faded out in the second half. Thought young Hams battled hard in the ruck all day, number 15. He's tall man, but did well. And I thought young Harry McLeod was quite serviceable for the OFA. So, yeah.
Overall, a very good performance by the Great Southern Storm, and they're certainly shaping up as the one to beat in Pool B. We'll try and get you some scores throughout the day, but a great performance by the Great Southern Storm, that is for sure, as we just get ourselves prepared and ready for the Archie's presentations. Plenty of players could have got it. Very good performance indeed by the Great Southern and Ongerup as well. But we have got Ned Shepherd, our recipient of the Archie Thongs. Well done, Ned. A fantastic effort. 4 goals for you, including 2 in the final term. You look like you were having great fun out there.
Yeah, no, enjoying playing some competitive football. It's good playing on nice grounds, hard grounds, fast-moving footy, so keeps you on your toes.
Now, the Great Southern obviously coming in as one of the favourites, runners-up last year, but gee, your skills looked good out there, particularly when you got the ball to the outer side.
Yeah, no, we're a great offensive team. We've a very young team. Lots of us are 16, 17-year-olds, so it's looking bright for the future, but yeah, we're all loving it, playing as a team. Lots of teams combined as one, so it's good.
Heading into the rest of the Carnival, how do you prepare? How do you get yourself up for the next game? What's the recovery looking like between now and your next game?
Just lots of rest, probably hopefully find an ice bath around here, as much as we hate it, but got to do the right by the body and, yeah, just enjoy ourselves, really.
Well, Ned, it was a fantastic performance by you and the side. Enjoy those Archie thongs. They are magnificent footwear. Thanks very much to Archie. Good luck for the rest of the Carnival.
Appreciate it.
Ned Shepherd there, the winner of our Archie thongs. Make sure you stick around. Up next, we've got Peel and Upper Great Southern.
At Great Southern Fuels, we know fuel and we know service. We've been doing it for over 40 years. We're a family business, we employ locals and we support the communities we operate in. But don't just take it from us. Hear what our customers have to say.
They're driven by local people. They're great community contributors.
We use Great Southern Fuels because they give us a fantastic service at the right price.
You can rely on them no matter what. It's just a phone call away and the tanks are full.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Great Southern Fuels. Reliability you can trust.
Umpiring, it is for everyone.
Welcome back along Classic Clashes. This is the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival here, doing it thanks to AFBRI and Great Southern Fuels, along with Alum Lube, Retrovision and Delta Ag. Thank you very much for your support, and of course you can't forget about the Kimberley Accommodation Group either, who are supporting the goal of the year. Every single player is eligible for 3 nights accommodation at Broome, and also the AFBRI Mark of the Year, $3,500 on the line, with thanks to AFBRI. Great to have them on board for the next 6 years, of course. Also thank you to Filming Footy and Dartfish, and the magnificent Archie Thongs as well have been giving out plenty of them. I'm sure all the players are enjoying that. This game between Peel and Upper Great Southern, it's a Pool A game. We saw Peel in the first game of the day where they snatched the win in the dying stages. They were pretty unconvincing, to be honest. For a side that entered as probably the favourites, you would have liked them to be playing a little bit better. Upper Great Southern, they went down by 20 points to Goldfields in their first game after Goldfields didn't kick a goal for the first quarter. They then went and won that game by 20 points over Upper Great Southern. So they'll be looking to make amends for that. As we take a look at the ladder, Peel currently sitting in second on percentage behind Goldfields, and Upper Great Southern currently last in Pool A, but they'll be looking to get a win on the board, and we're underway between Peel and Upper Great Southern. Peel, who win the clearance through Russell, who also won them the last game with a late dying stages soccer off the deck. He wins the free kick for a high tackle, and so they'll be the first team to have a chance to go inside 50. He goes wide looking for Parker. The kick just had a little bit too much weight on it, and Davidson takes the mark, and then he turns it straight back over. In a pretty poor kick there to Crowd. He goes long, was knocked away from the intended target. Falls back to Davidson, who's locked up. Get a throw up. Just in front of our commentary box here, Robertson goes up against Lee. It was very impressive, Robertson, in the first game of the day. Trying to track it was Woods, couldn't get a clean possession, but had support, and they're able to go down the line, looking for a couple of targets there, but Hayward stood in the middle of them all and took the intercept grab. Goes back down the line. Nice grab taken. Strong hands by Bolton Ford. Wheels around immediately onto the right. Goes inside 50 to the pocket. But again, it's chopped off by Russell. But there's been a free kick paid off the ball to Clark for a hold. So at the moment, this game being played between the arcs. A lot of kick to kick. The fly from behind came from Mitchell, but he didn't make contact. So as a result, coming back to Donny. He's got options ahead of the footy, not the most open of forward lines. Ball falls short. Bolton Ford sends the handball into space. Russell was there, palmed off one tackle, and then had time to kick it to green grass. The foot race is on, and it's Upper Grade Southern with the numbers. Bowen Zoccoli stops and props and hands it to the inside run. They're back inside 50 again, the Upper Grade Southern. They need to get their hands on the footy. Ficciardo tried, he threw it away though. And the free kick coming back the way of Peel. In the left back pocket, he goes short to Guthrie. He ran out of tarmac and went out of bounds on the full. So far a very scrappy game of football. Skills haven't been great. It's been living inside the forward 50 of the Upper Grade Southern. Beard was a little sloppy with the hands and tried to get it clear, and there's been a whistle on play. Going back the way, free kick to the Upper Grade Southern. The opening score of this game, and it would be massive for the Upper Grade Southern, who are winless so far in this competition. From outside 50, it's a pretty good looking kick. It's got the journey. Didn't have the accuracy though. Got the distance, no worries at all. But the first score on the board, and the small little scoreboard, is behind the Upper Grade Southern. 100% time in forward half for Upper Grade Southern so far. Peel haven't been able to penetrate past halfway. Off hands, spills to the back of the contest. Jarrett Davidson was there, farmed it wide. Darren Fish sends it out further afield to Cooper, who had a couple of plays to contend with, was possibly held without it. Darren Fish there to provide a little bit of support, trying to go off the deck, had to go back in. Eventually was wrapped up, and we'll get another stoppage. The two ruckmen make their way over. Lee and Robertson, both evenly matched. Palmed down by Robertson and then slapped it further afield toward the wing. Crowd was there for Peel, throws it on the boot, looking toward the boundary line. Mitchell wanted a kind bounce. There's been a whistle. Might have been on the other ground. Play on, said the umpire. So again, very, very sloppy play. Crowd tried to break apart the seas. He did so eventually. Handed it over the top. Mitchell, he's got a couple to contend with, and then took one too many on. Caught holding the ball. As I welcome in Tim Lees. Tim, great to have you on board.
Thanks very much. And what a start to this game. Upper Grade Southern trying to clear the footy now. Centre wing out of side of the... Oh, head clash. That looked... I think it was shoulder on head in the end. And they cleared a centre half forward. Picking the footy up. Showing good dash on the right leg now to full forward. They've got a loose play here, Uppers. And they've got the mark. Rowe's got it. Zach Rowe. And some neat work by Bolton Ford across half forward. And he looks pretty lively. So here we go. Zach Rowe for goal. Right foot banana! Oh, he's kicked a mercurial goal. They're the ones you do at training and lairize to your teammates. It's nice to implement them on match day, though. What a goal.
Great finish, and they deserve that upper grade Southern. Haven't had the ball in their forward half for majority of this first term. And they get some reward. Peel with 5 minutes gone, and we get our first score on the board. Peel, again, with a little bit of a challenge. They were slow starters against Eastern Districts. We're lucky to get away with that game. Upper grade Southern would be very happy with their start. So ball's back in the middle. Robertson climbed high, knocked it over the front. Graham throws it on the boot, puts it inside 50. The big men fly. In the end, the mark was spilt by Russell. He probably should have taken it, had time to recover though. Wanted Robertson, all crowd, spoiled his own man, worked out in the end, and then was a heavy hit afterwards. Hopefully he's okay. Baron Fish was the target. McCann is there. Thrown away. Cooper puts it on the boot. 2-on-1. The numbers win out, and a nice mark taken by Mitchell. We'll go back.
Upper grade Southern would be absolutely livid then that they had no option at all when they went to centre forward. Just a bit of confusion.
Mitchell panics and turns the ball straight over to Perrin, who was sitting in the hole. He couldn't believe his luck. Throws it on the boot, wants to go to the broadcast wing. The two ruckmen are there. Knocked away by Zambonetti. Spills loose. McGrath puts it to half forward, looking for Baron Fish. He's got Nelson to contend with, and Nelson wins out.
Here they go, Upper grade Southern. Off right half back. And it's Davidson's kick. Ball in dispute. 2-on-2 contest. Bit of aerial ping pong, if you don't mind. Well done, Peel. It was Madani. And then the up and under ball just inside the line. Blake Russell. Sporting the skullet. Looks pretty good too. Right foot towards centre forward, and that's a solid defensive mark. Sent it the other way. So Peel have got it. Long leg now towards the hot spot. Off hands. Front and square. They were there. Lays the tackle. Oh, it's holding the ball. And Peel will have a shot from directly in front. And should make no mistake. McCann. Or McCann. I reckon he can do it. We're in the bright pink boots. Not many pairs of black boots out there. I'm a traditionalist. Here we go, Sam McCann. Jumper out, socks down. Drop, punt for goal. He would have kicked it if he had his jumper in and socks up.
Black boots, he would have gone straight through the big sticks. Instead, off the side of the boot, and he'll be ruining that missed opportunity. Green to relieve it for Upper grade Southern. Goes wide to a 2-on-1. The fly came from behind. That was by Lee. Didn't get a paw to it. Surprised there wasn't a free kick. Play on, said the umpire. The pressure from Peel is up. Nice tackle laid. Spills loose. Guthrie with the sweeping handball away. Finds Woods. He goes inside 50. Through a couple of sets of hands. Falls to the back. Can Upper grade Southern withhold the challenge? They can't, because McCann will stroll into the open goal and pop through. Peel's first and make up for that mistake before. He hands them the lead. Ties it up at 7 apiece.
I don't know about you, but I'd prefer the run in 1 metre out over the set shot 20 out.
Yeah. Bit of a classier finish. Could go into the draw for the Kimberley Accommodation Group Goal of the Year. Winner will receive 3 nights accommodation at Broome, all thanks to the Kimberley Accommodation Group. Thanks very much to Carl Rex and the team up there for jumping behind Classic Clashes this year.
So Jai Patterson about to come onto the ground for Upper grade Southern. A good leap and good tap down by Lee. Free kick though, it's coming to Uppers, and they've got it right next to the centre circle. Right foot drop punt towards centre forward. Got to the contest late, did Uppers. So good defensive work by Peel. So we'll have a ball up in the true centre forward position for Uppers, throwing it on the boot. Upper grade Southern doing well. Was Lee, now they go Peel. In towards the corridor, attacked it brilliantly. Oh, players putting their body on the line. Logie working hard in there, but away go Peel. Good mark taken by Cooper, and away they go. They've got the run. 2 bounces. Left footer in towards full forward. Beats the full forward. Crumbs over the back. He missed it. Had a bit more time than he thought. And then comes through. Brilliant effort by Peel to bundle over the uppers player. Right foot banana. And good mark. Defensive and saving. So now goes commentary side. Long. Oh, and it just fell in his lap brilliantly. Lee. And then the kick is poor. Late pressure came though. And Peel have got a loose player on half forward. Barron Fish. The left footer. Disciplined kick to the hot spot. A bit too much on it though. Uppers get back first. Impacting the contest was McCann. They've got numbers here. Peel. Kick comes back to the hot spot, but there's 3 uppers jumpers there and none for Peel. Kick comes across and good mark taken. And stitch up in the budget. No number 10 in the budget for Upper Great Southern. And good mark taken for number... And it's taken... Lee it is, and he's on right half back. And then the right leg goes towards centre wing. Off hands. Peel have got it again. They pump it in towards McCann at centre half forward. Going one way, then the other. Right foot snap kick in to full forward. Good hand pass out. Peel have got a shot on goal. They've missed. And not sure if there's a truck about to drive around the goals, but that's what I heard. And that shot there was from Blake Russell.
Saw him kick the match winner earlier today to open the Carnival up.
What a celebration that was, too.
It was an extraordinary game of football. Eastern Districts almost caused the upset of the decade. The kick not great there from the uppers. Watson has a chance, couldn't hold on to the mark. It spills loose and away. Price contends with the boundary line and in the end was content to see it over.
Pros and cons. What do you aim to get out of that kick anyway? Like, I just think they're a little bit timid. They've got the defenders a bit rattled at the moment, Peel, don't they?
Long mistakes, not short ones. Spills to the back of the contest. Colcott throws it onto the boot, gets it into the pocket. Out to meet it first was Listier. He handed it back, the old 1-2.
Oh.
Here's Russell to make amends. Puts it toward the top of the goal square. Then trying to crumb it away. Was taken high, possibly. Play on, said the umpire, as they all jump in. And there's a lot of bodies around this ball. We'll get a stoppage in a dangerous position if you're an Upper Great Southern defender or fan.
Russell just reminded me of Favola then, the way he grabbed that and took him on.
He goes again, he hands it wide. Listier couldn't take a clean possession of it. Scooping up Russell, the pick up delightful. How's the finish from McGrath? Not as good.
Sublime from Russell.
They take a 2-point lead. Could have easily been a couple of goals. Upper Great Southern using a couple of get out of jail free cards.
So left leg now. Deep in the left full back pocket, in fact. It was Green. And they play on. And the kick along the line to centre wing. Good body work by the Peel player. Oh, he's away here on the left leg as well, in towards full forward. They've got the mark. And brilliant play by Sean Dennick. How'd you see that one?
Oh, he's a great user of the footy. Seen him a couple of years in a row now at Country Week and in this Carnival. Absolute gun. Great user of the ball.
Yeah, Dennick seems to have an extra burst of speed on him than everybody else, doesn't he? And the left leg is silky as he comes off for a rotation. Peel working that bench over as the right foot drop punt. Pitches right near the line. Good defence. They've got numbers here, uppers. Thrown it on the right leg. They should get the mark, and they do. Good saving mark. And right drop punt along the line. There's a bit going on here behind the play. As the kick now comes in towards left half forward. Good body work. Oh, the bump is still alive. Chip kick inboard by Peel. Almost takes the mark. But the siren beats him. And it's quarter time here at the AFGRI Great Southern Fuels Ground. Of course, it's the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. And what a game we've got for you. It's Peel taking a slight lead into this quarter time break. Big shout out to Great Southern Fuels, Dyson Jones Wools, Newdigate Stock and Trading, Moylan Silos, Triple M, CBH, Men's Health, Talk to a Mate, Nutrient Ag, Belt Up, Omnibus. We'll be right back very soon with second quarter action. Sorry, boy. And welcome back live here at the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. And we are on oval number 1, the AFGRI Great Southern Fuels Ground. And it is Peel up against Upper Great Southern. And it's been a very entertaining contest so far.
Very low scoring. 1-3 plays 1-7. Upper Great Southern would count themselves unlucky they don't have more scores on the board after their opening few moments, but we're underway in the second term. It's Peel who lead it by a slender 2-point margin. We'll get a restart after Robertson was wrapped up. He was very good in game one. Robertson in the ruck, and he again wins that hit out. Wasn't to his side's advantage though. Goes in, rows his own footy, sharks it away. Clearing kick from Woods inside 50. Here's a chance for Peel. Only moments in. Snap around the body from McCann was good. It's great. It's there. Peel with the opener in the second term, just minutes in. A classy finish from McCann, and that's definitely a contender for the Kimberley Accommodation Group Goal of the Year.
Yeah, it was great, wasn't it? Just the right foot boomerang, or snap as you would describe it, just perfectly weighted and on the inside of that left-hand post. So he's a real goal sneak, isn't he, McCann? So in the middle of the ground now, the 227s go at it. Lively tap. Lanciano and Robertson. And we'll have another ball up. Looks like Calcott, the number 20 for Peel. He's at his Wheaties. And we've got a burger in the middle. Uppers of the meat. Gang tackling. Peel. It's slow to get up. Here's the Peel player. Left paw down. Good ruck. He's doing well there. Slowinski. 50-50 ball with the tap. Well done. Upper grade Southern. Zaccoli, Bowen Zaccoli, and then the kick comes into the hot spot. Peel get back first. In space. Good kick. It was Black. And now they go further laterally. Pretty good. It was Crowd. Right foot along the line, and it's out of bounds on the fall. So Upper Great Southern can pump it back in. Slade Green. Tree trunk legs, like a lot of these country boys. Oh, it took a little bit too long. Close to the man on the mark, up and under ball, punch from behind, and over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in. On left half forward for Upper Great Southern.
Did well there, Peel, to defend that. Tossed back into play. Robinson used all his strength and ripped it out of the ruck. Handed it to Colcott, who was then set upon immediately by Kickett. We'll get another stoppage.
I like this ruck contest, these two.
Yeah, Robertson probably getting the upper hand to begin this second term on hands and knees. Parker scraps in and represents Peel. Farmed out nicely. The kick from Hardy up and under, just in hope, really. Getting back, the bounce was kind for Madani, and then handed it away. And after a couple of cracks, Bowling eventually gets it, gets the arms free, and then having to go in and try and mop up that mess is Robinson, who was then set upon by multiple Upper Grade Southern representatives. We get a stoppage inside 50 now for Upper Grade Southern, who would love to hit back after the opening goal from McCann in this second term. Kickett throws it on the boot into the pocket, and a nice mark in defence by Guthrie. Wanting to switch the ball, he's got no real options out of sight, although now that he's allowed his players to get over there, and it's a nice raking ball to Black, who hands it to the run. Madani left it behind, was a little too hot for him, was able to mop up that mess, goes short to Price. Bounce wasn't kind, and he's got Ford right on his hammer, wrapped up immediately. Well done by Bowen Zaccoli. A lot of players cracking in, lots of bodies around this ball in there somewhere. And the umpire goes in to try and relieve it all, but they did well there, Upper Grade Southern, because Peel were out.
Here we go. Rucks go at it, weaving his way through. That was excellent, was Price. And they get the footy to Black. Chain of hand passes, they've done well. Woods has kicked us in half forward, big pack of players, punch from behind. Crummers are there, well done. Or gets slung. Ball still in dispute on all fours, Upper Grade Southern, desperate. And well done on all fours. Just raked at the Peel's hands, and it's incorrect disposal. So the right foot drop punt along the line. Superb mark. Runs in. Bolton Ford hits the full forward. And great play by Upper Grade Southern. They're lining up the big sticks. And will kick from about 30 metres out. 45-degree angle. And should make no mistake. Now these are some of the boys that are doing the jumper swaps. And it's Nelson. Apparently the sizes of the jumpers have been reaping havoc. So Nelson for goal. It's not going to be one. It's off to the minor side. Oh, it's almost gone out of bounds on the full. So an errant shot for goal there. Peel to bring the footy back in. Deep from the goal square.
Had a lot of left to right about that one. Lestier goes short and finds Black. Not a whole lot of movement ahead of the footy, so he goes short again. The kick was a little too hot though, and it rolls over and out. Guthrie tried to get hands to it, he couldn't.
6 minutes.
6 minutes have expired here in the second term. Just the one goal, and that was to McCann in the opening stages of this second term. Robertson over the back, won the hit out. He's going to try and go back and win his own footy again. Lays the tackle. That time it was Colcott doing the tackling. They edge it just a little bit closer to home here, Peel. Robertson with the decisive hit out. Not to his side's advantage, though. Lots of bodies around this from both sides. It's somehow just flung out of there, and it falls in the lap of Slawinski, who throws it on the boot. Right half forward, bouncing ball. Crowd leads the chase, and in the end ran out of tarmac. Goes over and out. We'll get a boundary throw in right on the 50 here for Upper Grade Southern, who would love to try and put a score on the board and hit back. They've had plenty of the play in this second term. Just unable to make hay while the sun shines. And it is shining today, this ground bathed in sunshine. Robertson slaps it to the back. Here's Barron Fish using all the speed. Almost ran out of room, and he did. He was caught holding the ball. Great pressure from behind from Upper Grade Southern, and they go short and wide. Kick hung in the air for probably a second or two too long, but it works out okay. Coming from 3 deep was Nelson. He couldn't affect the contest though. Flicked out the back. McGrath slams it on the boot to a time one in favour of Peel, but it spills to the front. Hardy did the crumbing, sends it inside 50. Nelson's there, roved his own ball, slams on the boot, and it's straight into the waiting arms of Crowd, who then switches it wide, and they're out here with Robertson.
Robertson's kick from right half back. Good mark taken, solid by Price. Plays on now. Measures the pass towards half forward, and good mark defensively by Upper Grade Southern. Resolute in defence. Long along the line. Well done. Meeting the footy was Moritz. And another stalemate. The 227s. Oh, a bit of a clench at the left hamstring there from the Peel. Player Robertson. Slawinski gets the tap down. Hand pass out. Russell's ended up with the footy. He got it from Watson. Slawinski's hand pass was errant though. Uppers desperately coming through. Haywood holding the ball. Incorrect disposal. So Tane Woods, the captain, on right half forward, 60 metres out. Mongrel drop punt. They set 20 metres out from the top of the square. McCann fed the hand pass back. Kick comes to full forward. He's dropped it. And he punches the turf. He'll be ruining that miss. And Riley Crowd lets it hit the ground, and Upper Grade Southern to bring the footy back in from fullback.
8 points to the good of Peel here. 10 minutes have almost expired in this second term as we tick towards half-time. The kick wasn't great. Set it up for Russell. Offhand, spilt to Clegg. He had it and lost it. Worked out okay. Bowen Zaccoli throws it on the boot. Looking for Bolton Ford, who gets it and runs and plays on. He breaks a couple of tackles. Puts it inside 50. Looking for Lee in the one-on-one. Got 2 hands to it. They've paid a block. That's Nelson, who gets the free kick. He was out, got 2 hands to it, was interfered with And this would be a big goal for their chances.
Oh, if you're going to pay that, you got to pay that all day. That's the long bow to draw. I don't know. I'm an ex-fullback, mate. I don't reckon that was a free kick. But, hey, it's irrelevant now. He's got a shot for goal.
As a fellow fullbackman, the umpires are always against you.
Yeah.
On the approach, it's a wobbly old kick, but he sneaks it home. The goal umpire moved a bit, but it's an important goal for uppers. They're back within a couple of points of Peel, and we've got a red-hot game on right now.
It's incredible, isn't it? Just from that kick from Peel, you know, the skipper Woods had it. Ordinary entry, and all of a sudden, bang, bang, bang. On the rebound, Upper Great Southern. Brutal. 10.5 minutes gone. These are 15-minute quarters without time on. So, as we saw over in our previous game, Esperance started running the clock down with 3.5 minutes to go as the clearance is won by Peel. Watson kicks it in towards centre half forward. Coming through, trying to pick it up, was Green. Got hands to it, couldn't control it. Brilliant tackle by Donny. In space now, he's got it. Woods, the captain goes bang, punches the air. And Peel get the answer. And Woods looks pretty damaging. Not sure how he got off the chain with no one around him. Lacks checking, and you can't afford to let him get off the chain. Knows where the goals are.
Just far too easy for Woods, a player of his calibre. Hits back immediately after Nelson got it back within 2 points. We're back out to 8 points and in a pretty tight and low-scoring affair. These red-time goals, if you like, are going to be very, very costly, you feel, for Upper Great Southern. They'd want to hit back out of the centre here. Can they win the clearance? Well, it's ripped away by Kickett. Throws it on the boot to half forward. But again, the Peel defence have been resolute all day. The kick wasn't fantastic. It's out into space. The foot race is on. Upper Great Southern there, represented by Bowen Zaccoli, and he was seen over and out. That was good defensive work and pressure there by Blake Russell. Wanted the line and found it from the throw-in. Zambonetti rips it out of the ruck, and the handball was a little sloppy and errant. Davidson took it and threw it on the boot. Chegg going back with the flight. Nelson is there, hands it away, looking for Hull to support him. Also with him is Bolton Ford. He couldn't take a clean possession. Handed it away. Peel able to, again, just withstand the pressure and the little foray forward. McGrath hands it further afield. Zambonetti immediately put under pressure. Probably the wrong option to go to. Wrapped up. We'll get a throw up right in front of our commentary position for Classic Clashes.
Here we go again. And they win the clearance, Peel, through some neat work by Watson. Watson's kick in to full forward. Upper Great Southern there, though. Nice kick. Spots up a teammate. Perrin's got it. And he received it from Beard. And that kick, though, is poor. They've turned it over here. Peel through Russell. Can pump it in. Good intercept mark by Price. Now Russell goes long towards centre half forward. What a mark! Solid. Sticky mitts. Iron mitts today, and that was calm in the chaos. And Peel are going to line up the goals. It's Lustia, and he'll have to kick from all of 50. Deliberate approach. He's going to pin the ears back. Long and strong. Like an arrow from a bow. Straight through. I'll tell you what, he's someone that you want with the footy in his hands, kicking for goal late. Who knows, this one could be like the first two games I've seen today. Both of the games I've seen, less than a kick. Incredible.
Yeah. 3 goals in this second term for Peel, 1 for Upper Great Southern. Nice finish there by Lustia to get it out to 14 points as we near on half-time. Could be very important. Zambonetti doing the ruck work, palmed it down nicely. Mosley tried to break the tackle, eventually got the foot to it. The umpire was a little kind to him there. Upper Great Southern, though, win out, but look at the gang tackles. Perrin ran into a wall of teal jumpers. There was no way he was getting out of that. Zambonetti goes again, slaps it. Mosley was on the move, knocked away from crowd. Upper Great Southern, they try to go forward, but again, Watson is there at a true centre half back to take it and take a little bit of the sting out of the game. Goes to the outer side, knocked away from the intended target. Mosley was there to mop it up, handed it away. Cooper to the outside, and now Denick, the smooth moving left footer, spots the kick up in the pocket unselfishly to Lestier. Could have easily gone for home, instead spots the big full forward right on the bell of half time. This is costly for Upper Great Southern.
Denick, he just cuts you like a hot knife through butter. Again, lace out, straight on the chest, creating a few headaches for Upper Great Southern.
Smooth mover and really good user of, as we've been talking about. Lestier for his second in the term, and right on half time, misses it to the near side. So in the end, a very impressive second quarter by Peel, the reigning champions. They head into half time, 5:29 to 2-14. A nice little buffer for them as they look to continue their winning ways and go to the top of Pool A here in the Freightlines Group. Great Southern Colts Carnival. You're tuned to Classic Clashes. We'll be back right after the break. Half-time here between Peel and Upper Great Southern in the Freightlines group. Great Southern Colts Carnival. This is over one with thanks to AFRI, and Great Southern fuels currently a 14-point margin, rather 15-point margin to the good of the Peel Cavaliers, of course, the reigning premiers here in this Pool A game. Tim Lees alongside myself, James Gardner. Tim, how have you seen the game so far?
Yeah, it's been seesawing. I just think the pace for Peel has worried Upper Great Southern, and we discussed it off air as well. Uppers seem to be breaking down around that half-forward line. Delivery hasn't been the best, but credit where credit's due. The pressure on the ball carrier has been immense, and I think you've just got to give credit to Peel's pressure around the ball. But look, it's anyone's game here. I think Bolton Ford, he's the key up forward. Can they get the footy down to him, though? He's pretty much marked everything that's come near him. How do they get it out of the middle there? So big job for the midfielders for Upper Great Southern.
Huge job as we're underway in the second half. A 15-point margin in favour of the Cavaliers. They're going to get the first clearance. Bowen Zaccoli, but it's going to come straight back after the bounce of Robinson off half-back, and now the smooth moving of Woods through the middle of the ground. Caught holding the ball. Took on just one too many tackles. It was good while it lasted, but he ran into trouble.
He's got a mouthful of the dirt too. He rode him like a pool pony.
The kick wasn't fantastic. It beat the initial contest, bowled over a couple of players, and again, bouncing off half-back is Robinson. Looking for the steer, came from 3 deep. Got hands to it. The crumbs were there. Here he goes. Picks it up on that occasion. McCann straight into the woodwork. Would have been another fast start for Peel. Not to be.
Frequent fly points, Daniel Cooper, as the ball comes in, and it's going to be stolen here by Peel. Floating ball by Mitchell into centre forward isn't great. Oh, they've turned it over though. Upper Great Southern, Peel pump it in towards full forward. Got a good taste of it. It was Cooper. Uppers trying to clear now. Just bundled it on the boot. Centre wing. Numbers with Peel. Another gang tackle. Trying to run through was Robinson, but he's not going anywhere. So ball up on centre wing. Central commentary position. Tap down. And Upper Great Southern through Davidson. Hand pass out by Peel, but it's coming back. Free kick to Peel. They've got the footy. So Price, inboard, goes to Robinson. Long and strong, into Cooper! He's got the mark. And we'll line him up from 30 metres directly in front. How'd you see that one, James?
Great work again by Robinson off half-back, really leading the charge there. Really good delivery up to Lestier as a full forward. You wouldn't want it any other way.
Of course it's Lestier. Called it early, so Lestier, he's had a few opportunities from 30 metres out directly in front. Calls it early. That's his second of the morning. And Peel get the first goal of the third quarter. And James, I still can hear my under-17s coach, Vale Rob Murray, saying the first 10 minutes of the third quarter is the most important.
It is, and the way that Peel are playing, you would think that they are setting themselves up for a nice carnival. And a nice win here. Lestier, big target up forward. Kicks his second and adds a little bit of breathing room on the scoreboard. From the middle, Brown Zaccoli again wins the clearance. He's won the last couple, but they just can't penetrate past half forward here with Crowd chopping it off this time. He goes through the middle of the ground, looking for the big ruckman there in Zambonetti. He couldn't get a hand to it, and it comes away. Finlayson on hands and knees gave it away to Nelson, who then put his teammate in hospital with a high up and under ball. Opens the door here for the Peel Cavaliers to come in and mop and clean this up, and Mosley at the bottom of the pack content to lock it up and take the stoppage.
Ball up, centre wing, trying to barge his way through. Unsuccessfully was Price. Good tackling, Upper Great Southern. And the Rams trying to get back into this contest. Mosley's kick finds Robinson. He's got a loose player out of side, and the chip kick in is good. And Mitchell finds McCann and deep in the right full forward pocket. Has an opportunity. Has already kicked at least one. He's missed a couple, hasn't he? And he's probably got our goal of the day so far. So he's kicked 2. My gut was telling me he'd kick more than one. Here we go. Right foot banana. Not good enough. It's off to the near side, so a minor score. And Upper Great Southern, they're going to bring the footy back in. Looks like green to bring the football back in.
Chance to really break this game open if you're the Peel Cavaliers. Just need a kick straight. They've had plenty of footy in their forward half, green, to a very stagnant field position. And goes toward the pack. Mosley, part of the C, he's got through, and now he's got plenty of options up forward. Lestier's one of them, floating in from the side. It was Robinson, he couldn't hold on to it. Spills to the front. That was Mitchell who flew. He couldn't hold on to it, and there's been a free kick picked out in all of that, going the way of Hayward for high contact. Deep in defence for Upper Grade Southern, where the ball has been for majority of this third term. He goes wide and spoilt over the line by Mosley, who's having himself a pretty good third term. He was pretty impressive in the first game, as well as Peel ringing the interchanges with the fresh legs. Tane Woods makes his way onto the ground. He'll sit just to the right of this stoppage. Interesting to see how the side's set up. Peel, a very professional outfit in their stoppage work, and their midfield group locked up here with Clegg, who was going nowhere anytime soon.
So ball up on left half forward for Peel. Trying to come away with it was Watson. Couldn't in the end. Woods is in there. Little toe poke by Parker. He comes to Watson to full forward. He's got the mark. Lestier. Sticky mitts. Calm in the chaos, and it's a turnover. Free kick to Upper Grade Southern, and it's against the skipper, Russell. I think there was a bit of lip going on out there. Oh, and if you're Lestier, you'd be filthy. And now Upper Grade Southern, just slow it down a little bit. Gone sideways to the right fullback pocket. Now the long kick comes into this. Oh, great mark. Nelson plucked it in traffic. Now towards Bolton Ford. Brilliant. Like a puppeteer. Has it on a string. Then the right foot floater. He's going to bounce through. Bolton Ford. Just give him goal of the day now. Brilliant. The Kimberley Accommodation Group. Goal of the year. That's a contender. Start looking at some destinations. Bolton Ford. What an effort. An absolute flower bag floater. But it's bounced beautifully. And Upper Grade Southern breathe life into the contest.
Could this be the start that they need just to kickstart their campaign?
How's Bolton Ford there? Just incredible. Just off his hands, pick up, just like he had it on a string. Over to you, James.
It was a very good finish indeed. What do Peel have? Well, Hardy wants to continue this momentum. The kick was pretty poor. Watson was there, fell through his arms, went back in to retrieve it. Davidson on the boot, up to full forward. Does it have the carry? The bounce wasn't as kind as Bolton Ford's, and Clark is happy to run it over and concede the behind, because Peel have got a little bit of a challenge being thrown at them now by Upper Grade Southern. They've come to play. Pushing the back came from Hardy. Just didn't need to do that. They had the numbers. They could have brought it to ground. And instead it's a free kick going the way of Peel. Down the line they head to centre wing. Over the back of Cooper, handed it back inside. Madani, full of run, goes inside 50 to centre half forward, over the back, into the lap of Miller, pops it up to the top of the goal square. Should have gone himself in the end as Lestier knocks it over the line. Could have shepherded it through, went himself, and it was a minor score only.
Here we go, Upper Grade Southern trying to clear, but Peel is soul in the footy momentarily. I think that's holding the ball though. Good defensive tackle. And Hayward Corey Hayward, the Narrogin Hawk, long down the line. Oh, Bolton Ford goes early. Should have been a free kick. Play on, says the umpire. Peel get back first. Clever little paddle by Woods. Gets it to Watson, who gets it onto a teammate, and Crowd's got the free kick. Riley Crowd plays on quickly now, runs his full measure. Right foot drop punt in towards centre forward. Peel have got the mark. Mosley plays on quickly, and they're going to have another shot on goal. That's too easy. And Peel getting off the chain here, and another shot for goal directly in front. Not sure if you can make out that number, James. So the young fella for Peel. Right foot drop punt for goal. I think it's Miller. Yep. Chase Miller, and he's just missed, the Hall's head boy.
Get lucky there, Upper Grade Southern. If you were the coaching staff, you'd be pulling your hair out at that. You cannot be allowing easy kicks like that, and there could be a little turnover here. Woods, the spin move, the snap, the finish isn't there. Minor score only, so again they get lucky, Upper Grade Southern. They're riding the luck today. This game could have blown out a lot further than what it has in this third term rather. Instead, just the 2 goals have been scored, one apiece for either side.
10 minutes.
5 minutes remaining here in the third term, and Upper Grade Southern find themselves 19 points behind in their game. It's on life support at the moment, because if Peel had their way and were kicking straight, it could be a long way behind. A great fly from behind by Madani. Takes the grab.
He's got a nosebleed.
There's a contender for the AFTRI Mark of the Year. $3,500 could be heading his way. Off hands, trying to spin his way through was Price. Took on one too many, threw it away. Umpire was quick to blow the whistle on that and hand the free kick to Ford.
Nelson's very groggy getting up. A couple of the uppers players banging into each other. How's the commitment from these players? Incredible. Nelson's got it. Right half back. He's shown a bit, has Nelson. Chips it along the line towards Bolton Ford. 3-on-1 in the end. Going to have to do better than that if they're going to come over the top of them, Upper Grade Southern. Ball jars free to Peel. And good kick by Price. Hand pass out after collecting it was Miller. And the stab pass into full forward. Bowling it was, and that kick was ordinary, and the Upper Great Southern defence have the mark. So deep in the left fullback pocket. Bit of confusion here, trying to play on. Umpire takes control now. So Upper Great Southern, long leg along the line, Ford collecting the footy, just shrugs him off. Bit like dandruff off a blazer then, and then hits the target. Clegg, right leg in towards centre forward. Bit of aerial ping pong, bounced off a couple of players, and then rides him in the back. Riley Crowd gets the free kick. No, ball up. That tackle was legal in the end. So about 40 metres out from the Upper Great Southern goals. Couple of minutes to go. This would be a huge goal for them. Oh, coat hanger against Upper Great Southern. Riley Crowd's got the free kick.
Crowd deep in defence. Thought about coming to the near side. Instead goes to the outer side where there's a one-on-one. It got over the back of that. Price was in that contest. They have the numbers though again, Peel, and the run through Woods, who bounds away, puts it inside 50. Lestier leads the charge. Bounce wasn't kind to him, just misses his fingertips, and then wrapped up in the middle of all that, Zambonetti will be pulled up along with Calcott, and we'll get the stoppage inside 50 for the Peel Cavaliers. Both ruckmen had a piece of it in the end. It's just slammed out of there by Logie with the clearing kick. Zambonetti floated back, handed it inside to Crowd. Had time and space to survey the options and come to the near side. They've got options aplenty here, Peel. Running on further was Black. Bouncing ball, doesn't sit for him. Put under pressure by Finlayson. The cavalry arrives. Barronfish hands it back to Denick. The left footer tied up against the boundary. Puts it to full forward. 2-on-1 over the back. Through for a minor score. They move to 5-11 Peel. If they had kicked straight, this game would be well and truly over. But they just Leave Upper Grade Southern with a slight chance.
14 minutes gone, so not much time left in this quarter as Nelson tried to compete for it. But they've won it again here through Denick. Russell. Oh, brilliant tackle. Sold his teammate into trouble, Peel. And now Upper Grade Southern from right half back, clear with a long leg towards the right half forward line. Coming through was Doney, couldn't collect it in the end. 2-on-1, Peel got the numbers. In comes the cavalry for Upper Grade Southern, but looks like another stalemate. So right full forward pocket for Upper Grade Southern. Can't be much time left, less than a minute. Can they steal one late here, Upper Grade Southern? Hack kick out by Watson. And at the bottom of the pack, that head was going straight into the turf, was Perrin, but there's the siren for three-quarter time. James Gardner and Tim Lees on the mic for Classic Clashes. And we have, well, looks like a Peel. They're in front by 20 points. 16 scoring shots to 7, James. How do you see this game playing out in this last quarter?
Upper Grade Southern have been very lucky that Peel didn't kick straight in that third term. I think if Peel continue to win the ball through the middle and off half back, which they have been doing with the likes of Lestier up forward and McCann, I think they can win this pretty comfortably. If you're Upper Grade Southern, you need to start getting it past half forward. It took a really miracle goal from Bolton forward to get them going in that third term. So looking for them just to show a bit more energy and be a little smarter with their kicking and their decision making.
A big shout out to Alan Lube, a well-oiled machine. Speak to Ryan, a bit like John on the camera today. He's a well-oiled machine. Retrovision, particularly the teams at Geraldton and Albany. Great supporters of Classic Clashes. Delta Ag all over the state. Warren and the many managers. You guys are legends. Thank you for your support and all your staff statewide. And Delta Ag, Warren and the many managers. I think I've just repeated myself, but anyway, who cares? Let's give Delta Ag as many as possible. And don't forget Kimberley Accommodation Group, goal of the year. We could have just seen a contender up against Carl Rex from Ord River Magpies. 3 nights accommodation and 3.5K. James, how would you spend the 3.5K after taking a hang?
Oh, well, as a student, that would go a long way to the old varsity jug nights and the groceries. More importantly, the groceries.
Race 6,
but oh yeah, we'll race 6, number 7. I got a couple of nice ones in the Stradbroke, but no, that is a great prize and great to have AFGRI on board for the next 6 years as well. Great partners.
Thank you to AFGRI and High Five e-bikes. I'm looking forward to getting on one of them and getting around the place. I tell you what, Dartfish, of course, and custom by ORTC, all your merch needs. They feel good too. I've got a fresh piece on today. It's like wearing silk pillows around, I tell you, James. How good. And of course, the Corrigan Hotel. I've had a few of them in my time at the Coro Hotel. The malted fizzy juice, maybe. Anyway, big thank you to the Corrigan Hotel. And we'll go to a quick break. And if I could, just big shout out to the Stone family who I've bumped into today, and Vale Cameron Stone, past player of the Corrigan Tigers. So big shout out to you, the Stone family. Magnificent to see you today and supporting Eastern Districts as usual. Let's go to a break, James, unless you've got anything else to add.
Nah, half time. 20 points in favour of Peel.
Three-quarter.
Three-quarter time, rather. Last quarter coming up after this. Three-quarter time here between Peel and Upper Great Southern. A comfortable lead for Peel. They are currently leading it by 20 points, 41 plays, 21. Upper Great Southern looking for a response in this last term to try and get the win against Peel, who obviously enter as one of the favourites. Upper Great Southern would not want to go 0-2, Tim.
Certainly not. And I was just saying off there, they're a very proud association, the Rams. And they've just for years just been so competitive at association carnivals. You always get great buy-in from the uppers boys. So they're a very proud association. They'll really want to make a good fist of this last quarter. As we're in the middle here, looks like Russell's been thrown in the ruck for Peel. Ball at ground level, players desperate. Woods is there at the bottom of the pack. Last up. So Slawinski in the ruck up against Russell. Superb hand pass out. Well done, Spain. But his teammate went straight into trouble. So Zambonetti gets wrapped up and the free kick goes the way of Hayward and Upper Great Southern. Long kick in towards full forward. Beats everyone. Defence for Peel. Claim the footy. Madani rather. And he gets wrapped up straight away. So Slawinski up against Zambonetti. Tap comes down. Oh, Bolton Ford snaps towards goal. Pitches at the top of the square. Defence quality. Ball jarred free and another good tackle by Upper Great Southern. Alan Kickett, the Narrogin Hawks boy. And we'll have another ball up. Can they force another opportunity at goal here? Well done. Brilliant stuff. Kickett goes the hand pass out. Shrugged a tackler. Trying to burst through was Robinson. Ball jarred free. Uppers have got the footy. Couple of hand passes. Oh, can't quite collect it. Now it comes to Bolton Ford. And he's missed just across the face of goal. And I was getting a bit excited then, James. That looked pretty good. He's lively, isn't he, Bolton Ford?
Would have been a huge goal if you had have kicked it to get it back to 14 points. Instead, it stays around that 3-goal margin at 19 points. You have the feeling if Peel get the first in this final term, it could be lights out for Upper Great Southern and it could result in their carnival being just about over. Spills loose, kick it, spots the kick up to the top of the goal square. Surely they get a goal out of this, Upper Great Southern. Numbers everywhere, they raffle it off, and winning that raffle was Moritz. And he's keen to give a bit of lip as well. Gets it down to 13 points, and we have a game on our hands.
Bit of feeling in this contest, and Moritz then just in the right place at the right time. Ducked around a player, and a quality finish. And could this be the start of a fight back, James? There's no reason why they can't. Peel have kept them in the game, haven't kicked straight. And boy, the next goal, how important is that?
8 scoring shots to 16 for Peel. So bad kicking is bad football, as they say. They've only got themselves to blame if they end up dropping this one, but still plenty of football left to play in this game. From the contest, Russell has been a free kick. He'll be the recipient of it due to a hold. An important clearance, this one. If they can get a mark here, then it could be a big moment in this game. Mosley out the back, flicks it away. McCann sprays it across the face, and it's out of bounds on the full. So door is being left open, wide open for Upper Great Southern.
So boundary throw in. No, it's out on the full in the end. So free kick going the way of Upper Great Southern. Their kick in is poor though. Claimed with the one paw. Excellent work by Peel. The kick isn't great though. It was from Watson. Oh, gave a forearm buffet. Russell, brilliant. Then on the right leg to full forward. Through the hands. Should have taken that one. AJ Mosley, he'd be kicking himself. And it's gone over the line for a boundary throw in. 5 metres around from the point post. Slawinski in best position. Pushes him out of the way, Lestier on all fours. Well done, Ford. comes to Peel, and the kick on goal is going to hit the point post. So boundary throw in, this time on the opposite side of the ground.
Yeah, we've gone a complete switch of the ground. This is really dangerous for Upper Grade Southern. They can't, A, allow time to expire on them, and B, concede a goal here. Trying to weave his way through as Parker throws it on the boot. It's floating toward the goal face, and it ends up going across and through for a minor score. So, again, Peel's poor kicking for goal could come back to haunt them later on if Upper Grade Southern can go end-to-end here. Very, very stagnant field ahead of the kicker. Falls over the back, throwing it on the boot. Guthrie into the pocket. Spills over a couple. Upper Grade Southern with the numbers. With one hand, Davidson was caught. Play on, said the umpire. Very, very kind there. Bell slams it out of there. Just wants to give his fellow defenders a little bit of breathing space. But Peel are wanting to repel straight back in, and it's holding the ball. Well, from one end it wasn't paid. The next it was. This one probably was there, to be fair. Good pressure from Hayward to get the free kick, and he's a little ginger himself, possibly a clash of heads. Lots of numbers down the line for Hayward to go to, and that went right off the side of the boot, nearly into the Ongerup warm-up. Missed opportunity there from Upper Grade Southern.
So here they go now. Peel inboard. It's like a tracer bullet. Robinson's got the mark. Like a general directing traffic. What a mark! I think that's Cooper. And then plays on quickly into the pocket. They've got it. Russell. And quality from Cooper across half forward. Made something out of nothing, and Russell will have the shot for goal. And certainly earns you a few brownie points, feeding your skipper. And Cooper, he's been lively across half forward, so let's go back to the action. Russell from 40 metres out, pretty much directly in front. Oh, he eats them for breakfast. Straight through. And Russell with a little bit of a celebration. Not sure who the finger's directed at. That was a bit of a Wayne Carey. Remember, he used to give you the tick after a kick and a goal.
I know, well before my time.
Oh, come on, the king, the duck. Although not the best of humans, potentially, but
well
what?
Before my time.
Wow.
Now I'm feeling old. There's a reason why he's called the king, James.
Ball back in the middle.
Hang on, do you know who Shane Warne is?
Of course I
good,
know
good,
who
good,
Warne
good,
is,
good,
yes.
good.
20 points the margin. Out. Bowen Zaccoli trying to make something out of nothing here for Upper Grade Southern. It's at 20 points again. They need to get the next one, you at least, if there are any chance. Ball pinballs around somewhere in amongst that contest. Lots of bodies around this. Spills loose. Crowd just wants to get it out of there. Standing up in the tackle. Surely holding the ball. Umpire lets it go. Eventually it spills loose. Peel, they have the numbers taken high. Yes. One of the easier free kicks given out today to Crowd. He plays on immediately, wants to slice them through the middle of the ground to Demick. We know how good a user he is on that lethal left foot. He goes to Parker. Bounce was okay. Goes over the top. Numbers are plenty. They're lining up for it. Here's Miller. Puts it into the pocket unselfishly to take a bit of time off the clock. And he hits up Mitchell on the lead.
Chase Miller, just brilliant, and he could have blazed away. Just lowered the eyes. Just kicked it out to the advantage of his teammate in Mitchell. That is clever.
You would forgive him for having a shot at goal. Instead, spots up the big key forward. A tight angle, this one. But he's taken the 30 off the clock. Kicks on its way. It looks good. It looks deadly good. That's a great goal there. Great teamwork from Peel. And you'd think that almost seals the game for them.
Threads the needle. Didn't have much margin for error, did he?
No.
But slots it. Great call, James Gardner. Tim Lee's with him here on Classic Clashes.
10 minutes in.
And it's looking like a Peel win here. 10 minutes into this last quarter. 15-minute quarters, no time on. Upper Grade Southern being valiant. How will the last 5 minutes play out? Good to see Upper Great Southern legend Michael Kane down on the boundary line. Long kick now in towards centre half forward. Punch from behind. Ball at ground level. Chase Miller feeds it backwards. The kick comes to full forward. Not a good one. And was looking for Mitchell. So boundary throw in the left full forward pocket for Peel.
This goal here would almost certainly ice the game and would be a big nail in the coffin of Upper Great Southern and their carnival hopes. Thrown on the boot by Miller. Lestier wasn't far enough, said the umpire. Play on, locked up. We'll have a throw up. Can't afford to drop one game, let alone two, and that's what Upper Great Southern are staring down the barrel of. Caught holding the ball there, Mosley. Tried to use a bit of fancy footwork, was caught by Logie. He's got it deep. There's absolutely very little movement ahead of the footy, so he just throws it on the boot and sliding in, taking the mark is Robinson. Deserves a goal. He's been good off half-back today, Robinson. Set up a lot of their play, particularly in the second quarter, when they really should have... when they really made Upper Great Southern pay with 3-1. Dead in front. This will be from just outside 50. And it takes some sort of kick. Robinson, it's going to fall short. Offhand, still in play. A couple of players lurking. One of those is Mosley, who got it and then couldn't get boot to ball in time. Was knocked away from him. Farmed out. Still alive here for Peel. The quick snap around the body. It's drifting towards goal from Cooper. Missing for one behind only.
Yeah, so former Williams stalwart Mick Kane down on the boundary line, board member at South Fremantle. So a very strong relationship between South Fremantle and Upper Great Southern. Many brilliant players over the years. As Peel, they're going to pump it in again here to the hot spot. It was from Watson, big pack. Punch from behind, Uppers claim it first. Thrown on the boot though. Didn't have a captain, Cook, because it's gone straight to Peel. And Cowcott, left leg, goes in. Denick went with the one hand. Oh, superb play by Uppers. Claimed the footy, burst through, chip kick, trying to find Bowen Sokoli. And wrapped up in a tackle, the Upper Great Southern, and looks like a ball up. On right half forward. And it's Zambonetti. It comes to Uppers. And the Rams kick it, but straight into the arms of Crowd. How often we've seen that happen. His kick along the line, looking for a teammate in Watson. Bowen Sokoli's there as well. Big tackle in front of the bench. And a ball up on centre wing, commentary side.
That last play just sums up Upper Great Southern's day. They've been breaking down at half-back, and that's where Robinson and Crowd have just been feasting on everything. The amount of intercept marks they've had has been extraordinary, and the use and the play that they've set up has gone a long way to winning this game. Finlayson tight-roping the boundary line, throws it on the boot. Not far enough, said the umpire. Bowling still took it and then was wrapped up by Perrin.
Good to see Simon Duckworth and Tim Bradford down on boundary side as well. Got the big job of picking the best 20 in this carnival.
Great Southern 20, of course, inside 50 again. Here comes McCann, strolls into the open goal, and there's the final dagger in the heart for Upper Great Southern. It's hit the post. Thought it went straight through from where we were, but obviously not. One behind only.
So Upper Great Southern have been trying to clear it from this 50-metre, defensive 50-metre line for a while. Peel, brilliant, shrugged off the tackler. Mosley's kick towards goal. And it's rushed over for a minor score. So away go Upper Great Southern again. Riley Ford, his kick is solid. Has found Moritz. Takes his time now, measures the pass towards Doney. It bounced in front of him though, and then dribbles over the line. So boundary throw in, outer side of the ground, just forward to centre wing. Left half forward for Peel. And Zambonetti up against Nelson. Nelson does the double fister down. Well done. Players diving in on top of it. It was Lucas Hull on the outer side, the number 8. So it looks like another ball up just inside the line. Well done, Nelson. Got it down, but straight into the arms of Peel. It was Crowd. He couldn't go anywhere, though. So the umpire presses the reset button, and away we go. Crowd wins the clearance. Hacks it in towards centre forward. Well done. Hand pass to Cooper. Cooper snaps on goal. It's going to be a down the grounder, I think. And it is. So free kick, Peel. And there's the siren. So this for a freebie, Mitchell. Mitchell deep in the right full forward pocket. Would love to see a drop punt here. No need for any fanciness. What will he do? The legs 11. Jaden Mitchell. Oh, it looks like a drop punt too. Is he a surgeon? No, he's not. Yes, he is! He can perform surgery on me with a boot like that. That's his second. Very precise. Bit of the sting had gone out of the game though, but what a last quarter for Peel. It pretty much was spent the whole time in their forward 50, James, and just in the end, too much class against a very valiant Upper Grade Southern.
Yeah, Upper Grade Southern were good. They were probably lucky in the end that Peel weren't kicking straight. It could have got very ugly there, especially through the third term when they had plenty of opportunities, but in the end the class prevails of Peel, because we know how good they are. We know that they will be one of the teams to beat, particularly in this Pool A. They got over the line earlier today, and now they're right up there on top of the ladder in their pool.
And look, it's a tricky one to pick for best on ground, but in the end we've gone with Sam Denick, the number 3 for Peel. Just incredibly damaging with every possession that he got, and I think that was the clincher. The left footer, serious pace, and just cut up the Upper Grade Southern midfield, didn't he? So Congratulations to Sam. He's going home with the Archie's thongs. If you could maybe focus on the Peel side for the rest of their better players, and I'll just have a quick look through the Upper Great Southern side.
Yeah, I thought their half-backs in general for Peel were really good. Robinson led a lot of their play from back there. Crowd, I thought, was really good. Both of them just bought their own footy in terms of intercept marking. They're really strong competitors. I'll head on down to do the interview with Shawnee Denick, and I'll let you wrap up the Upper Great Southern best players, Timmy.
And for Upper Grade Southern, look, it was a tricky contest for them. I think their best on ground has to be the number 30, Bolton Ford. Just plucked pretty much everything that went near him. It was very damaging around that centre forward area, so great work from him. And we're going to go down boundary side for our best on ground.
Thanks, Tim. A very impressive performance by Peel and a very impressive performance by this man, Shawnee Denick. Sean, lethal left boot. You set up so much play. You're having a great carnival so far.
Yeah, it's going good. Changed up a couple of things from the first game. Obviously, different conditions now. It's dried up, but just trying to hold my space and get a lot of run, throw the ball, deliver it to the forwards.
You're 2-0 now, toward the top of the ladder. What's the feeling around the group heading into the rest of today and then into tomorrow?
We're feeling good. No, we're definitely up and about now after that game then, but yeah, no, we'll take it as it comes. We've still got one more game for today and hopefully win that and see us in the finals.
And we know Peel is such a professional outfit. How much work has gone into this carnival and then leading into the country championships next month?
A little bit of work in the background, obviously with local footy, and then bringing ourselves together on a Wednesday, having a couple of group training sessions definitely helps out, gel the boys before we actually get down here, so it's good.
Well done. Great effort by you. Good luck for the rest of the carnival. Enjoy those Archies. Yep. Go well.
Cheers, man. Cheers.
Sean Denick there, the winner of the Archie Thongs. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the next game between the Great Southern and Lower Southwest here on Classic Clashes after this.
At Great Southern Fuels, we know fuel and we know service. We've been doing it for over 40 years. We're a family business, we employ locals, and we support the communities we operate in. But don't just take it from us. Hear what our customers have to say.
They're driven by local people. They're great community contributors.
We use Great Southern Fuels because they give us a fantastic service at the right price.
You can rely on them no matter what. It's just a phone call away and the tanks are full.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Great Southern Fuels. Reliability you can trust.
Umpiring. It is for everyone.
Yep. Just leave it sitting on your thing and it'll be fine. Just sit on that. It'll be fine.
And welcome. We're live here at AFGRI Great Southern Fuels Ground. It's the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. And I've got the president of Great Southern Football League, Joe Burton, on. It's Tim Lees here on the mic. Welcome along, Joe, to the broadcast.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
So big contest here. Lower Southwest, heartbreaking loss in their first game. They lost by just 4 points.
Yeah,
An incredible result.
They've been a very good side over the recent years. They did miss one year, but they're a very competitive side and very well coached.
So here we go, Tyson Jacobs in the ruck, gets the tap down. And away go the Lower Southwest, or do they? Brilliant tackle. That was just superb by Owens, Jesse Owens. Oh, what a famous name that is. A couple of generations ago, won a few gold medals as that kick goes along the line. And they've got the footy here, the Storm. Centre wing, outer side of the ground. So the Great Southern Storm have got it through Ballard, the Mount Barker boy.
Played a very good first game. Yeah.
Long kick there, full forward in the van. Dropped it. It was Christensen, the North Albany boy, and it's Stacks on the mill. So ball up in the left full forward pocket for Esperance. Good tap down by Jacobs for the Lower Southwest. Hand pass out by the Storm. They've thrown it on the boot. It's off to the minor side. So, Joe, talk us through your best performers from that first match. Are they going to be really important in this contest?
Definitely. You know, young Ballard played a great game. He's one of our probably senior players now, and he put in a great performance in the first game.
So Doherty to bring the footy back in. Special comments there by the president of the Great Southern Storm, Joe Burton. I keep trying to say Melbourne Storm. It's going to get me sooner or later, I reckon. So Jacobs, that was a superb mark. Bit of Timmy Lister about him, I reckon. Jacobs. I've said that about him and Hamish Omaday before. And speak of the devil, in comes Hamish Omaday. On the right leg, though, the Storm. In towards centre half forward. From behind. Punched away. Oh, well done. Gave the stiff arm off and the hand pass out. Hughes ends up at the football. Oh, he's in licorice all sorts, isn't he? Joe, take us through that.
I thought that might have been holding the ball. He tried to beat 2 or 3 players and Could have quite easily been a free kick, but they've recovered fairly well.
What a mark! Oh, the Storm. That was a slips catch. And Regan Christensen. He's going to probably kick, well, at least the first score. Can he kick straight, Joe?
Yes, he's usually a pretty good kick. Nice big strong fella, and plays for North Albany Football Club down there.
Wonder if he fields in first slip. That's what it was like. Christensen for goal. Right foot, Barry Crocker.
I think I could have kicked that one.
Oh, it's the second Barry Crocker call of the day.
It's usually a very good kick, but he was sort of jabbing at it instead of getting back and kicking through the ball like he normally does.
Actually found an old vinyl of Barry Crocker's not that long ago and had a bit of a listen as the long kick comes in, floating across the front of the pack. The Storm. I'll call him toe ball for now with the helmet on, but that was superb play by Shepherd. And he enabled the shepherding of the ball over the line. So boundary throw in centre wing.
Both sides are very hard at the ball.
More like right half forward.
To get some ascendancy.
Special comments, Joe Burton. Is thrown on the boot there by McGinty, smothered. And it's a free kick coming back to Omade. Son of Smooth. Left leg. Oh, that's not so smooth, that kick. And the Storm come through, and that is just pitched inside the line, I think. And Hayden Leo. That's a very famous Great Southern name, Leo.
It is.
I remember a Troy Leo in the past at Cooker Dumbleyung. Is that any relation?
That's his son. Troy is
there you go.
Now.
There you go. I've called Troy Leo many years ago. As, again, the Storm pump it in now. Well done. It was Curtis's kick at full forward. Oh, superb play by McInnes. Tapped it to the advantage of his teammates. Now the ball comes back. Good defensive effort here by a couple of players for the Lower Southwest. They shovel it out and the kick comes, but the Storm are waiting for it. It's Jaggy. Milan Jaggy. Chip kick over the top. They've got the mark.
He's a very skillful player, little Jaggy. His older brother went to Claremont and had a slight injury and is out of action at the moment, but this fella's going to follow him there, I think.
So here they go. The Storm. Long and strong. Oh, if he's kept that in for a mark, that is brilliant, but no.
Not paid, is it?
Oh, has he paid it? I think he has. Oh, I don't know.
Looked like he reached behind the goalpost to get that.
That's one of the best con jobs I've ever seen if he gets away with this one. Oh, he has too. What's he going to do here? Left foot boomerang? Right foot check side. I think we're going to get a left foot boomerang. Here we go. And not a good effort. I think he has missed everything. Good call there, Joe. And that's out of bounds on the full. So the footy to come back in. At the back. The Storm collecting it.
Out of bounds, or is it a free kick?
Looks like free kick. It was Lathbury. Working hard over there for the Storm. So the pass comes into full forward. Good body work, Doherty in best position that time. Just out points Christensen now. That is a matchup of all matchups. Doherty been in superb form down back.
Lower Southwest are defending very well at this point.
So Angus Gray was in the van on outer side. Dropped the mark. But good second effort. And they've won the footy here, Lower Southwest. But for how long? Oh, just got in the way brilliantly there. And stopped the Storm player from coming through. Max Wilson to full forward. Edwards! Oh, got a good bite at it. Head hit the ground and so did the footy. Up and under ball. In front. Well done, Johnston. Ball near the line. Ballard there as well with Wilson, but it's gone over, so boundary throw in. What did you see there, Joe?
No, Ballard is sort of hard at the footy again. Playing another good game.
Jacobs gets it back to Omaday. Omaday on the left leg, up and under ball to Reeve. Oh, good body work. Got a decent piece of it. Popped out, and the follow-up tackle. Quality.
Both defences are standing up pretty well at this point.
Yeah, the number 4 Reeve, like the look of him, he was very lively in their first encounter in the loss to Esperance as the tap comes down. Smith, Tate and Smith got the hand pass out, and it's near the line, and it's gone over again.
No one can get the upper hand at this point. Both sides are fighting pretty hard. Keep the ball out.
Edwards gets the tap down, spin move by the Storm and releasing hand pass. And just on the ground is Tate Craven for Kobe Brown. So it looks like it's coming back. Free kick going to Smith. Can the Lower Southwest get there first? Sausage roll of the afternoon. Smith. Bit of a mongrel drop punt. Didn't quite connect. Doesn't make the distance. Punch from behind. Storm come through and see it over the line. And that is good work by Bradshaw. So Tom Bradshaw, the Albany boy. So it looks like a boundary throw in 10 metres around from the point post. In the right full forward pocket for Lower Southwest. Edwards won the tap down. On the left leg. Oh. What a snap. It's hit the post. McGinty, I think it is. And knows where the goals are. And it wasn't a clip of the post either. Smack bang right in the middle. And the Storm go laterally to the left fullback pocket.
We've got a bit of space out there at the moment. If they can get something going.
It was a good kick by Del Bean. Curtis getting a touch as well. And the chip kick over the top, stolen by Omaday. Usually a pretty good kick too. That's no different. Hamish Omaday. Intercept mark. Kick comes in to McGinty. He's got it 45 metres out directly in front. And the left footer will bang towards goal. And Joe, what did you see then?
I think the Lower Southwest seem to be getting a little upper hand around the ground, sort of outmarking the Great Southern boys a little bit at the moment. And if they want to stay in this game, they're going to have to be a little bit more competitive.
Kai McGinty, the Dean Mill Hawk, he's hooked it. And the left footer is having some sort of carnival this afternoon. It's, of course, the Freightlines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival, and we're live from the AFGRI Great Southern Fuels ground number 1. Of course, Coolin Transport and Fife Transport ground number 2. It's a smorgasbord of footy in Coolin. And it's the Great Southern Storm to clear the football. Quality work by the 27 Christensen working up the ground, trying to barge his way through. It was Jaggy. Ball came free. The Lower Southwest get it forward. Well done, Max Wilson. Ball inboard. Free kick, is it?
Yeah. First trip.
Now we're going to have to get some mail on number 7. That is not Max Wilson. I think we've had a jumper swap. Have to get a double check on the team list. As the Storm now going the outer side. There's neat work by Leo and also Bradshaw. Now they go to full forward. McInnes, and it's gone over the line.
There's a quick transfer of play, just come on a little bit undone at the last moment. Perhaps it was a good opportunity for Great Southern to get a score on the board there, but they missed their last target.
So boundary throw in. Jacobs gets the tap down. Gray was in there, so was Smith. Oh, like Peter Wilson, like a cork in the ocean. And no dice, still ball. It's hot potato.
Yeah,
now it comes out. Christensen for goal. I think he's kicked it. Oh, he's making us hang for it. But what a snap.
Gonna have to have a TV replay.
And it's touched. So the kick comes in now, the Storm. Oh, superb.
Ongerup.
Burst his way through and then spotted the pass up. Great play. So Myers has got the footy. Hetherington it was. Off half back. Quality play. And good leap, Edwards. Up against the big fella, Jackman. And rotations for the lower southwest. Hetherington comes off. And now ball at ground level and another stalemate. Edwards gets the tap. Right front to Smith. That was a deliberate tap. Some of the taps from him have been incredible, Edwards. Just outpointing them in the ruck. Omade, brilliant. Claimed it out of the ruck tap, but the tackle was equally as good. Tarek Hartfield, take a bow. Edwards. Oh, that was smart. Jackman just stayed down. And it's a free kick for holding the ball.
Yes.
So Hamish Omade, the left footer, has been quality in both games so far, and ball at ground level. Stacks on the mill. What have you been seeing, Joe?
Yeah, neither side's giving the other any room to move in at the moment. It's a very tight game.
Good effort in the end by Jackman that time. Halved the ruck contest, and his team are going to clear as a result. Jesse Owens' kick into the middle of the ground. Two players fell over. It falls to Bradshaw. Collects now. Left leg into full forward. Just a little bit too much pepper on it. Well done, McInnes. Turns around, holding the ball. Doherty's got him, and that's quarter time. And a lively first quarter sees us quarter time break. And Joe,
it's been a very even quarter, hasn't it?
Very, very even. Tackling been superb, and Great Southern, I thought, could have probably been a bit more in front. They haven't really put it on the board, have they?
I'm not sure whether... I thought probably the lower southwest had the upper hand for more of the quarter. The Great Southern had a few opportunities there which they probably could have made a bit more of, but it's a pretty even game, and I think a very evenly matched, both sides. So we might see another close finish.
Oh, wouldn't that be good?
In this zone, in our group.
We love to see the close, tight ones, and this is shaping up to be another one. President Joe Burton from the Great Southern Storm. Lucky enough to have him on the broadcast. We're going to go to a short break here at the AFCRI Great Southern Fuels Oval number 1. It's the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the second quarter right after this. And welcome back live here at AFCRI, Great Southern Fuels Ground, and just got word in Ongerup and Esperance. It's 4 points the difference over there, and a lot of pushing and shoving apparently, Joe. A bit spiteful.
Yeah, well, both sides are fairly well matched too. The Ongerup boys played very good against us for a half and then ran out of steam. So yeah, it could be a good little group. Could be decide on percentages at the end.
Just listening to Coach Daryl Peniza, former Claremont legend and Great Southern legend, of course. He's saying they're just a little bit too loose, manning up. So Jacobs gets the tap down. And the Storm clear through Ballard in towards centre half forward. That's a mark. Plucked it in traffic. That is strong. Ben Michael with the bright orange boots will kick from 45. You're backing him in here, Joe?
Yeah, I think he might be kicking into a slight breeze. I think that breeze is sort of drifting across there, but he can make the distance.
Judging by the flag, he's got to just poke this towards the left post.
I think he tried to kick.
It's a mongrel. It's hit the post. So it almost did a half volley through the goals.
Sure did, yeah.
Just needed a Shane Warne leg break, didn't it, Joe?
He tried to kick a little bit too hard, and I think he probably is on his limit.
Doherty Jacobs!
Very strong in the air, isn't he?
The light tower Jacobs. That was strong. And measures the pass. Got to attack the footy. The Storm.
Yeah, Lucas smart. Well done, Lucas.
That was smart work. In towards full forward over the back. They've spoilt each other, the two lower southwest players. And it was Omade flying in from the side. Memories of Brett Hetty there. Hamish Omade, what a player. I reckon he's just handed out a bit of a right corky as well to the Storm player. Oh, that's going to be fun getting that rubbed out during the week. And that's a free kick, is it?
Yes.
And it's going the way of
I think he might have got it for
Creek.
his sore leg. And compensation for that.
So Creek's going to have the shot for goal. And if he was a thoroughbred horse, we'd be thinking twice, wouldn't we?
Yes, it's true.
And here we go. What can he do? Ulrich Creek kicks for goal.
No, it's gone to the left.
I reckon if you miss, the limp's still there. If you kick the goal, the limp goes. Now, I tell you what, though, you wouldn't want a knee from Hamish Omade coming in from the side. Great courage shown there by Creek.
It's a beautiful kick.
And the kick is sharked by the Storm here. They've got a loose player inside 50. Needed to control the half volley. Well done, Gray. Comes through. Bit of tunnel ball. Gets it going the way of Brown and lower southwest. But standing in the way. Legs 11 for the Storm. Well done, Smart. Oh, that's the definition of a sling tackle. Umpire wasn't looking. Play on, says the umpire. Doherty, he's gone. G-A-W-N. And the Storm are going to line him up for goal. Or will they? The double bluff's on.
This young Shepherd's played a great game today. He played a good game in that first one. He kicked some 4 goals, I think he kicked in the first game. And he makes himself available on the forward line, which makes your players up the ground or gives them an incentive to kick the ball forward when you've got someone leading like he does.
So Bo Veldman got it to Jaggy, and Jaggy goes bang. And the Storm, they kicked the first of the second quarter. Joe, how did you see that one?
Yeah, it was just a good bit of combination there. Jaggy made himself available. He was free, and young Shepherd found him with a nice pass, and he was about 35 yards out, 35 metres out, and made no mistake about it. The Storm seem to be getting a bit more of the footy now than they were earlier on. If they can maintain this.
So back in the centre of the ground, it was Edwards. Oh, well done, the Storm. They stormed through the centre. Ballard's kick towards full forward. Big fly from behind. Can't take the mark. It was McInnes. Frequent fly points. Ball still at ground level. Head over the footy. The lower southwest. Well done. The Storm emerge with it through Jaggy. Now the kick comes in towards the forward pocket. Gray's there. Now they collect the footy. Hand pass out from Shepherd to Michael to full forward. They've got the mark. Is that McGuinness again? Yes, it is. And he's going to line up the big sticks from pretty much directly in front. And discipline play there, Joe.
He's an opportunist, this bloke. A lot of ability, a lot of skill.
McInnes, right foot, drop punt. Put your glasses down. Oh, no, he's missed. Called it early, Joe.
He didn't miss it by much, but he missed it by enough.
As I cop a bit from the lower southwest bench. And so I should too, as the kick comes in. Brilliant pickup. I think he was already out.
I think he was out of bounds, yes.
And great call by the umpire. And talking about the umpires, Joe, you've got a representative from every region. How good's that?
Supposedly, yeah, from every league. It's great, isn't it?
Can't have a game without the umpies. Omaday. No. He's having some sort of game. Hamish Omaday. Oh, Smith. Just bit off more than he could chew. The Storm. Little toe poke. That was good. Here it comes now to the Storm, and they go bang. Jesse Owens. Makes no mistake.
Bit of good football there. A couple of good handballs, and got the ball out in the open, and Jesse Owens finished it off. Bit of good football. They're starting to get on top a little bit at the moment now, the Storm, and some of their major players who work hard in the first half, like the Amadeus and those sort of players, are starting to tire a little bit.
So rotations, Hughes comes off.
You've got to make the most of it when you've got a bit of momentum. If you lose that momentum, it's pretty hard to get back again.
Hadley Edwards comes onto the ground. So ball back in the centre. Smith trying to clear it from Edwards' tap. A good tackle by the Storm. So we'll go again. Edwards wins the tap down straight to a Storm player. But two tacklers in there. McGinty and Craven. Here we go again. Smith claimed it. Hand pass to himself. Collects it, then kicks it forward. Schlung had to release the footy, the lower southwest. Now the Storm can try and release. On half back. Harrington, chip kick. Well done. Solid mark, Delbean. That was clever. Like Jackie Chan hands. Fast. McInnes. Oh, Lux of Fortune. Bounced off his defender's boot. Fantastic. Then the link-up hand pass. Kicks into full forward. Off hands again. Socket off the ground. I think that's a goal. It is. The Storm have kicked another one. Put it down to Toby McInnes.
I think it was young Jaggy that actually finished it off.
Well, I reckon it was already over the line, Joe, but who cares really for the Storm? Do you reckon they might have to scissor, paper, rock for it? But what an effort.
Bit of good footy.
Toby McInnes got him started and then raffling it for the finish.
He's a local boy, young McGuinness. He goes to the egg school in Denmark.
Excellent.
And he's a late Grace boy.
So Connor Brown coming onto the playing surface, which today is our AFCRI Great Southern Fuels Oval number 1. And this is a mismatch if I've ever seen it in the ruck. Jacobs. They were about to win the clearance. They won the tap. Smith got his kick smothered. That's superb play by the Storm. No advantage paid. I think it's coming back. And Jesse Owens, he's already kicked a sausage roll this afternoon.
He's having a good quarter, isn't he?
He put extra sauce on it too, and now he's got a free kick. Backward of centre forward. Oh, wow. That is a rocket to the hot spot. Lower southwest. Oh, that's like a WWF scene, and fair enough. The sling tackle. It was a body slam, wasn't it? And Omade gets off the chain. He's loose. Probably been their best player.
He's played a good half, or good quarter and a half so far, isn't he, young Omade?
That kick, though, is a little bit errant.
Famous family in the Manjimup area.
Curtis's kick to the hot spot for the Storm. And it's rushed over the line. Yeah, just got a text from Smooth Omade earlier, Joe.
Yeah.
Loving the coverage. He's watching his boy play.
Fantastic.
So it's just another great example of how important this coverage is, isn't it?
It sure is, yep.
People listening all over the state,
a lot of people are working and can't get, you know, the extra time off. We can sit and watch the footy for an hour or so.
And that punch from behind, that was golden fist worthy. So it looks like
this big fella's good, isn't he? Edwards, is it? Number 30?
Jacobs, it is. He's very good. On the left boot, Smith hacks it forward. Edwards! Here he is, Joe. They've got three big men that are quality, the lower southwest. Omade, Jacobs, and Edwards.
He's a nice height, isn't he?
How would you like that in your team?
He's going to develop into a good footballer.
Punch from behind. Oh, good position in the end was Green. Couldn't emerge with the football. He might get it here, though. Picks it up brilliantly. Gives it off. Can't shrug the tackle, though. Well done, Delbean. Couple of great efforts in the last few minutes. Trying to get rid of it was Soroka. Got tackled. Ball spills free.
The tackling's been very good. Very good.
Stacks on the mill. Deep in the right full forward pocket for the lower southwest. And boy, do they need a goal here. Edwards goes up. Wins the tap. But it's sharked by the Storm. Ballard. He's starting to amass them. Oh, good little touch in there. Inboard. The Storm get wrapped up, though. So Jacobs kicks down the line and has spotted up a teammate. Riley Gill just inside 50. He'll have to kick from 45. Looks like he's going to pin the ears back here. And that's my third Barry Crocker of the day.
Is that the lower southwest one you got there?
Lower southwest is here for you, Joe. There has been a few changes. The number 7 is actually Beggs. He was wearing a different number, I believe, in the first game. Floating in front. Did well. Jacobs gives it off to Omade. He's a left footer here, just needed to pick it up. Couldn't quite collect it. Good pressure by the Storm. It was Lathbury.
Still going.
Ball toe poke free. It was Max Wilson. Now it comes. They've kicked a goal. Green dobs it. And reward for effort for the lower southwest.
They persevered there, didn't they? And eventually worked it into a dangerous position and then capitalised on it by kicking that goal.
Mackenzie Green.
And the goal they needed too to stay within touch.
One of the more senior players in the side. Incredibly, you've got 14-year-olds playing today as well. Such an excellent opportunity for so much talent in the bush. It's the Freight Lines group, Great Southern Colts Carnival. Jacobs jumps over the top, wins the tap, but again the Storm reaping the benefit of his wins. They get a hand pass forward in, and Owens to centre half forward. Couldn't collect the footy. Doherty comes in. Well done. Cries of in the back. Play on, says the umpire. And McGuinness calling for holding the ball. So Jacobs up against McGuinness now. And good tap down by Jacobs. Goes straight into the arms.
Young Jesse Owens is having a good quarter for the Great Southern Storm. He's got the ball out of the centre the last couple of times.
And a real rare win of the hit out by the Storm. It's shucked straight away by Omedes. It was Grimes up against Jacobs. 50-50 ruck tap. Squirts slightly forward for the Storm. Picks it up. Owens flips it backwards. Trying to barge his way through. Did it pretty well.
Oh.
Was the Storm player. Jacobs ends up with it. He gets dispossessed. The Storm pick it up.
Tackling
Another good
fierce,
tackle.
Really fierce.
Hadley Edwards.
Half time.
And that's half time. And a real arm wrestle in that second quarter, wasn't it, Joe? How did you see it play out?
I just thought the Great Southern got the upper hand there for a small period or a little period of that quarter and got those 2 or 3 goals. But Lower South West now fought back again and were doing a little bit better towards the end of that quarter and getting that goal down the bottom end with about a minute or 2 minutes ago. They sort of lifted them again now because they were looking a little bit down at one stage, but they're up and going and they're a side that won't give in. Especially those Manzi boys, they fight to the death, and it'll be a good game, a good finish.
They certainly do, don't they? They never give in, the Lower Southwest. Remember, they're used to playing on bog heaps every week.
There's a lot of talent come out of the Manzimup area, Lower Southwest, and I think now's no exception. I think there's quite a bit of talent out there now developing, and it's good. They have some good people down there coaching them, and that's the key. This football at this level, that you have good coaches, because that's can make or break some of these young footballers going forward. And Lower Southwest, no exception, they are very good in that area. We're very fortunate down there to have Daryl Peninsula as our coach, and he can get the best out of these boys from time to time. Spends a lot of time with them, and whilst I don't think they really played their best football today, but you only play as good sometimes as you're allowed to play. And in the first game, Ongerup held them for quite a while, and in this game, Lower Southwest has more than matched them. So I think that these are possibly going to fight out a pretty tight game at the end.
It's effectively a derby when you think about it, because the two zones right next door to each other.
Right,
Kojonup, formerly part of the Great Southern, now in the Lower Southwest. They've always been that floating team, haven't they? But I've been really impressed with the strength of the Lower Southwest Football League. Was just there last weekend in Boyup Brook to watch a big game against the Kojonup Cougars and Boyup Brook Roos. Grand final rematch. So that league is humming at the moment. And just before we do go to the break, Joe, do you want to use this opportunity to just quickly tell us about the Great Southern Footy League? Anything you wanted to bring up? How's the health of the league? It seems to be humming also.
Yeah, it is. It's very good. I think that the big key in these leagues at the moment is if you can keep the competition fairly even somehow. And I know this year it's sort of there's 3 bottom sides and 3 top sides, and there's probably 6-7 goal difference between the two groups. But the two groups are very even, and it is a pretty good competition. There's some fairly good footballers down there now, and they've just picked their squad for a nutrient final in Perth, and it's a very good one of the better ones that I've had for a long time. So, football's good. Junior football's strong. Our under 16s and under 14s and under 12, big numbers and a lot of talent. And we have the Storm this group, and we have an under 16s, and we also have what we call the mini Storm, which are under 14s, which we bring them together once or twice a year just to give them a taste of what they're in for. And then the 16s is the first level that they really start shaping them up and get them playing the footy that we want them to play. And currently at the moment, that under 16s group we got down there is just full of talent. Now usually you may have a half a dozen or 8 really good footballers and the rest are average. Well, we reckon now we've got 20 or more good footballers, and the others not far behind them. So we're pretty happy where football is in the Great Southern, and the new team, of course, that we brought in a few years ago, or been in the competition for 10 or 12 years, 10 or 12 years, the Sharks, are now one of the prominent sides in the competition. And probably the biggest thing that makes them successful is their administration. They've got a great administration. They all work together on and off the field, and they just a very well organised and run outfit, which is the key. And the moment you start to slacken off in that area off the field, you start to have problems.
Can we give the girls a quick plug? Because I watched them last October. Jeez, they were magnificent.
They are, and I must take my hat off to them. I thought it may not work, but they are keener than the men. And
some of the talent in that squad at the country champs last year was just incredible.
Yeah, they are improving every year. The first year, a lot of them couldn't kick more than 10 metres, but now they kick 40 metres, and they can do just as much as what the men do. And their tackling and their desire to win the footy is just unbelievable. And it's they are a credit to the Great Southern and the clubs that they're involved with.
Well, no need for a break here because we're almost about to start the third quarter. What about your board and your committee around you? Because surely you've got some good people around you to be able to have the association in such good state. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
I know. I think we're very lucky because we've got the Great Southern. The board that runs the seniors, which is run by Terry Eaton down there. They're doing a great job.
Oh, Terry Eaton, what a legend he is.
And women's football is also well organised and run, and Kathleen Mears is one of the directors down there, and she looks after ladies football. So, and in the junior football, that's very well set up, very well run. The overs are all full of kids on a Saturday morning. And it's just a great sight driving around Albany on a Saturday morning, seeing all the sport being played. It's fantastic.
Fantastic to hear that. Joe Burton, president of the Great Southern, and we're back in third quarter action. And Jackman just got claimed after the tap. Quite like his work so far.
He's tough at the ball. He goes hard. He's probably not leaping as high as the other bloke, but he makes good body contact.
Oh, he gets the footy back here after it hits the ground. Freeing the arms, doing well was Curtis. Feeds it backwards, well done to Bradshaw, who gives it off as well, and that kick is good. Ballard gets it from Hick. Ballard now plays on. They've got a loose player on centre wing. Then back into the middle. Jackman just follows on well as the ruck. Oh, they've kicked it to the right half forward line. Absolute runway in front of him. And the right foot drop punt isn't great, but he's got the mark over the back.
McGuinness again, is it?
Oh, don't think so.
You don't think so?
He's got blonde hair. It's a bit too blonde. Oh, here we go. Harrington. And Clay Harrington goes bang from point blank range. And the Great Southern draw first blood in the third quarter, Joe.
Yeah, that was good passage of play. They worked hard around the centre until they got the ball out to someone that could kick the ball. There's 3 or 4 handballs around there. Then they got a couple of good kicks out. Switched the play and opened the game right up, and it was a good goal in the end.
And great mark. I mean, he might get ribbed by his teammates saying that he could have left it for a goal, but...
You got to make sure. Got to make sure of it.
I was always taught when I was at full forward, doesn't matter. You just look at the ball, just take the mark and make sure of it. Don't leave it. Can you imagine how you'd feel if you left it and then it was 3 for a point?
That's right.
Well done by Jackman. Wins this tap. And Edwards just mistimed his jump. I haven't seen him get beaten at all in the taps so far, and Jackman gets 2 in a row against him. Superb stuff.
This bloke's been good. Ballard's been good too.
Ballard to full forward, over the back. The Crummers was there. Couldn't pick it up, Harrington. He almost had 2 in a minute, Joe.
It's just a little fumble, and in this footy, it's pretty quick, and if you fumble, it's usually all over.
And Ballard clicked the afterburners on, leaving singe marks on the grass. He's got a bit of pace about him. Here it comes for the Great Southern. They've snapped a goal! What a goal! Tarek Hartfield. Oh, and how's the celebration?
That's young Cleve Humphreys.
Humphreys, in fact. He's like Leighton Hewitt, given the Cobra. Come on, and he's pointing to the box. And another one. Is this BG staying alive?
He's an opportunist for sure, young Cleve, and
Cleve Humphreys.
He doesn't stop. He's at him all the time.
Oh,
he's an opportunist.
What a goal. I played with an Albie front Humphreys many years ago at Boyup Brook. He did the similar type stuff. Jackman is on fire at the moment. He's won another tap and a clearance into full forward. The Storm over the top. Well done, the defence for the Lower Southwest. Doherty's there. Barging through. Good effort by Johnston. Jumping on top of him. The Storm player. Shepherd rode him like a pool pony then. Umpire presses the reset button. Good tap in front by the Storm. Edwards try to come over the top. But another stalemate. Looks like Johnston again. And McGuinness up against Edwards. McGuinness, oh brilliant, look away hand pass. In the end, Reeve. Hand passes to himself, but then didn't count on the Storm player being quicker. Superb work by Delbean. Oh, great tackle. Shepherd's gone.
Just tried to do too much, didn't he? He had the opportunity to get it out.
And Doherty licked his chops there. As Omadei about to come back on the ground. They desperately need him on. As good attempt by Green over the back. Reeve wasn't able to claim it, and too easy here for the Great Southern Owens. Got it to Reed. Reed's kick to centre forward. Not good for McGuinness. Doherty had time and space. Oh, poor kick though. The Storm have got the footy. Delbean fell over. Free kick, and it's coming down the ground, is it?
No, it's a throw. It goes back to where it was over there.
So it's a. So is that
throwing
against
the ball? He signalled.
Excellent. Joe Burton right on the money there. Beggs plays on towards centre wing, and Hughes inboard to McGinty, sorry, going one way, then the other. Beggs, Smith goes back one to go two forward. Back to Beggs. Long kick along the line. The bounce suited the Lower Southwest. Oh, what a pick up. Jesse Owens, but the poor kick. And Green chops in. Hand pass to McGinty. Left foot kick for goal. He's missed.
Probably should have done a bit better then. He didn't have much pressure on him, did he? But number one, the Lower Southwest is sort of kicking again now, having another crack.
That was the story of their first game, Joe.
Was it?
Just weren't able to put it on the board. They had
consistent. Consistent.
They got plenty of really good opportunities and just kicked too many points in the end.
They play some good footy and they've got some good footballers out there, haven't they?
100%. Is that long kick now by
That's
Owens?
That's a great kick.
Sorry, it is two Owens. Should have taken the mark, Joe.
Should have marked that one.
But the crumbs to the Storm. They've got time and space. Good mark. Omadei unable to stop that one. And it's Veldman. Bo Veldman. Takes his time. Bit of hesitation now. Goes in. And on the chest, Shepherd. Lace out pass. And he's had a bit of cramp, Joe, or just taking his time?
I think he's just thinking of how he's going to kick this goal.
I don't reckon he's got the distance here. He's not very confident, is he?
He might be a little bit short.
The big fellas need to get on the line. Got a couple of sets of them.
Need McGuinness to stand on someone's shoulders.
Ned, can he shepherd the footy through? He's missed.
He made the distance, all right.
So Doherty to kick the footy back in for the Lower Southwest. Can't be much time left. Plays on. Now the long leg comes. McGinty.
Good mark. Good mark.
Plucks it. Calm in the chaos. Then gives the hand pass off to Smith. Long kick to centre forward. Green crashes the pack. Ball at ground level. Well done, the Lower Southwest. Got the hand pass out. It was Brown. Still a chance here. It was Connor Brown who got it out to Cody Brown. Defence for the Storm. Resolute. And it's Hick. Oh, gets chopped off. Brilliant. Hughes gets the intercept mark. The Pemby boy. And Hughes.
Good play. Working the ball around the wing there.
And Hughes, just 15 years of age, as Beggs. Got the footy on centre wing, outer side, goes inboard to the centre circle. And it's McHutchison. Oh, poor kick though, it's turned over. And the Storm, too easy. Michael gives it to Feldman. In towards centre half forward, over the back. Put your glasses down, he's kicked it. The Storm. They go bang, another 6 points. Bennett, great goal. How'd you see that one, Joe?
No, it's just a quick transfer on the ball. Once they won it, they moved it quickly forward and got a fairly easy goal in the end out of it all. They're running a bit better than the Lower Southwest now. They seem to be moving the ball a bit faster and they're catching Lower Southwest, catching them out a bit.
As we see a rotation, Edwards coming on the ground for McHutchison. So back in the centre. Jacobs back in the ruck. And looks like the pinch hitter, Max Grimes, in there with him. Connor Brown got the ruck tap. But again, the Storm win through Bradshaw. Into full forward. Oh, he could kick 2 in 1 minute. Dylan Bennett. The pass comes to full forward.
That was McGuinness who was kicking it in then.
McGuinness, in fact.
I think, isn't it?
Dylan Bennett has on the team list.
Okay.
You know better, though.
No.
McGuinness now's got it. Up and under ball. Top of the square. Just dropped a bit short, didn't it, Joe?
It did.
Jacobs.
Caught them all out.
Just sort of tugs it to the left at the last minute. That was a clever kick. Connor Brown, the vice-captain, his kick along the line isn't good. Well done, Smith, though. Oh, gave one out and Reeves got it. Oh, what a hand pass inboard. And the chase down, elite from the Storm. Green's kick into the middle of the ground. The Storm barge through. Declan Reed goes long and strong to full forward. Shepherd's there. Pushed out of it. Well done. Bennett comes in. And another gang tackle. Looks like the Lower Southwest can't go anywhere. So ball up at the hot spot. The Storm go behind in the ruck tap. Snap for goal by Bennett. Off hands. Omade, hands and knees. Tries to get it clear. Well done, Doherty. Oh, Cops one high. They're going to get a free kick here, I think. And a bit of argy-bargy. But accidental, I think, against Edwards.
Yeah, there was no malice in it. He just happened to be falling down when he got tackled and slipped a bit high.
Can you make this player out, Joe? I haven't spotted his number just yet.
He's not young Bleepman, is it? Or was it? Oh, sorry.
And comes in for goal. Oh, I don't think he's kicked that. So Doherty brings the footy back in, kicks to McGinty, dropped the pressure mark, and it's gone over the line for a boundary throw in. So just good pressure on the ball carrier and the player attacking the footy here, Joe. I haven't seen McGinty drop many. Just felt that pressure of the Storm player. Well done, Jacobs, got it down. Throwing it on the boot, the Lower Southwest. Jacobs gets it again. Oh, bullocking through. That was superb stuff, Shepherd. Now they kick towards the hot spot. Doherty bounces off the chest. And it goes through for a minor score. So it looks like Grimes coming off the ground, replacing him, McInnes. So the long kick comes towards the left, half back line for the Lower Southwest. Excellent dash, was smart, gave the hand pass off. Important hand in there, well done was Michael. Now they go to full forward.
Beautiful football.
Trace a bullet pass, lace out, and the Storm looking a bit ominous now. How'd you see it, Joe?
Yeah, no, they're playing some good footy now. They're starting to a bit cleaner. They're not as fumbling as much as they were earlier on, and it makes a big difference if you can handle the ball cleanly and get it forward quickly. You can get some quick results.
Dylan Bennett with this Peter Sumich helicopter. It's straight. And how's that for a celebration? Not sure what that is. Is that a bit of a pelvic thrust?
He's had a good 5 minutes, hasn't he? On the
Bennett.
22, Bennett. Yeah, he's had a very good 5 minutes of footy down there.
And Lucas Smart, intelligent kick.
Yes, beautiful kick. Beautiful kick.
He's like Albert Einstein, Lucas Smart. And I've got our legendary cameraman in the background. Looks like he's heading off to Antarctica. As the hand pass out. Well done by Jaggy. And they've got it here, the Storm. Hartfield gave the hand pass off. Jaggy comes through in support. They're running in waves here, the Storm. It's got to be worrying for the Lower Southwest. Curtis gave the hand pass off. It was good to Leo. Hayden Leo. It's turned over. Smith. He's pounced on it. Kick not the best though. Kobe Brown in best position. Sockers it inside 50. Good shepherd by the Storm. Allows his teammate to collect it.
Young
in Lathbury.
Got it away.
And now they've got it, and there's the siren as Hartfield spots up a teammate. Looks like Lucas Smart. But that's 3/4 time in this clinker. It looks like the Storm are pushing away to a win here, or will there be another twist in the tail? The Lower Southwest, we know they never give up.
It was a very good quarter by the Storm then. They got on top, completely on top of the Lower Southwest, even though they put a lot of pressure on. The Storm started to handle the ball a bit more cleanly, and more players got involved in the play, and it opened the game up a bit for them. And they're playing the sort of footy now that they like to play, with a bit of space to move the ball around. They've got good skills, and they should be able to get over the line from here. It's something really bad, or that big twist in the tail as you were talking about.
I think they're going to throw the magnets around a little bit here, the Lower South West.
Yeah.
Watch for the trio of the big man into the middle. Jacobs, Omaday and Edwards. I've seen it happen, not with those particular three players, but in the Lower Southwest at the moment, Joe, there seems to be a real love of getting more big fellas around the stoppage.
Yeah.
So that could be one ploy, because they're three dynamic big men, and maybe going small up forward. Get it in quick. Does Doherty stay down back? Maybe he could have a run forward. There's plenty of different options, and I'm sure they're throwing it around. For the Storm, though, probably just don't need to change anything, do you?
No, well, they've got a pretty good even side. They've got some bigs around, big solid blokes around the centre, which they control the centre that quarter, which they haven't been. They've completely controlled it and got the ball out of the centre cleanly on numerous occasions. So, yeah, no, they probably don't have to do too much. Just keep doing what they're doing well.
And on the other ground, Esperance 5-5-35 to Ongerup 3-4-22, 2 minutes into it. We'll go to a short break. Tim Lees and Joe Burton, president of the Great Southern, on the mic. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. Live here in Coolin. It's the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. And we are live on AFGRI, Great Southern Fuels Oval number 1. And there's the siren for the final instalment. 5 goals up, or thereabouts to Storm, looking like they're storming their way to a big win here. Smith couldn't pick the footy up. McGinty comes in. Now Smith does. Gives the hand pass out. But who's there? Guess who? Ballard, of course. Humphreys got a hand on it. Bennett tried to pick it up. Omaday, quick little kick out of the pack. Jackman couldn't pick it up. Jaggy gets tackled. Calling for holding the ball. And well done, Jackman. Gets it out. Good pass in. Was by Del Bean over the back. Can they keep it in here? Yes, they can. Toby McGuinness does. And Omaday slaps it out of the way. So boundary throw in. 25 metres around from the point post. Deep in the right full forward pocket for the Great Southern. And Joe, they kicked the first one here. Could be curtains, I suggest, as the left foot kick comes in. Ballard gave it off. Can they get the running shot for goal? Another hand pass backwards. Hartfield gave it to Curtis to full forward. They've got the mark. And Harrington is going to line them up. Joe, how'd you see that play out?
It was good play again. They worked the ball around. Lower Southwest was put a lot of pressure on, but they finally got the ball clear through the efforts of young Hartfield and when they are shooting on goals.
Hartfield in the right full forward pocket. No worries whatsoever, Joe. Straight through.
Hartfield will run the pass there, and that's number 16 who kicked the goal.
Oh, of course it is. It's Harrington.
16.
Harrington, that's not his first this afternoon either.
He's kicked a couple, yeah.
I think that's his second. So Harrington creating a few headaches for the Lower Southwest defence.
They've got a bit of strength back down there. They've got those pretty strong boys. This young Hartfield's playing pretty good on this wing here.
Oh, Ballard got the tap from Jackman, but then gave it off straight into the hands of the Lower Southwest. They go forward. It was Max Wilson, the skipper. Well done. Fed it out. Snap kick up and under. It was Gill who gave it out. Tracking the footy. Couldn't pick it up. Kobe Brown. In comes the cavalry for the Great Southern. Reed is in there. So is Hartfield, and it's another ball up just inside the boundary line. Right full forward pocket for Lower Southwest. It's Jacobs up against Grimes. Grimes did well, went up early. Jaggy on the left foot. Well done to Curtis. He went inboard. Oh, well done, Smart. Clicked the afterburners on, got away from him. Humphreys came in, put some pressure on. Craven coughed it up. Hughes off the ground. Bennett does a spin move. Smothered left foot kick. Well done, McGinty on the left leg. Long kick inside 50. Trying to pick it up. Does in the end. Hughes kicks in. Gets around one. Hand pass off. Snaps towards goal. Rayson's kicked it. And could that be the start of the fight back, Joe? How did you see it play out?
They persevered, didn't they? And they worked hard to get that ball forward. They tackled and put the necessary pressure on, and then created the mistake and allowed them to get that goal. It was a good game, good football.
So the big fella Jacobs been playing in the ruck most of the day. He's down in the cage, Joe.
Yeah, could be the man to go to, couldn't he?
Not a bad target to kick towards.
No.
But you've still got to get it out of the centre first, don't you? And this Jackman's been working really hard. Edwards gets a tap down. There he is again, Jackman. Just brilliant. Gave it off. Curtis left it behind. Ballard did as well. Wilson shoveled it forward. Oh, well done, Smith. But here comes Ballard. Burst through, gave it off. And the left kick by Hartfield. Here's Bennett. Sells a bit of candy. Oh, turnover ball. That was clever play by Soroka. Now the kick by the lower southwest in towards right half forward. Here's Smart. Spots up. Hartfield. Almost held on to the juggler. Oh, brilliant Soroka. Steals it like the thief in the night. Then kicks to centre half forward. The Storm resolute again. Oh, it's kick to kick here, Joe. Soroka's got it. 65 out.
It's a bit of an arm wrestle at the moment.
Measures the pass, but straight to Grimes. And he's been important.
He played a great first half.
Kick goes laterally to Lathbury. Controlling it well here, the Storm. Playing on the right leg to Bennett. On centre wing, outer side of the ground. Like the look of him, Bennett.
Yeah, he's had a good game, Bennett.
The left footer goes inboard. Delbene has also been lively. Oh, and here's Humphreys. Exciting. Just tells the boys to just slow it down and calm down. I kind of would have liked to have seen that get played on, but anyway, let's go. Left foot. Takes his time. That's a brilliant kick. And great mark outer side. Looks like Shepherd, is it?
No, it's not Shepherd.
Left foot kick. It looked awkward, but it's effective. Humphreys. He's got the mark. And it looks like Jackman it was.
He's working overtime, Jackman. Played a very good game.
Oh, every team needs a glue guy, and Jackman, well, he's industrial strength. He's just been incredible. What can Humphreys do on the left leg? It's not a goal. You know straight away with him if he's kicked straight, don't you, Joe? And Doherty to bring the footy back in. He's been rock solid down back. Goes long towards Reed. Tried to use the body. But Joey tried to push Tricillo out of the way, but I think he's a bit heavier than he anticipated.
Good move.
That's like pushing a brick proverbial out of the way. As Jackman came down to Beggs onto Ballard. Ballard, he's played well, controls it near the line. Good pressure applied by Wilson. Jaggy.
He's very clean, young Ballard. Normally.
And Jaggy's been explosive around the stoppage. There's Jackman again. Just made it look easy then. Now ground level. Lower southwest, desperate. Smith. And Hetherington diving on top. And Veldman the last one up. Jacobs did well. Timed his jump perfectly. McGinty gave it back to him. Soroka ended up with the footy. Owens brushes him off like a bit of dandruff off a blazer, then gives off the hand pass. But his teammates caught straight away. And looks like Veldman.
The tackling's been fierce today by both sides, and has been the feature of the game.
So Jacobs up against Creek. Well done, Ballard. Just superb. Declan Reid runs his full measure to full forward. Green's right with the full forward though.
Where's the little blokes?
It was McInnes. Just banged on the boot. Beats Omade. Goes through Green's hand. Spin move by Veldman. Falls to Doherty. Hand pass over the top. And Rayson gets claimed and Stacks on the mill. But Veldman been important. I think Ballard's working his way into best on ground contention for the Archie's Thongs. Not sure what you think, Joe.
Yeah, no, he's had a great game.
Smith.
Him and the big bloke in the middle. Jackson.
Bangs it on the boot. Jackman you're talking about?
Yeah,
I reckon he's been great in that second half, hasn't he? So here we go, Bradshaw's kick to centre wing, central commentary position, and Ballard again. just like a Rottweiler, patrolling the footy today.
Number 7.
No razzle, no dazzle, just thud on Burley. Does well, does Jacobs. The Jaggy claims the footy. So does McHutchison. Very animated, the Great Southern bench. As the tap from Jacobs down, claims straight away, was Wilson. No, it's McHutchison. Jacobs goes early. Ballard burst his way through. Handy work by Reed. Well done. Creek got pulled off it. Soroka holding the ball. Ballard again. Not sure if Coolan's got a hospital. He might need one though for leather poisoning. Ballard plays on. Centre wing, long kick now to centre half forward Green. Was the flyer. Jesse Owens. Bit of a spin move. Gives it off. Claimed by the lower southwest. And hacked forward. It was Connor Brown, the vice captain. 2-on-1 contest. Lower southwest have got the numbers. In comes the cavalry. Smart. Put on good pressure. Angus Gray. Taps it back. Now it comes. Right foot snap. But in the van is Grimes for the Great Southern. Plays on quickly. Ran away from Edwards. And away they go. The Great Southern run and bounce. That was quality. And here's Smart. He's right up there as well in the top 3 or 4. And Hick. Not the best of hand passes. Well, I think he had the right idea. I just don't think Creek really read it very well. So free kick. Max Wilson spots up Omaday. Definitely been in their best as well here. Omaday for the lower southwest. What a lead, what a kick, what a mark. Good footy all round.
That was a very good kick.
And that kick is poor, and away goes Jesse Owens. To the outer side of the ground. Harrington at ground level. Good second effort tackle. Well done, brilliant pick-up. Was Christensen. Gave it inboard and then just bashed forward. Harrington goes in again now. Numbers with the lower southwest. Doherty gets tackled though. Omaday keeps it in. Oh, it was Smith in fact. Dicey ball. Smith now. Collects. That was quality. Slid. Then handball dish off. Oh, I don't know about that kick though. That's going to give the coach grey hairs. Brilliant punch away by Soroka. Follows it up. Jaggy gives it off to Owens. And the kick. Oh, is it going to be able to be kept in? No, it's not. McInnes can't get there.
The boys have lost their steam, I think. They've run out of steam. They've had a pretty hard game.
Yeah, the sting's gone out of the game a little bit. Snap for goal by the Great Southern. Pitch is on the line. It stays in. Green has got some support with Smith. But here comes Harrington. He's beaten one. Gives it off to McInnes. Oh. Bennett, left foot banana. What a goal. Oh, that's a huge contender for the Kimberley Accommodation Group. Goal of the day. That could be a contender for goal of the year. Row it down, write it down. My Antarctic friend. Row it. Brilliant. He's got earmuffs, a beanie, a ski jacket, mittens, everything on. And he's still cold this afternoon. Oh, geez, I've got to be careful, Joe, because Rowett's going to be on the mic before I know it, and he'll get his revenge. But what a game here. That was brilliant, Joe.
It was a great goal, wasn't it? Very clever.
And a team goal too. 3 players, unselfishly, and then the finish from Bennett. Oh.
It's good.
Love a good banana.
He's been very good too. Over the four corners, Bennett.
He has, hasn't he? Owens.
Well, I suppose there's been a lot of good players.
Feeds it off to Jaggy. Oh, that always gets the hairs up on the arms. Craven, smother. 1%er. Gets it back now. Deserves it. Has a bounce. Makes it 2. Oh, the siren beats him. Probably lucky he was about to run into a brick wall in the form of Ben Michael. I don't know, not sure if I want to run into him. But
solid.
Great Southern, they win convincingly. And Joe, a quality win. And all of a sudden, you guys are sitting pretty.
Yeah, well, yeah, at this point, Esperance can produce something pretty good too. I wouldn't underestimate them. They end up winning easily over there.
Just missed the end score on the other ground, but how good is it today? You can just flick over channels and check out the other results.
Yeah.
Reverse back if you need to, as we see great sportsmanship here by the two coaches.
That was a good win by our boys, and they just were running a little bit better on top of the ground towards especially that last quarter anyway. And it'll give them a lot of confidence going into the next game.
And as you see Daryl Panizza, that reminds me, his right hand reminds me of Gary Malarkey, my coach in high school. Geelong champion, he'd point at you and all of his fingers would go off in different directions because they'd been knocked out of place that many times. Yeah. Oh, look at that from Panizza. His little pinky is off on a right angle. That is incredible stuff, and that just goes to show how tough he was back in the day. Never shirked it, and that's the way his team plays.
Yes. Anyway, well done, you blokes, and thank you for making the effort. It's all.
Thanks, Joe. We're going to head down very, very quickly and talk to Ballard. He's our best on ground, and Joe, you're a natural. Come on whenever you like. It's Jared Ballard.
Yep. He's going to give you a room and shut you away so you can do the Connemara one. I know. Yeah.
Jared Ballard, congratulations, mate. I was just saying, hopefully Coolan's got a hospital locally, mate, because you got leather poisoning. You need a bit of treatment, mate.
Yeah, well, it's a good game, but I like the footy, so get it a lot, so yeah.
You look like Ben Cousins at Brownlow medal night with the old nick across the eye. When did that happen?
It happened when I got the bloke on the ball, a little bit. Probably about 5 minutes left in the quarter, so yeah.
So you just cop one for your troubles as well?
Yeah, yeah.
How'd you see the game play out? Lower Southwest, they never give up, do they? They really pushed you, but a convincing win in the end?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty tough game there. Brought the bodies and, yeah, brought the contest.
You seem to time your run well, got a good burst of pace, set yourself for this carnival?
Yeah, put a lot of work in for this carnival and trying to get better as we go on.
Just watching Coach Daryl Panizza there with the pinky out to the right angle. When he tells you to do something, I'm sure it's a case of, well, I'm not asking you to do something I'm not prepared to do myself.
Yeah. His pinky puts us off a bit, but it is what it is.
Talk us through the day and tomorrow, how you're going to keep yourself switched on. You've obviously got high aspirations to go far in the carnival.
Yeah, I just switch off when we're not playing and switch on probably about halfway through the next game and get ready and then get proper prepared for the next game that we've got to play.
Now, Archie's thongs, mate, you've got a pair of slides there. Love that colour on you as well. Yeah. There's quite a few players around the place with the apricot slides on. Good luck for the rest of the carnival and just brilliant game from you today. Any shout-outs to anyone back home listening or watching?
Probably just the Bark Bulls, home club, so yeah.
There you go. How good's that? Shout out to the local club. Get amongst it, mate. Go with the boys. I'm sure you want to sing the song or get around it, whatever you need to do. There's our best on ground, Jared Ballard. We're going to go back to the studio where it's pretty chilly today, and we're going to be broadcasting live any moment now. What a clinker we've got here. It's the Goldfields, it looks like, up against Peel. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Freightliner Group's Classic Freightliner Group's Great Southern Colts Carnival here on Classic Clashes. James Gardner is my name. I hope you're enjoying all the coverage. A great day of football down here in Coolin. We're about to get things underway between the two ladder leaders in Pool A, the Peel and Goldfields, and it's straight out of the middle with Watson. Goes forward for the Cavaliers. Lestier's there, off hands, wrapped up, and we'll get a ball up immediately. Peel into attack to begin this game. They are on top of the ladder at the moment. The Goldfields are in second after a draw to Eastern Districts following a win over Upper Great Southern. So the winner of this is through to tomorrow's grand final. Russell tight against the boundary line. Surely not from there. He's kicked the most of impossible goals. The wrong side for a left footer. It was a kick in hope. And that is a magnificent start to the day for Peel. Blake Russell kicks the opener in superb fashion. Spot on the grand final on the line. And you could not start any better than that if you're a Peel Cavaliers supporter. From the restart, Pumper tried to get it forward. Lots of bodies around this. There's been a push in the back going the way of Goldfields. And it's with Thomas, who goes inboard, and in the end it was a pretty poor kick and allowed Madani to sit back in the hole and pick that off. Surveys the options, wants to come to the broadcast side. It's a high up and under ball. They were multiple bodies off around that, off hands. Baron Fish handed it back, and then Crowd gave it back to Baron Fish. He's got time and he's got space. Evades a couple of tacklers, screws it around on the left, and you could see the pressure that was coming from the front of the contest affected that as Ma hands it back to the run. The mark's taken by Tucker in the middle of the ground. Clearly wanting to run and spread the ball. This is George. Puts it to the right forward pocket. Off hand, said the umpire. From here it looked like it was a clear mark. Umpire didn't say it that way. Locked up. We'll get a throw up. As I mentioned, these two teams, 1 and 2 in Pool A. We saw Peel earlier today get out of jail. The resounding victory over Eastern Districts. Goldfields drew to them just recently over on the Coolin Transport and Fife Transport ground. Thought Denick was held without it. He was good enough to win his own footy back, and then that searing left foot was okay, although it was picked off even better there by Scafidi, who then went short in turn. Clearly wanting the run here, the Goldfields. They're a quick team, looking for the runners behind. There weren't any. They've got the leaders, but again, Parker's there to chop it off for Peel. Handed it to Woods, one of the captains in this carnival. Goes into the middle of the ground. Wasn't the best of kicks. Made his put his team under pressure. That was Mitchell. He was good enough to paddle it out. George is there for the Goldfields. 3 sets of hands. Leveni, he'll get it. Throw it on the boot to the left half forward. Not the greatest of looking kicks. Out into space. They've got the run. They've got the cavalry there. How does it sit? Wally went the one grab. Couldn't quite. Was worried out of it. And then Frigo was wrapped up by a couple of Cavalier defenders. It's a hot start early. The Goldfields have definitely had majority of the play, apart from that extraordinary goal that Russell kicked to start this game. A bit of push and shove off the ball. Umpires letting that go. Donaldson up against Robertson. On hands and knees, Pumper farmed it back out. George tries to go through. Eventually will come his way along with Pumper. They fight amongst themselves who wants it. In the end, Pumper sends it to half forward. Bouncing ball, one-on-ones ahead of the footy. Lavender couldn't get a clear possession of it. He was under pressure from the get-go, and through sets of hands, Peel can relieve it through Denick. Again, though, turns it over. A couple of rare mistakes from him as Bacher chops it off, hands it away to Clark. He was put under pressure, couldn't get clean possession, and then wrapped up again. So the pressure is on both sides. Both teams have been making a number of mistakes to begin this game. Particularly Peel turning the ball over a lot through the middle of the ground, wanting to use the corridor. Just their skills just haven't been on point, which is unusual. From what we've seen today, they've been a along with Great Southern, the most skillful team. Tossed back up. Robertson got that hand down. Demi scrubbing ball along the boundary line. And it's only Goldfields' numbers back there. There's not much movement forward of the ball. This is the third game that both these teams have played, so a couple of tired legs out there. Into the full forward line for Peel, leading the chase. Lestier couldn't get onto it. One behind only. That's the real danger when you're playing Peel, is how dangerous they are up forward. They only need a couple of opportunities and they'll hurt you on the scoreboard. McLeod doing the kick-in duties, goes to the outer side, one-on-ones. In front was Mosley, roved his own footy, straight to 50. Kick was smothered, great defensive effort. Fell back to Watson, he went short into the pocket. Plenty of options at the top of the goal square for Peel if they want to take it. He's thinking about the shot. Couldn't see the number when he marked it, but he's right up against the boundary line. This would take something very, very special from there. Can see barely any of the goals from that position. Arcs around onto the right, and it was always missing to the near side. And the Sportal scoreboard, 1-2-8 for Peel, no score for the Goldfields. Over 6 minutes have gone in this first quarter. Of course, just 4 15-minute quarters in this Carnival. Made Pumper work for it. We've seen in the last couple of years, there's a pretty impressive mover and user of the footy. This time he goes down the boundary line. Wasn't to anyone's advantage. In the end, it was to Spain, so he picked it off, handed it away to the run of Guthrie. He torched Mitchell, who was leading up through the middle of the ground, and he's not happy about it, Mitchell. And in return, it's coming back with a bit of interest. Clark goes for a run along the wing, stops some props, waits for the cavalry to get back, goes to a one-on-one, spills to the front of the contest. Peel with the numbers on the ground, and that's where it ends up, in a stoppage.
8 minutes.
8 minutes have ticked by halfway through this first quarter, and it's been a pretty scrappy affair, it's fair to say. The skills have not been great from either side, which is surprising, particularly from Peel, and we know Goldfields are a very good football organisation themselves. Another stoppage out on the half-forward line for the Goldfields, who, it's fair to say, have had majority of the ball in their half. Woods tried to break a few tackles, eventually did, wanted Robinson, didn't make it that far. He's had to go back in to try and retrieve it himself, and now they can link up. Robinson off half-back, we've seen this before, goes to half-forward, great mark taken by Lestier. Has Barron Fish running past for the handball, but was held up expertly by the defence there of McLeod. Got options deep, thought about going long, does so now to the hot spot. One-on-ones, easy as you like. Great mark taken deep. The kick was to the advantage, but the mark was spectacular. Around the body, it floats towards goal and it floats across the face. A disappointing miss there from Peel. Again, couldn't see the number over there on that side. McLeod has Pumper running for him, goes the shorter option instead in Garlett. He looks into the corridor. Now this is a dangerous ball. Good mark though taken by Coughlin. He had the pressure coming for him, and now they're out the Goldfields if they want to. One-on-ones inside 50. Frigo, where does he go? He goes to the outside with the run. Inside 50 now. One-on-ones ahead of the footy. Good use of the body, just needed to hold the mark. He couldn't, and now Peel can repel. Well, there's been a whistle on play. Sling after he disposed of the footy. It's coming back. It's going to be a Peel free kick in the back pocket. Looking into the corridor, nothing really exciting, Guthrie. So he goes to centre wing on the outer side. Big pack of players Robertson was representing. and did the ruckman's duty and got it over the line. Interesting battle between him and Donaldson today. We've seen Robertson probably win majority of the ruck knocks throughout today. Let's see how Donaldson fares against him. We're going to be locked up again as the two opposing 14s in Price and Frigo go at it. From the restart, Donaldson won the ball, handballed it out. Frigo went back to go forwards, and now they're out again. Pumper sold a bit of candy, looks inside. He's got options lining up. It wasn't a great kick, and Madani able to pick it off again. Goes wide, looking for Baron Fish. The contact was coming. He put his body on the line. Well done to both those players. And then the pressure in return was superb from Robinson. Or rather, this time it was Miller. Goes to half forward. Lestier rove the contest beautifully. Handed it wide to no one in particular. It was to the advantage of Openshaw. He went back, and now they can retrieve it away to George. Just on our commentary position for Classic Clashes. Stays down the broadcast side. With the one paw went Tucker. Tried to use his body. He's just sitting on it at the bottom of the pack, and that was dangerous. In terms of a possible free kick there, Tyson Black. Thought the umpire was a little generous to him. Again, the two ruckmen tussle. And we'll get another restart. So McLeod has gone into the ruck against Robertson, giving Donaldson a chop out. Wrapped up again. They'd love to get a score on the board here, the Goldfields, before quarter time. They've been slow starters in their game against Upper Grade Southern. They didn't score a goal in the first quarter. It's looking like they might again. The handball away was good by Leveni. Wanted George, didn't make its way to him as Price throws it on the boot and puts it into the corridor. Garlett paddled it to his own advantage and did okay. The over-the-top handball was good to Marr. He strolls through the centre of Coolin and then pops it inside 50. The bouncing ball wasn't kind for the forwards though. And the attackers turn defenders as they go for the stoppage. Inside the final couple of minutes here in the first quarter between Goldfields and Peel. Grand final spot on the line. Peel, the reigning champions, currently with 2 wins. Goldfields with 1 win and a draw. Winner through to the big dance tomorrow afternoon. Plenty on the line. To the front of the contest it heads. Peel again. They move the ball so easily. It's out into the advantage of McCann. He's got a couple to beat and couldn't quite beat them as Marr worked hard to get it away. And they're able to repel that little challenge. McLeod knocked it away from himself and toward the boundary. He had one intention and one intention only, and it worked out fine. So Zambonetti goes into the ruck for Peel, the second ruckman. George was caught without it. Play on, said the umpire. And paddled over and out. Just waiting for one of these two sides to really break this game open. Peel have had their opportunities in front of goal. Goldfields have had more than enough play in their forward line, just haven't been able to score. Ball flirting with the boundary line again, and it's there. So those people out the outer side where this ball is are certainly getting their money's worth. Plenty of action happening in front of them at the moment as it's tossed back into play. The palm down was nice to Scafidi, who got a quick boot to ball. Handball away from Colin was okay. Thrown inside 50. Plenty of numbers around this one, setting themselves underneath. Ball spills to the side of the contest. Robinson links up with Denick, and then they're out now. Baron Fish is there, just sort of waited for it, and in the end it was to his own detriment, put himself under pressure. Worked out okay though, kept going. He's going to get it back here, the 1-2. Baron Fish shrugs one tackle, looks inside 50. One-on-one's ahead of the footy. Spilt the mark, couldn't hold on to it. Then was tackled and a costly drop mark there. Could have gone back and had a shot on goal that occasion, but couldn't. Dangerous spot to be if you're a Goldfields defender. Possibly a push in the back. Umpire said play on. Doesn't matter. Came out of the contest. And it's a goal for Peel. Right on the quarter time siren. Miller rewards Peel for their hard work. And they'll take a nice little break into quarter time. 15 points. 2-3-15. Play the Goldfields. No score after the first quarter. An interesting game, just waiting for either side to really break it open. Both teams have had their opportunities. Peel more so than the Goldfields. But we are in for a cracking game. Grand final spot on the line here in the second last game of the day. Hope you're enjoying the company. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, rather. Great to have your company for your Saturday afternoon. At quarter time, it's Peel by 15 points over the Goldfields. Stick around, second quarter, right after this. Welcome back. Quarter time here in the Freight Groups Great Southern Colts Carnival. Doing it all thanks to AFPRI and Great Southern Fuels here. James Gardner in the commentary box. It's Peel by 15 points at quarter time over the Goldfields. A grand final spot is on the line here for these two sides. Winner will be through to play either Great Southern or Esperance. That will be decided after the next game. And we have to thank our partners, Alum Lube, Retrovision, Delta Ag, and Universal Trailers, as well as AFCRI, of course. High Five, e-bikes, filming footy, Dartfish, Archies, and Custom by ORTC, as well as the Kimberley Accommodation Group. Great to have you all on board. We love our supporting country footy, and it's been a marvellous day out here in Coolin. A great weekend to be had by everyone. We had the launch last night, everyone mingling and getting together. I'm sure there'll be a few people kicking around town tonight. And then we roll into the grand final tomorrow. I know I'll certainly be making an appearance later on this evening. Anyway, we're underway. Second quarter between Goldfields and Peel. Peel by 15 points at the moment. Standing tall, Russell broke a couple of tackles, got his own footy back, farmed it back to Parker, who had to stop and prop and wait. In the end, it affected the kick, and Brown was able to pick it off and then go for a gallop through the middle. And then that kick was pretty poor. Turns it straight over to Denick, a man you don't want to be turning the ball over to. He kicks it. His kick was also poor, and Clark picks it off. A rare mistake again by Denick. Goes to right half forward on the lead. Good grab taken there by Cooper. He goes short to Crowd. As Robertson leading, decides to bypass that option and instead look further afield toward Lestier, who was behind, coming from deep. It's marked by Garlett with the long sleeves. He goes inboard. To George. He goes further afield again, turning the ball over. Both sides have been pretty poor in their disposal efficiency today. Cooper takes it and runs with it. Goes further. Miller sat nicely for him. He's got options in the goal square. Decides to go himself. In the end, costs his team and himself a goal. He had Lestier as well as McCann lining up in the goal square. And in the end, a tad selfish in going himself. From the kick in. To the broadcast side they head. Nice mark taken there by Coughlin. Just waits for the right option. The kick wasn't great off the half volley. He's going to make Clark work for it. Rather Garlett work for it. And it's a free kick going the way of Goldfields with Garlett. He'd count himself pretty lucky there. He's been pretty solid off half back so far in this game.
Two jumpers on.
We wait for him to restart. Thought he played on there. Umpire didn't see it that way. He goes down the line and turns it straight back over to Denick, who's almost bought his own footy. Won a pair of Archies a couple of games ago. Been impressed with how he's been playing. And it's out of bounds. Hurled back into play. Robertson will take front position. Palmed it down beautifully. Russell, smooth moving. Kick ricocheted. Well defended there by Leveni. Probably got a little lucky. Going back to Ma. He couldn't take clean possession. Has to go back in. Try and clean up his mess. It's flicked wide to McCann. He gives it over the top to Lestier, who strolls into an open goal, and Peel have the first of the second term. Opens the lead up to 22 points. 22 plays nothing at the start of the second. Interesting game coming up next. After this one between Esperance and also Great Southern. And that's because in that game, both of them are tied at 2 wins apiece in Pool B. So the winner of that will face the winner of this. And at the moment, you would think that it'd be Peel, who looks set to have a chance to go back-to-back. Openshaw goes for a gallop, puts it to the hot spot. Play on, said the umpire. Off hands, wrapped up. Got a stoppage at the top of the goal square. Chance for Peel to defend their crown. Fowler, after doing the ruck work, there's a flying shot at goal, misses. Of course, no time on in this. Just 4 15-minute quarters. So this little hold-up certainly helps Peel. Parker to the near side. Lots of big bodies around that, and one of them was Madani, who takes the mark. Been strong off half-back today. Goes to the one-on-one. Well roved by Cooper, who recovered best. Landed like a cat. Gave it across to Robinson. He opened the pressure from Openshaw. And he's gone, holding the ball. Not sure what he's arguing about. He was gone pretty cold. Goes out wide, Openshaw. They've got the run now. Garlett, if the ball sits for him, he could be dangerous. Just looks a little lethargic there, Garlett. Sort of one-paced. It's locked up, and he'll be holding the ball. Interesting call there. Going the way of the Goldfields. He goes short on the leg. Great grab. Good delivery and great presenting as well. This is Coughlin for the Goldfields' first of the day, this afternoon rather. Doesn't look overly confident about the distance. He was looking for an option to pass it off to. When he gets onto this, he'll probably be about 47 metres out from goal. Gets in close to the man on the mark, just sort of stabs at it in the end, and as a result, never got any real purchase on the footy. Just behind only the second for the Goldfields. Crowd. To the outer side he heads. Wrapped around Price. Dodged one tackle, handed it inside. Parker was there. He couldn't quite grab hold of it. Had to shrug a couple of tackles, and then they're out now, peel through, sets of hands. How about that? Goes for a run along the outer side. Lastia, one-on-one in the 50. Great defensive mark taken back there by the defender. On that occasion, it was Evans who took the mark. Had to be strong and was, and now could this set something up for the Goldfields off half-back? Off hands. Brown was out-muscled. And it's a mark. Or a ball up, in fact. I thought he might have signalled a mark there. Nonetheless, thrown back up into play. George, gliding through the corridor, picks out Wally. He pops it up to the top of the square. Great grab over the back. Perfectly weighted kick. Found the option, protected the space. And it was a nice grab indeed to Fowler. Alex Fowler, dead in front. You'd think from here this would be the Goldfields' first of the game. It is! Took them till midway through the second quarter, but the Goldfields have got their first on the board. 22 plays 8, 14 points. Separates these two sides, both contending for a spot in the grand final. Against either Esperance or Great Southern. 9 minutes. Inside the final 6 or so minutes of this second quarter. George won the clearance. Shrugged the tackle. Sold a bit of candy. Handed it to the runner of Pumper. He was put under pressure, wanted to go back to go forward, and it's opened the door right up for Peel now to jump all over them. Bowling goes in there at the bottom of the pack. Managed to extract it away. Wasn't to his side's advantage though, and as a result, it's all locked up for a stoppage. From the clearance, just sent out of there by Donaldson. He was happy to clear the area. Crowd brought down toward the boundary line. Umpire says holding the ball. How much pride did he have? Well, umpire said he had enough. So the Goldfields are starting to make a flurry as Fowler again on the lead. Takes the mark. This time, a bit of a tougher angle and a tougher kick. But this is to get it down to 8 points. It's to the near side. Never, ever gave that a chance. Baron Fish, the option. Right half back, defensive 50 for Peel. Little scrubby ball. It was handed back by George to Frigo, who throws it on the boot. Baron Fish just watched it land next to him. Thought crowd was there to take the mark. In the end, it goes over for a boundary throw-in. Right half forward here for the Goldfields. We've had more than enough opportunity in terms of field position to score. They just haven't been able to. Peel defence has been good, but Goldfields forwards need to get a little bit more mobile. From the pack, out of the stoppage, a great goal from Tucker. Out of nowhere, the Goldfields are all of a sudden a real chance. And they're giving the reigning premiers a real scare. They've kicked the last 2, breaking a run of 3 goals. And 22 plays 15. And suddenly they've found a bit of voice as well out on the field, the Goldfields boys. Nearing on half-time. These late goals are going to be important. Back in the middle. Donaldson against Zambonetti. It's been a whistle on play going the way of Zambonetti. Originally pointed to the Goldfields, and in the end it was Zambonetti's free kick, although that wasn't fantastic. Still could work out all right. Shoveled out the back door. Kelcott, it was touched off the boot, slapped. That was clever. McCann finishes off the job. Lestier with the little tap on. McCann did the rest. And Peel respond as good teams do. They end the momentum that Goldfields were building, and they just settle themselves again. Back out to a 13-point margin.
Any update in the Great Northern Football League?
Oh, Great Northern Footy League at the moment, of course, filming footy up there, doing a great job. Chapman Valley 4-3, leading Railways 3-4. That's midway through the second quarter at the recreation ground. Big crowd in attendance from what I've heard. Watson wins the clearance, goes to a true centre-half forward position. Good mark taken by Batcher. That's what you want your centre-half backman to do. We've seen Peel do it many a time today. Goes wide looking for Garlett. Had support. Could work out all right here. Just needed a kind bounce. It wasn't there. Farm back out. Zambonetti just throws it on the boot in a little bit of hope. Goes to the one-on-one. Gets out the back. This is dangerous now for Goldfields. We know that when Peel are full of run, they're full of a lot of run. And Watson is a great example of that. Sneaks out the back. Takes an uncontested mark. And just as you felt the Goldfields were building some serious momentum and mounting a case to make the grand final, Peel are just ripping it right back in their favour. For 2 unanswered goals in a matter of minutes. Watson looks great off the boot. Never in doubt. They've been challenged, but they're responding well here, Peel. They're the reigning premiers for a reason. And they get it back out to a 19-point margin. Second biggest for the day. At one point it was a 22-point lead at the start of this quarter when Lestier kicked the first.
See you, mate. Good to see you.
Back in the middle, George glides his way through. That was clever. Classy handball to Pumper. He handed it out to Leveni, who then puts it inside 50. A couple of Peel players got in the way of each other. And there's the siren for half-time. Peel were challenged in that quarter. At one point, it was back to just a 7-point margin, but at half-time, Peel take a handy 19-point lead. 34 plays 15. Spot on in the grand final on the line. Will be the reigning premier in Peel and the country champions in Peel, or the rising force in Goldfields. Still another half to go. Make sure you don't want to go anywhere because for the rest of this game or the next one, because next we also have a qualifying game between the Great Southern and Esperance. That will be a firecracker. You do not want to miss this. Compelling viewing all day for your Saturday here on Classic Clashes. Doing it all thanks to Great Southern Fuels and AFGRI. Don't go anywhere. Second half right after this. Half time rather. Third quarter about to get underway here between Peel and Goldfields, and it's a comfortable 19-point buffer for Peel. They lead at 34-15 here in the Freight Lines Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. Great to have your company on Classic Clashes. My name's James Gardner. Spotting the grand final on the line. Peel have got 1 foot in it already. Can the Goldfields mount a comeback and snatch it away from them? They're going to win the clearance. George caught, holding the ball. Great pressure from the Cavs midfield. Parker, the recipient of that free kick, goes inside 50. Not the greatest of kicks. They're lining up for it, the Goldfields defenders, but it somehow made it out the back. Miller throws it on the boot towards the goal line, off the deck. Great finish by the Cavs. Price soccers it through. Sloppy defence. And Peel, you would think, are off to the big dance. Poor defence on the goal line there from the Goldfields. Results in a goal. To Price as Russell extracts it from the middle. Goes short to McCann. He goes short of Still, although that kick wasn't fantastic. Beat the intended targets, and now it's out into green, open pastures. Robinson leads the foot race. Clean pickup. Goes back to go forward and finds Black. Has a full view of the field and goes down centre wing and finds Parker. He'll centre the ball beautifully. Mark taken by, or dropped rather, by Miller. He handed it back looking for McCann. Wrapped up. Get another stoppage.
Any update in the Great Northern Footy League?
Yeah, Chapman Valley by 5 points. 4-4-28 to Railways 3-5-23. Railways have had plenty of opportunities in this quarter, but haven't been able to score. Story of our season. In the meantime, the Goldfields, in the middle of the ground, they head. Parker had his opposing number in lavender with him, wearing him like a glove. He beat him though, he gave it away to Crowd, who goes inside 50, and on the lead, Lestier takes the mark. Been good all day, Lestier, across the first couple of games that we saw from Peel. Putting himself in contention for Player of the Carnival and the Great Southern 20. One to make a note of heading into the Nutrient Ag Country Championships next month. Already kicked 1 in this game. He has just snuck home his second. It was touch and go there for a while, but Lestier has 2. And this is starting to open up to be a very, very nice margin for Peel heading into tomorrow. 4 unanswered goals now for the Cavaliers. After they were challenged, Goldfields got it back to 7 points. We're now out to a game high 31 points. Umpires wanting to get this game moving again. Donaldson climbed over Robertson, got the hit out, but it was straight to Russell. He handed it out to Woods, who took it immediately out the front of the stoppage. Overcooked the kick slightly. Lestier was waiting behind, got caught. Garlett is going to be under pressure from Lestier here. Dragged down, play on, said the umpire. Got it away in time. Pumper handed it out wide, and now the Goldfields can try and mount a case, although Madani is back there to chop off that little foray forward as Robertson takes it, goes wide, and the Cavaliers are again inside their forward 50. Handed back, Price goes along the deck. McCann dodged and weaved, handed it out. Colcott has the goals in front of him, misses. Minor score only, and it is.
And Ishay joins us.
Great to have Ishay.
The boss of the Goldfields. Not anymore. No. Ask for a new
anyway, well, what's your role in the Goldfields footy league then, and tell us about your role and your involvement in footy.
Just a volunteer this year, so it's been nice taking a bit of a step back. I actually took on a role with country football, so heading along, getting to put the trainer skills back to work, so it's great.
Very good. Russell takes the mark inside forward 50. we'll wait for this kick on goal, and then we'll talk more about their Goldfields as a footy league and chances heading into the Nutrient Aid Country Championships, as well as the developmental side of footy, as Russell from 50 got none of that, and as a result didn't even get close to scoring. So the Goldfields Footy Association, for those who don't know where the Goldfields are, talk to us about numbers and teams, etc., and give us a bit of context around the Goldfields as a football league.
Yeah, so obviously for those that don't know where we are, you pretty much head 600 k's towards the east, and there you'll find cows. So we're pretty fortunate. We've got a 5-team comp across most grades. So across the Colts, it's 4. Just one of those tricky age groups to fill. I think it's quite common across the state, to be honest. So we're pretty fortunate with the 5-team comp there. In terms of development strength, we're really fortunate. We've got very strong league, and our clubs are brilliant at developing their junior footballers. So there's a lot of pride put in, especially squads getting selected to go away and stuff. It's great. You see all the clubs sharing it. They're really proud of their players that do get selected to head to carnivals like this and bring that opportunity. And I think too, players just come back from any of these carnivals, whether it's the Colts, men's, women's, better footballers, better camaraderie across the league, and all around helps their development, and hopefully see some of these kids taking those next steps.
How have the Goldfields gone in attracting new players to the region? Obviously, it's probably a challenge that every country league faces, particularly those of distance, as Peeler again in their forward line, it rolls over and out. How have you gone attracting players in, particularly younger players like the guys we're seeing out here?
Well, I think younger players, it's always hard. Majority of these players are local, born and bred talent. When it comes to seniors, we're pretty fortunate that we've got probably one of the biggest advantages when it comes to work. People have great opportunities work-wise, so you can come and play some really great competitive local footy, be a part of some fantastic clubs in a fantastic league, and get paid really well in your day jobs. So our clubs normally recruit pretty well, and it really goes to show too. It means the league teams are stronger. These boys, like the Colts boys, when they start playing up, they're playing in really strong teams, and so they get that benefit of the development too.
How have the guys enjoyed this weekend? Obviously we're in day one of the championships, but how have they enjoyed the process leading into this carnival, and then the prospect of also playing in Country Week?
The boys love it when we come late. You always see there's a couple a little bit hesitant, especially when you tell them they're camping at the golf course all together in a room. But just even this morning, after breakfast, you watch all the boys, mixed clubs. I actually took a photo of it and sent through to the ops manager for the GFL, because I was like, oh, how good is this? It's just all the boys having a laugh standing around the campfire. So, I think that in itself shows the boys are having a laugh. They provide good entertainment for us, I'm not going to lie. But hats off to Clinky and Stan and all of the coaches and the off-field team. They've just made a really good experience and opportunity, and they're really switched on. They're a very switched on off-field team, and the boys are really lucky to have them. Not only their footy knowledge, but also their off-field. They have a joke with the boys, and it's really good vibes and just a lot of fun, to be honest, as well.
Super. As it goes out toward the outer side, Peel well on top in this game. Comes loose, and Mosley takes it. Goes inside. McCann, he's a goal sneaky. Spots it up for his big full forward in Lastia. Overall, a successful carnival then for the Goldfields. You've had one win and a draw. Obviously still tomorrow to play as well. From a footy league perspective, I suppose, are you happy with how the boys have performed on and off the field?
We're always going to be proud, no matter how what the result is. Ultimately, some days you have a great day and come away with the wins and things just click and go your way with footy, and other days it's just not your day. But to be honest, the first game this morning, the boys really showed exactly what they're capable of. Obviously a bit now, I think they're just hitting that bit of a wall and starting to look a bit flat in comparison to their game this morning. But ultimately, for a lot of them, for a lot of them out there, this will be their first or second time doing something like this. So it's always a learning curve, and yeah, like I said, always going to be proud of them. Ultimately, they're out there giving it their all. It's their third game, and they're full games as well. So, you're asking a fair bit of a group of like young men, and just hopefully they keep those heads high and get a bit more scoring on the board.
Ball back in the middle, Peel again win the clearance, that time through Watson, puts it inside the forward 50, bouncing away with it. Ma, who's been pretty impressive off half back throughout this game, and plenty of the footy, who have been some of the guys that we should be looking out for throughout the rest of this game tomorrow, and then possibly in the future in higher ranks, or even in Country Week in a couple of years' time.
Really put me on the spot. To be honest, the back six are fantastic players. Jarman, as you mentioned, dominates even in the local league just off that half back line. Does really well. There are a couple of boys coming up that are on Subi's kind of radar and potential be playing down there in the next year or so. So, like Rory Pumper's one of them. And there's been a few of the boys that have been down for futures. So even kids like Tom Coughlin and the likes. So Lance Backer's another one.
In the middle of the ground, yeah. Bowling takes the mark.
To be honest, I'm just glad I'm not the person trying to select players from these things, because, especially when you see 3 games and one player, or you'll have that handful of players that stand up in the first game and really demonstrate, and then come the third game, it's a different 5 pull through, and just depending on who you're versing as well.
To right half forward for Peel again. Had it most their own way. Miller spots the kick up. Nice delivery forward for Cooper to take the mark and go back for another goal. Senior Country Week coming up, the Nutrien Ag Country Championships. What can we expect from Goldfields? What's the feeling around the community about chances for that?
To be honest, we're always pretty competitive. I reckon there was really only one year, just a team prep and the likes just wasn't there. Whereas, this year, hope to see them really competitive. Obviously, last year, it literally come down to percentage. So I think that has made a couple of the boys quite hungry to kind of get it over the line once and for all. It's going to be interesting though, because if I do know that there's a couple of the kind of rep footy greats that won't be in the squad this year, so it's going to be a bit of a strange feeling not seeing them out there. But ultimately there's some really good strong league footy, so if we can get the buy-in and ultimately not too many injuries between now and then, it should be a good squad heading away again.
Guthrie flicks it wide. Colcott tried to paddle it to himself and then turn the tackler. That was my next question. What is the buy-in like around Country Week and these sort of representative games? Obviously, young guys, you can sort of rely on a really good buy-in, but once you get to the sort of league team, how have the Goldfields gone about trying to encourage players to participate in rep footy?
To be honest, I think the best way to do it is you engage your clubs. If your clubs believe in it, and there's that universal buy-in, it's not just your league or association driving it, it's the clubs, you're engaging your league coaches and the likes, that a lot of that buy-in starts to come across, the belief is there, and there's a lot of Goldfields pride, so that's probably the biggest driver as well, is that, it's seen as a real honour to go away, to represent, to compete at these levels too, you're competing against the best around the state, so for some, they might have come out of the waffle system, for others, they might not have quite made it there, but they're still a brilliant footballer. And I know at Country Week last year, I think was some of the best games of footy I've probably ever seen in person. So
ticking down to 3/4 time in this matchup. Robinson wrapped up by a couple of Goldfields defenders. Tossed back into play, both ruckman had a piece of it, spills loose. Holding the ball, Denick just caught. Alex, the recipient of the free kick, goes short. Another free kick. Lots of tired boys around there. How have they gone trying to handle the workload of 3 games? In a day, it's a pretty big effort to back up game after game.
Oh, it's a massive effort, and look, I think you can try and prepare as well as you want to. Ultimately, things like trying to make sure the boys are staying hydrated, getting a really good lunch into them, those type of things. The load's a little bit difficult, especially for this game, because they did come away with 2 extra players, but unfortunately there's 2 players sitting on the bench with injuries at the moment. So yeah, I think it's put a bit of pressure onto the others, but hopefully they'll pull up and we'll do some really good recovery tonight, so try and keep them as fresh as possible for tomorrow.
Right, well, we'll let you go and get back to your job. Thank you very much for jumping on and having a chat. 3/4 time here between Peel and the Goldfields, and it's Peel with a very, very comfortable lead indeed. They're well and truly on their way to yet another grand final, as we expected heading in. We're going to take a very quick break and we'll be back with the final quarter. And then, don't go anywhere, we've got a big clash between Great Southern and Esperance. The winner will be through to play Peel in the grand final. You do not want to miss this. Compelling viewing right throughout the weekend here in Coolin on Classic Clashes. Welcome back. Three-quarter time here between Peel and the Goldfields, and it's Peel, very comfortable leaders at the moment by 40 points. They're on their way to yet another grand final tomorrow. Who they'll play will be decided next between Great Southern and Esperance. You don't want to go anywhere. That is going to be a cracking game of football to end day one of the Freight Group Great Southern Colts Carnival. Also a score update in the GFL. Railways have hit the front by a point, 4-5-29 to Chapman Valley 4-4-28, courtesy of Jesse Moore, or Damien King rather, on the line. And 3 minutes gone in the third quarter there. I know that you're all on the edge of your seat wanting to know that score. You can also watch that on Filming Footy, as well as the second oval here. In the meantime, the Goldfields, they're back inside their forward 50, putting the Peel defence under a little bit of pressure that they probably haven't felt too much today. It comes loose. George, check side, gets the first of the third. Gets the first of the last, rather. And gets it back to a 34-point margin. Breaks a run of 5 goals from Peel. Timmy George. And a very important goal as well. A nice finish for the Goldfields there. Ball back in the centre now. A few Peel players have been rested in this last half, but they're still full of run, and Price drives them forward. Barron Fish knocked away from him. Well done by McLeod, who just sends it wide, looking for the boundary line. Lavender's there. Doesn't have a lot up the ground, so he just pops it wide to, in a little bit of hope. Roved away by Price, tried to spin his way out of trouble, handed it back to Robinson, who then just throws it on the boot to a true centre-half forward position. Off hands, play on, said the umpire. Bowling, throws it on the boot, gets it up towards full forward. Knocked away from Mitchell. Got 2 hands to it, but couldn't really in the mark. Handball was thrown out of the pack, and then the umpire's called for it back with a free kick. Going away with the Goldfields. They go wide, a little too wide for McLeod, who sees it over and out. Ruckman assemble. Zambonetti up against Scafidi. Up to the front. Scafidi does the tackling on Price. Get another throw up. Zambonetti clearly wins that one. Locked up again though. Umpire circles. We'll get another throw up. And for those interested, Damien King's just about to have a shot on goal to extend the lead for ours. Nice to kick that. Locked up again. Umpires circles. Calls for it. This is now the 3rd stoppage in a row in the same spot. Out on the outer side. Thrown back into play. Goldfields with the clearance. One away by Thomas. Goes to left half forward. Stopped by Black. Puts it inside the corridor. McGrath led the race. Handed it over the top to Denick. He gathered nicely and then handed it further afield with a searing ball from Price. Wanted Barron Fish. Couldn't get to him. He'd turn the tackler. Might still win his own footy here. He does. Throws it on the left. Doesn't get enough purchase. And back to take the mark is the defender there in Bacher. Back 6 have worked overtime for the Goldfields today, and it's coming straight back, or is it? McCann went through his hands and then went over the boundary line with Pumper. Tossed back into play. Watson over the back into the corridor, and Denick was held without it. Bit of push and shove afterwards as well. Nothing untoward happening though. Denick on that left boot, trusty left boot of his, great kick forward. Definitely be in the frame up to Mitchell. He'd definitely be in the frame for the Great Southern 20. This is Price. We're right behind this kick. 45-degree angle. When he gets onto it, it'll be outside 50. Arcs around to open up the angle and get the distance. He's got the distance. He's got the accuracy and the bow and arrow celebration, if you don't mind. Price pulls out the bow and arrow. And rightly so. Why wouldn't you when your team's up by 40 points? And you're on your way to another grand final. You have every right to celebrate.
5 minutes.
Time ticking away here in this contest. Peel right on top. Goldfields will be ruining early opportunities that went begging. Had plenty of play, just couldn't get a score on the board. And in the end, that's been pretty costly for them. This ball to be thrown in deep in attack for Goldfields. Zambinetti took front position, tried to protect the drop zone, fell to Garlett. He went out the back door, through a few sets of hands. Pumper throws it on the boot, spiralling toward goal, but it was always left. They go down the outer side from behind. Mosley flew but couldn't get there. Goldfields back inside 50. I'd love to sneak a couple late here to make the scoreboard a little more respectable. And they probably deserve a couple as well. Handed away. On the outside of the boot, Coughlin tracked after it. Boundary line 1. We wait for Ruckman to get into position, and it's going to be a free kick to Peel because of the third man up. Because he, even though it carried over the back of the contest, have to wait for it to bounce. Now Robinson has run clear, but it's going to be brought back to Russell to set his mark again. Black in the back pocket. Goes into the corridor. It's a dangerous ball, and it was always going to end up in the hands of Pumper, who took the mark. Dead in front of goal, just inside 50. Spots an option that he prefers, and that's in the pocket. So he gives up the angle for a closer kick for Brown. Brown on a tight angle for his first in this game. Arcs around. It's not going to carry the journey. Mark taken right on the goal line. It was well done on that occasion by Zambinetti. He then farms it out wide, and Cooper, he covered a fair bit of ground to get to that footy. Looks inside and has the run of Price there with him. He's got a couple to beat. Shrugged off a few. That was well done. Goes short. Here's Denick. Hits up Lestier beautifully. The big full forward was leading out. The delivery was perfect. The mark was also good. Now we'll go back for his 4th in this game. Very, very good operator. For 4 goals, pushes it across the face a little bit, but it stays in play. Arced around McCann, and he kicks the goal.
Very slow motion.
Everyone just stopped and watched. I think there's a few tired bodies out there. Racing in the Rankin Tour, the big feature race down in Bunbury today. Of course, a replacement meeting for Belmont. Storyville, the raging favourite. With Pike on board from the Graham and Alana Williams stable. Had a super trial heading into this. It was all the rage. In the meantime, Leveni wins the clearance, goes long, looking for his big key forwards to fly it. Gets out the back, Brown. Lost his footing, and then tackled a little high. So the free kick going the way of Peel. It's flirting with the boundary line, and it goes over and out. About to be thrown back into play at half forward for the Goldfields. On hands and knees, it was flicked out to Coughlin. He couldn't get a clean possession due to the pressure he was under. High up and under footy. Lots of numbers around it. There's been a whistle on play. Free kick. Going the way of the Goldfields. Looks like it's George. George starts it right. It's swinging back. It's swung back enough. It's there. That's his second in this game. Inside the final few minutes, big game coming up next. Esperance and Great Southern. Winner will be through to play Peel in tomorrow's decider. Yeah. You put the goal to pin. Back in the middle, Zambonetti won the hit out. Off the deck, Mosley. Inside 50, bouncing ball, got past the original target. Frigo was in there for the Goldfields, locked it up. So going back to Colcott to a true centre half forward position. It's a 2-on-1. Goldfields with the 2. Tumbling ball into the corridor. Garlett. Used his body well, got out the back. George, here he goes, takes a bounce, takes another bounce, gets inside 50, sells some candy, takes another bounce. Surely, yes! A great finish by George. What a way to get your third. Well, it's definitely a contender. It's a contender for the goal of the year with thanks to Kimberley Accommodation Group. 5 or 6 bounces, glided through the middle. And as soon as he saw the goals, there was no way he was missing that. 3 goals for him today, all of them coming in this final term. Timothy George with a nice finish. A little consolation prize late. Of course, they'll be in action tomorrow in one of the playoff games. Tumbling ball inside 50 for the Cavaliers. Not great delivery if you're a forward, although the bounce is okay. Going short, on it, sliding in was Price. Got it off bowling. So we're winding down to a very nice victory for Peel. They were challenged midway through the second quarter. Goldfields got it back to 7 points. This will be right on the siren for Price. Strides inside 50, kicks on its way. It's got the carry and the accuracy. A nice way to finish. They're off to the grand final again. Peel will get their chance to defend their crown. Running out winners by 40 points. Full time. 73 to 33. 11-7 to 5-3. Yep. And a very nice performance there by Peel. They're off to the grand final. Who will they play? We are about to find out. Next, we've got Great Southern up against Esperance, a battle for the ages. Daryl Panizza led Great Southern, who came in as one of the favourites for today against the Esperance Districts Football Association, who are sure to put up a great fight. Both teams undefeated in Pool B, first and second respectively. And it is going to be a cracking finish to day one here of the Freightline Group. Great Southern Colts Carnival. Make sure you stick around because you don't want to miss that. Haven't seen Esperance play yet. We saw Great Southern earlier in the day play, and they were pretty impressive, particularly when they got out. And they got to the outside and were away, using their run and their pace and speed. Their skills were also pretty impressive. Clearly, a lot of work going in. We've got Ashton Lestier getting into position off the back of a very nice effort by him in front of goal, and also throughout the day, a bit of reward for effort. I thought he's been fantastic. The delivery has also been superb. And we'll just await for John to get into position after a very impressive win. 40-point winners for Peel. And they're off to the grand final again. Ashton Lestier, well done. There's a pair of Archies, best on ground. Off the back of a really good day, I think you've been presenting really well. You've been good in front of goal. You must be feeling really happy with how you've performed.
Yeah, pretty happy. Pretty stoked with all the boys as well. Tough day for everyone probably. Everyone's sore, but, got there in the end. So, yeah, pretty stoked about it.
And how have you gone with the 3 games of footy? How's the body feeling heading into tomorrow? What will be done tonight to get yourself up and ready for tomorrow?
Whatever the boys tell me to do, really, recover. Yeah, he'll have something planned, but not sure. Get some sleep. We're all buggered, so... But, yeah, nah.
Last one from me. The delivery up the ground has been superb as well. Your work of your half-backs, your midfielders, you must love it as a key forward leading out to that.
Yeah, it's meant. We've got a few... small fellas like Shawnee Danick and Fishy and all that presenting to us well. But nah, it's wicked. All the boys played real good. So, yeah, pretty stoked about it.
You're off to the grand final. All the best for tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Well done. Ashton Lestier there, best on ground. Now, up next, we've got the deciding game on who plays Peel. It's between the Great Southern and Esperance. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
At Great Southern Fuels, we know fuel and we know service. We've been doing it for over 40 years. We're a family business, we employ locals, and we support the communities we operate in. But don't just take it from us. Hear what our customers have to say.
They're driven by local people. They're great community contributors.
We use Great Southern Fuels because they give us a fantastic service at the right price.
You can rely on them no matter what. It's just a phone call away and the tanks are full.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Great Southern Fuels. Reliability you can trust.
Here we go. 40 minutes is all that decides who plays off in the grand final against Peel. It's Esperance and Great Southern. Great Southern were the runners-up last year to Peel, led by Daryl Panizza. And it's going to be a cracking match-up for sure. Cannot wait for this game to get underway. It's going to be a great game of football, that's for sure. 4 15-minute quarters is all that stands between these two sides, and facing off in a grand final tomorrow afternoon here in Coolin. It's the Freight-Line Group's Great Southern Colts Carnival, the longest surviving carnival in the Southern Hemisphere of this nature. And it's great to be here. It's great to have you along. It's been a super day of football. And it all comes down to this. Between Esperance and Great Southern, we're underway in the final game of the day, in the deciding game, and we're locked up. And of course, my name is James Gardner, joining the commentary box by Darren Bennett. Darren, welcome along.
The great kicker, yes, that's me. Maybe not so much, but thank you so much. It's good to be here, having a go running around umpiring, but now it's hamburger time for me. So
after a big day, I think you deserve it.
Thank you.
Umpiring's been superb today, I might add, by all the umpires. So I suppose as a representative for them, congratulations on coordination and the way that everyone's handled themselves and umpired, as we see a 50-metre penalty paid to Esperance. That kick wasn't fantastic, and it's turned straight over to Michael. He goes short. His kick was also pretty poor, and they can rebound here, Esperance. It's come the way of Meyer. He was set upon immediately by Michael, who made the original error. Ballard was hanging around there, gave it away to Graham. Esperance inside 50, going back with the flight. Trying to go for it was Walsh. He couldn't hold on to the mark. Spills loose, off the deck. Murphy misses to the left. So talk to us about your involvement in football. How did you get into umpiring? And I suppose the follow-up to that is, how do you encourage more people to be umpires? Because it's a problem that everyone is having at the minute.
That's very true. I've been umpiring for about 6 years now. So, no, just got into it because I enjoy the game of footy, and I thought it's actually a better way to watch footy as well, keep fit, get a bit of pocket money on the weekend. And I think you just got to encourage people to give it a go, you know. There's a lot of players and ex-players out there that like to umpire when they're out playing the game, and I just thought, why not run around with a whistle? So, yeah, get in touch, I suppose, with your local umpire coordinator and see what's happening.
For sure, it's a problem right around the country at the minute, particularly in regional WA. Shepherd farmed that one out. It's been locked up again. Umpire circles. Shepherd caught. As if he is locked up, no prior. What have you thought about the standard of football that we've seen today from where we've been watching? It seems to be a pretty high standard and pretty good display of country football.
Yeah, it's a great display. It's a great tournament, you know, a lot of history here. A lot of AFL players have come through and watched it.
Off the deck. Great goal.
That's Humphreys, Cleve Humphreys.
Came from Humphreys. We saw him light it up before, kicking a couple earlier today. And he gets the first of the day. Grand final spot on the line, obviously. And that is a great start for the Great Southern. But clearly enjoyed your weekend so far.
Yeah, so far so good. The weather's been kind, although I think I slept in about 2 degrees last night, so it wasn't so kind last night. But it's good to get and run around, and it's always good to see other associations and how they play football, and you know, kids can compare themselves to their age group down here, which is really good.
From the restart, Esperance will look to get a fast response out of this stoppage. Curtis left it behind, let Jackman go in and do the dirty work. Locked up, get another stoppage. Both ruckmen tussle. Jackman tried to get out of there. He's locked up, not going anywhere again. So, we've seen quite a contested brand of football early in games from all sides. It seems to be that trend continuing. Comes away, Curtis, inside 50. One-on-ones ahead of the ball. Shepherd was at the front of the deck. Play on though, couldn't get clean possession. Goes wide, McLeod near the boundary line. Still kept in play somehow. The Great Southern, they're just surging forward. Shepherd maybe took a moment too long. Great pressure. How does the umpire view this? It's been a sling.
And that's paid to Shepherd, Ned Shepherd.
It was impressive in the game that we saw earlier today. Kicked 4 goals. Just one of a number of options that the Great Southern have up forward. For a fast start for the Great Southern in their bid for redemption. After last year, it's not the greatest of kicks, but it's straight and it's there.
Ned actually plays a very good small forward in the Great Southern Football League. It's good to see him running around for the Albany Sharks alongside Brett Peake. He's back again, I think, for his fifth or sixth season. I don't know how he does it, but he does well. I think he feeds more off the young kids these days than sets up plays himself. But no, it's always great to see an AFL player in the Great Southern.
Start at Country Week last year. Brett Peake dodging out of the traffic. Jackman did well, tumbles it toward a true centre half forward position. Going around Christensen, puts it inside 50. Dangerous times. They're under the pump here, the Esperance defenders. Reimer just sends it out of there, wants to give themselves a little bit of a breather. Graham ripped it away, took one bounce, goes down the outer side to right half forward. It's a 2-on-2. Off hands. Paddled in front, coming through Murphy, beeline the footy, did well, puts it inside 50, off hands, Ferguson couldn't hold on to the mark, and they're able to relieve it now. Curtis comes away, looking for Delbean, who's been solid all day. He goes short with a nice looking ball, overcooked it slightly though to Curtis, who then had to stop and prop, and Tate was taken high. One of the easier decisions the umpires would have had to make today. He plays on Tate, pumps it inside 50. The fly came from behind. That was from Grimes. Didn't get a hand to it.
He must have got a hand to it. Yeah, barely got a fingertip. But that's not called. If that's not called a free kick.
Out of the contest, Reed flicked it wide, and on the goal line, the goalkeeper was back there for the Storm. Off the half volley, Delbean had to beat a couple, and in the end the pressure got to him as it rolls over and out. And umpire happy to see that ball being thrown in.
It'll be interesting to see how this win affects the play. It's actually picked up over the last game and a half, so it'll definitely be used for the advantage. And I think there'll be one end. I know the far oval there is a bit more of an advantage, so it'll be interesting to see who takes it, who does the best with that breeze.
Owens landed it out. Delbean along the boundary line. Humphreys. Bounce wasn't too kind for him. The tap on was clever. Christensen goes for goal. Bouncing ball. Does it have the journey? It beats them all. Surely not. All clear is given. An extraordinary goal.
Good running carry from Regan there. I think he needed one just to boost his confidence. He missed a few in the last game, so it's great to see. He's played a few games up for Claremont Futures, and they might have his eye on him after today's Carnival.
It was good in the earlier game that we saw. A nice start there. 3 straight goals for the Great Southern. 8 minutes gone in the first term. Of course, runners up last year to Peel, seeking a little bit of redemption. Both ruckmen watch the ball land next to them. Owens wrapped up, not going anywhere. We'll get a restart. Gliding through. Tate couldn't get a clean possession on it. Just needed a one grabber and he couldn't, and now it opens the door. Ballard throws it on the boot, puts it inside 50. Shepherd roving it, driven into the deck. Umpire says, give it to me. Ballard's been very impressive today, I thought. There's a couple of games that we've seen have been very, very impressive. from the restart. Shepherd, the quick kick, the snap, the finish is there! There's his second, and 4 straight for the Great Southern before Esperance have even blinked.
It's great work. I can see the small forwards are doing their jobs down there for the Storm, so it's good to see them putting a score on the board.
Fantastic start for the Storm. Could not ask for anything better than that.
10 minutes.
10 minutes gone already. And they have gone bang, bang, bang. 4 straight goals to 1 for Esperance. Perhaps the workload is just taking its toll a little bit on the Esperance boys. Jaggy's there. High tackle. It's going the way of Meyer. Comes to the near side. Waiting for it. Riley. He goes shorter still. Wasn't the best of kicks. If you're a full forward, you don't really love that delivery. Jaggy, we love his bounce off half back. He goes short. Humphries on the lead. Takes it. True centre wing position. Just under our broadcast position. Goes shorter still.
Hartfield.
To Hartfield. Looking ahead of the ball. There's a big open spaces. Caught behind. Mark taken there by Tate. Davies rather. To Ryler. And he goes shorter still. So they've completed a full switch of the ground, Esperance, but they haven't been able to gain any territory. Knocked away from Graham. To the front of the contest. The handball game, the running game is up and going for the Storm. The kick wasn't fantastic. Christensen couldn't quite get his paw to it. Comes away. Ryler under pressure and brought down, holding the ball. No, umpire says
play on.
I thought he called it. No free kick forthcoming. Tate to centre wing. Hartfield takes the mark. Centre wing on the outer side to centre half forward. Straight into the lap. He's got Jaggy running for him in a 2-on-1 now. Invited a bit of pressure. We know how silky smooth he is on that time, though. The numbers win out as Warren relieves it away. Wants the boundary line. That was pretty obvious. Won't get there, though. Stays in with Smart, who was then brought down here. A magnificent tackle by Ferguson. That's what needed to spark this Esperance side. Played on immediately. Ballard in the middle of the road takes it over and out.
He's getting plenty of touches this quarter, isn't he? Ballard and Shepherd. It's good to see the little guys having their go as well.
Tossed back into play. Overrunning it was Walsh. Lots of players putting their heads over the ball. Smart gave it to Jaggy, throws it on the boot. High up and under ball, and Graham floats in to take the mark. Plays on immediately, takes a couple of bounces before it even taken 15 steps. Puts it inside 50 on the lead. Great grab taken there by Neil. They need this, Esperance, just to settle the nerves a little bit. Heading into quarter time, they would hate to go in with no goals on the board. Neil on the approach, dead in front. Man on the mark about 40 odd metres from goal. Leans back slightly on the kick. Does he get the journey? He doesn't. It's knocked over the line for a minor score. Esperance, when they've had their chances, just haven't been able to take them.
No, that's true. See that Storm has got a lot of players around the football wherever it seems to be landing. There's 3 or 4 of them hungry for that gap, for that pill.
Again on show, Jaggy at the front of the contest had an opposing number in Tate to beat. Still, the numbers win out though for the Storm. Shepherd stood tall in the tackle. Umpire could have called high on the ball. He didn't. He got away just in the nick of time. And now it's Esperance's turn to possibly launch into a bit of attack. Maloney got it wide. The umpire's picked out holding the ball against McLeod. Options are plenty through the middle of the ground. Hick, one of those. Run and carry game again on show for the Storm. Goes over the head of Humphreys. Has to track back and work. A man you wouldn't want to face in a foot race. Neither would be Shepherd. Already kicked 2 in this quarter. Almost had the chance for a third, but Grant did well to quell that little chance. Reimer handed it wide for Warren. Has probably more time than he thought. The kick was pressured in the end. Reed throws on the boot and it lands in the second or third row.
If we had rows.
30 seconds left in this first quarter. The last thing Esperance would want is to concede, although the door is ajar, that's for sure. Harrington content though to see it over the line. Final 10 seconds of this first term. Spotting the grand final on the line. Out the back of the contest. Owens handed it to Shepherd. Almost threw it away. Umpire saw it that way as well. Quarter time. A fast start for the Great Southern Storm. Spotting the grand final on the line. They lead it 4 straight. 24 to Esperance. 2 behinds. Very nice start. Shepherd with 2, Christensen 1, and Humphreys with 1. We'll take a break and be back with the second quarter action right after this. Here on Classic Clashes, coming to you live from the Freight Lions Group, Great Southern Colts Carnival.
Get in my belly.
Railway Tigers.
Welcome back to Classic Clashes here at the Freightline Group's Great Southern Colts Carnival. It's Esperance and Great Southern. There's a spot in the grand final on the line. It's a top of the table clash between these two Pool B sides, and it's currently Great Southern leading by 22 points, 4 straight 24 to 2 behinds. For Esperance, James Gardner joined by Darren Bennett. Darren, what did you see in that first quarter?
Well, it's just quite a dominant quarter there from Great Southern Storm. I think they've got one eye on getting into one foot into getting into the grand final, and like you said, it could be a Storm v Peel, same as last year.
Rematch, yep.
Make things very interesting.
Second quarter about to get underway here. Fairly overcast conditions, starting to get a little dark here in Coolin. The footy is heating up, that's for sure. Jackman tried to brush off one too many tackles and was brought down holding the ball. Meyer with the free kick. He's been good through the middle for Esperance, really leading his team well. So is Tate off half back. Tries to step around Shepherd, does so successfully, gives it away to Graham. Back to Tate, goes inside 50. One-on-ones ahead, over the back, mark taken. Well, the Storm defence have stood up well so far today. Over the back, Jaggy couldn't quite grab a hold of it. Smart is there, tracks it. Almost just hovered over the footy rather than grabbing it, and now it opens the door for Esperance. Free kick picked out for a hold.
Going to Grimes.
Grimes gets the free kick deep in defence. Again, they've just been able to move the ball at will all day. Leo goes short. It was a dangerous looking ball, but it worked out okay for Veldman. Looking for options at this near side. Two ruckmen are there. Jackman will fly. Was he nudged in the back? He was. Riley just barely touched him, but it was enough for Jackman to receive the free kick and then go long looking for Bennett. He couldn't hold on to it. Gets the free kick anyway for a push. Plenty of numbers ahead of the footy. Goes wide. Beaton leads the foot race against Rickaby. Has Jaggy there for support if he wants him. Decides against it. Instead wants Humphreys or Ballard. Humphreys ends up with it. You can pencil this one in for a point.
He's quick, isn't he, Humphreys? He's a pleasure to watch down in the Great Southern, both in the Football League and in basketball. His dad was a stalwart Great Southern footballer as well, Cleve Humphreys Senior.
We go wide, Esperance to this near side. Little low. Takes it. Goes towards centre half forward. Good one-on-one contest. Crummers are there. Veldman goes back. Leo. He hands it to Jackman. Throws it on the boots. And no one in particular. Foot race is on. Numbers are there with Reimer, who goes over the top with Thomas. Has time to properly survey the options and then hit up the kick, although the mark was spilt there by Maloney. Out of the contest. Veldman wanted the runners to come from behind. They didn't. Jaggy applies the pressure on Graham, and we're locked up for a stoppage. Thrown back into play. Jaggy accepted it gleefully. Going the wrong way. He's put it back inside 50 for Esperance. Here's a weird opportunity. Ferguson on the left. Bouncing ball towards goal. Gets it. A bizarre goal. Bizarre circumstances gift Esperance their first.
I think that even took the Storm backman by surprise as well. No one was calling for it, and then all of a sudden the ball was in their defensive 50, and they just couldn't get on top of it.
Well, you'll take them any way you can if you're Esperance. Their first goal of the day. And it breaks a run of 4 straight for the Great Southern off the back of a little blunder from Jaggy. Could this start them up? Here goes Graham, charging through the middle, takes a bounce, then pops the kick up into the pocket. Knocked away, good defence, spills to the front. Ferguson handed it back in turn, throwing it on the boot was little low. And he's missed it. Esperance's turn now to have a little bit of the attacking play. See if they can make do with it. Bennett juggles the mark, takes it. Dangerous looking ball. Got past the initial contest. Veldman, Shepherd, had to work hard, was brought down. Was he held without it? No, he wasn't. Going to be a throw in.
5 minutes.
5 minutes have ticked by already here in this second term. Thrown back into play.
And Grimes receives the free. Look to go long down the line, Max Grimes. Millen's the target. Regan out the back. Christensen. Esperance take it to ground and there'll be a ball up.
Just in front of our commentary position here for Classic Clashes. We saw great partners for supporting this. Tapped wide, cruising on through. Owens to Humphreys. Out in front. Not sure about the distance. Wants to pass it off to another option. Unselfishly does. And he hits up Hartfield.
He's not tired Humphreys, is he? He's running on top of the ground. Looks like he can run.
He looks like he can float. Yeah, he's always been one of those players, just very sure-footed and very light-footed as well.
Hartfield to respond in the best possible way. It's a beautiful looking kick. It's there. Great Southern hit back. They were challenged for a little bit there, but they've been able to respond nicely. 31 plays 9. Back in the middle here, thanks to Great Southern Fuels and Afgri. Bobbles around and it's ripped out by Owens, starting to get on top in the middle now. Out to Jaggy, juggles the mark, takes it at right half forward. Has Shepherd on the lead, decides to honour that lead. It was knocked away. Great defence from behind by Tate. Not out of danger just yet though, Esperance, because Shepherd recovered well. Handed it over the top. Jaggy's there. Decides to go and pick it up rather than go off the deck. Handed it back inboard for Shepherd. He ran past it. Graham was with him. Standing tall in the contest. Out to Jaggy. He's got plenty of numbers inside. Great spoil from behind by Mayer. Although he knocks it towards the goal face. Maganotti goes short and picking it off beautifully is Delbene. Impressive mover, Evan Delbene.
Yeah, very impressive mover. I think Evan Delbene was also a country state basketballer. He's quite good from the three-point line. It's good to see him here at the Colts Carnival. He's made the transition from Denmark Magpies to Albany Sharks the last couple of years and lays it on his right, and that's off to the side through for a behind.
That could have really made things difficult for Esperance. Had he have kicked that. Instead, they stay in touching distance a little bit at 23 points. To the broadcast side, Esperance head. Is he taken high there? He was. Reed gets the free kick. He's looking deep, and that's where he heads into the pocket. Christensen's there. Couple of grabs. Did he get first hands? He didn't. Doesn't matter anyway. It was knocked away from him. Jaggy was tackled and the umpire immediately wants to throw it up.
Any update in the Great Northern Footy League?
I'm happy to give an update. Railway's currently 10-6-66 over Chapman Valley, 7-6-48. 15 minutes gone in the last quarter, so positive sign so far for Railways, but if I know my footy club, I know that we're not home yet, particularly against the reigning premiers in Chapman Valley. Toss back into play. Shepherd over the back. Sharked it beautifully. Slams it on the boot. He's got 3.
He's got 3, wow.
A classy finish and just desserts as well. Having some sort of carnival.
How many is that for the carnival, do you know?
Good question.
Kicked 4 before, didn't he, that game?
So 4 and 3. He would have kicked a couple in the first as well, so it's probably up around 9-10 goals.
Not any old goals either. They've been lob like that.
Mm.
Really good goal.
They've had a little lag on the score from their last game where
he kicked 4.
He kicked 4. I reckon he kicked 4 in the last game as well, so he'll be up around the 10-goal mark, I reckon. Back in the middle. Starting to get on top of things here. Great Southern having it their own way at the moment. They need to stop the bleeding here, Esperance. Wrapped up. We've got a stoppage. Attacking side of centre for Esperance. Standing tall, Grimes. Wide sweeping handball out wider, and now it falls in the arms of Ballard. We know he's a good user by foot. Goes to the big fella. Up forward in Christensen, who takes a nice contested mark. And we'll go back from dead in front to get his second for this game. Helps when you've got a big key target up forward. We've seen that throughout the Carnival. Teams that have got the likes of Lestier for Peel, Shepherd and Christensen for Great Southern are making the difference. He's pumped up about it, and rightly so. That's his second. And this is getting difficult now for Esperance. What can you tell us about Christensen?
Well, Christensen's a North Albany Kangaroos boy. That's my home club as well, and he's come up through the under-16s. He played league as a 15-year-old last year, and he's flitted between league and Colts this year. So it's good to, like you said, it's great to have a tall target down forward.
Ballard's been impressive all day. Hands it to Delbene, who then puts it inside 50, overcooked it slightly, but Christensen does the roving, the tallest man on the deck, and dribbles it toward goal, but misses.
Also a pretty handy cricketer, Christensen, as most country footballers are, aren't they?
Football and cricket.
Football and cricket, football and basketball.
Man of many talents. To the outer side, Esperance head to a big nest of players. Ball's on the deck. Standing tall in it, McLeod did well to get himself out of trouble there. Into the corridor it heads. Blunt wrapped up. It'll be a throw up.
13 minutes.
2 minutes remaining here in the second term. The Great Northern Railways 67 play, Chapman Valley 48, entering time on in that game. So you would think Railways are just about home there. Humphreys attacks the footy, arrived late, and applies the pressure toward the boundary line. Maloney goes inside, out to Ferguson along the boundary line, shipping ball forward to Warren. No movement at all ahead of the footy here for Warren, so he has to just drive a long ball deep to a 3-on-1 in favour of the Great Southern. The front of the contest, out the back, good mark taken there by Michael. Some very, very tired bodies out there after 3 games. This is their 3rd game of footy for today on a pretty firm track.
It's a very spongy track out there actually, so yes, there'll be some very tired and heavy legs. If you make the grand final, you've got till 12:30, so hopefully there's a little bit more incentive as well for the boys.
Shepherd goes inside, wanting Jaggy. He couldn't hold on to the mark. Recovered best though. He'll dribble it towards goal, and it's there. There's 4 unanswered for the Great Southern, and aside from the little blunder before, which handed Esperance their only goal, Jaggy has been faultless. Pretty impressive mover as well, Jaggy.
Yeah, he's made the move. He went up to Perth for university at the start of this year and he's been playing for UWA. But he's actually come back to Albany, play for the Railway Tigers, because they're obviously top of the table, and he's told everybody that he can finish some of his uni down in Albany. So it's great to have him back. Him and his brother are an amazing pair. always seem to find each other in that team. So yeah, great addition to the Storm side as well.
Uni would be ruining that loss. There's the siren for half-time, and it's a comfortable lead. Spotting the grand final on the line, and Great Southern have got 1 foot there. 8-3-51, played 1-3-9, a 42-point margin. Half of football still to go, but it looks like a very tough task for Esperance. Looks more than likely like we'll be having a grand final rematch from last year. We'll take a quick break. Be back with the second half right after this. Welcome back, half-time here in the qualifying game for tomorrow afternoon's grand final between Esperance and the Great Southern Storm. And it's good news if you're a Great Southerner. They're currently leading at 51-9, a 42-point margin. Darren Bennett alongside myself, James Gardner. again, they just put them to the sword in that second quarter and never really looked like stopping the Great Southern.
No, that's true. I think they're indicating probably to Peel that they're here to play some footy and they're here to, like you keep saying, they're here to redeem themselves from last year. So putting a clear message out that they're ready to play. Let's see what this second half has to go for.
And based on what we've seen so far, you'd almost have the Great Southern starting as favourites for tomorrow's game, barring a minor miracle from Esperance. They find themselves 42 points down. Let's see if they can at least mount some sort of a comeback. Meyer throws it toward the near side, but again the defence standing up. Leo flicks it inside. Michael was caught by a couple. How did the umpire view that? He let it roll. Ballard goes further and finds Leo, who was then dealt with afterwards, and a little bit of a push and shove possibly off the ball. Jaggy, left all alone in the meantime, was found by Delbene. And he screws it inboard. Nice mark taken on the lead by Harrington, who then goes further afield.
Bradshaw.
And Bradshaw takes the mark. They're just lining up at the moment. The Great Southern Storm forwards. A chance to make this 5 unanswered goals for the Great Southern Storm. It's there. And if they weren't in the grand final before, you'd almost say certainly they are now.
One thing I like about Colts football is seeing the kids I coached in under 12s coming through, playing Colts. Tom Bradshaw was one of my players, many years ago, only 4 years ago now, but yeah, it's good to see them grow up and keep that passion and see them develop as a young player, young Colts player into the league as well.
I suppose that's the rewarding part of coaching, isn't it?
Yeah,
Seeing
definitely.
them progress.
Same with Owens. I coached Owens a lot actually, three or four times. Jesse was a player, so had a great set of hands as a junior.
Now turning it on the big stage. Of course, heading down to Country Week as well, or heading up rather to Country Week later on as Burden throws it on the boot and get as much purchase as he would have liked. Of players diving on the footy. It's eventually extracted away. Bradshaw running down the outer side. The kick was okay, but the defence was even better from Esperance to chop that off. Short. Got through a couple of players and locked up. Of course, we'll see the Great Southern at the Nutrien Ag Country Championships in a month's time. All the boys gearing up for that. They'll be one of the sides to watch again, along with the Southwest and Peel, as they always are. Ripping it away. Owens handed it back. They're up at centre wing.
That's Christensen.
Christensen, a long way from home. He'd probably rather be the one receiving this kick rather than giving it, but nonetheless, he goes long and deep, and there's a couple there. Jaggy ended up spoiling his own man, but it works out okay. Well, it could have, but the finish wasn't there from Hick. Interesting move. The Great Southern still rolling out their best 18. Not resting anyone. Petcher, the skipper, goes short through the hands of Little Low, and it opens the door yet again. Jaggy at right half forward, couldn't hold on to the mark. Tried to mop his own mess up. Putting the pressure on, kept it in somehow, or did he? Yes, the umpire was right there, said that was okay. And eventually now it's been called out of bounds. Interesting move. The Great Southern aren't resting any players in this last half, Darren?
No, I think Dollar's obviously got a plan. He wants to I don't know, maybe he wants some fresh legs tomorrow, or he just wants to put Esperance to bed.
It's certainly an interesting move. We saw Peel rest a lot of their guys in the last half and a bit. Great Southern still with, from what we can see, their best 18 on the field. High tackle awarded. This is Owens. Wobbly ball forward, looking for Christensen out the back.
That's Bradshaw.
Sorry, Bradshaw takes the
again,
mark.
yes. Took it with ease in the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't look like he was a target. I thought it almost came off the side of his boot, but knew where it was going.
Don't think it was the intended target, but nonetheless, Bradshaw already with one this term, going for his second, and he gets it. He's got 2 in a row. Five or so minutes into this third term, and Great Southern are unrelenting at the moment.
Some water there too. Yep.
In return, Leo takes the intercept mark, goes wide for Delbene, gathered nicely, and then chiseling ball for Michael. Goes down the corridor, is touched off hands. Grimes shrugged the tackle. Looks for Jaggy, who flew. Must have just got a fingertip to that as he flew over the top of Tate. Goes back to retrieve it and then gives it to Riley down the line. He had Graham running for him, opted not to go to that option. Free kick picked out. Meyer with the kick. Not 15, says the umpire, and Michael comes in and smothers that after Tate was just a little bit nonchalant, and there's a little bit of push and shove. Trying to add a little bit more spark into this game, because it's fair to say that it's probably left. Held back into play, knocked to the front.
How did the umpire see? Oh, he's got his whistle in his mouth, and it'll be a ball up. 55 metres out from the Storm's goal. Mill and Jaggy again. Geez, he's getting a lot of the football. Off to Ballard. Ballard will sing around on his right. Set sail for home. Out of bounds on the full.
Missed the light.
Esperance to bring the ball back in. He's looking for options. Not a lot. Like he said, it looks like the spark's gone. One-on-one with Grimes. Grimes crumbs his own football, and he's given away a free kick for incorrect disposal.
Still well ahead with a comfortable lead here, and good mark taken by Petcher. Although the umpire said play on, I'm not sure whether it wasn't far enough or... because it looked from here like he controlled the mark and had it, but umpire didn't see it that way. I'm going to separate the ruckman again. Comes off a couple of hands. Michael gives it straight back to Riley, who puts it to centre wing in a neutral position. Hartfield wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up. Michael almost threw it out, knew the umpire's on the wrong side. Delbene throws it on the boot. It was touched off the boot. You heard the umpire's call. Owens was strong in the contest and shrugged off a couple of tackles, gave it to Hartfield. He goes on the left to half forward. Shepherd flew from the side. There's a free kick. It's been paid advantage play on, and Delbene finishes off the good work. Probably not enough adjectives to describe how good Great Southern are playing at the moment. Hicks that one?
Yeah. Delbene, if Delbene's kicked a goal and run off, he's the fastest man in the Colts Carnival. Well, it is getting dark, I must admit, so it can be quite confusing from the top of the commentary box to who the players are.
It's been a bloody long day.
Numbers. It's been a very long day. 11 minutes. There'll be some tired legs out there. It looks like they're going to play without 666. Oh no, Dylan was hiding.
From the restart, Petcher tried to weave his way out of trouble, couldn't. Secondary stoppage. Petcher will get the clearance again, goes wide. Back in and got it there, Thomas. Along with Reimer. Reimer's probably been the best for Esperance so far today. Tried hard through the middle of the ground. Gets himself over the ball there and happy to lock it up. Slap to the front. In the middle of the ground, Hartfield, Weldman rather, gave it away for Trinquillo, and then Jaggy goes short. Good play by the Great Southern.
Very good play. That was all Great Southern then, wasn't it? Looks like the wheels have fallen off for Esperance. Hopefully they can regroup from here and get a confidence boosted goal or two ready for Sunday's finals.
Beaton takes the mark. Reid runs past looking for the handball. None forthcoming there. We're right behind this kick here. The arc's around to try and get the journey. As a result, the kick goes right. Doesn't get the distance either. And it's marked on the goal line. In fact, it goes over for a behind before the mark could be taken. Winding around to three-quarter time in this final game of the day. Qualifying match for the grand final tomorrow. Picked off Delbene. Goes in and the mark taken.
That's Ryan Hick, Denmark lad. Lining up for his second in. Generally actually plays in the back line in the Great Southern Football League, so obviously having his time down front. See how this goes.
Be enjoying it as well as a backman to sneak forward and kick a couple. That's what he's done. He's got his second.
It's always special to see his dad signalling as well. I'm sure there's a bit of a smile when those flags are waved.
So since the goal from Ferguson, which really was gifted to them, since conceded 8 goals unanswered. This Esperance side as we go from the restart again. Farmed away, Graham. Right on the three-quarter time siren. A dominant display so far from Great Southern. They take a very nice lead. 77 plays 9 at the final change. They look set to join Peel in the grand final tomorrow. Last 15 minutes of your Saturday coming up right after this. Final 15 minutes of today's play about to get underway here between the Great Southern and Esperance. There's a spot in the grand final on the line, and, well, it's fair to say Great Southern have got it. They have a very nice lead at three-quarter time. 68 points, 77 plays 9. They've kicked the last 8 unanswered goals, the Great Southern, after kicking the first 4. The last goal from Esperance was at the start of the second quarter. Since then, it's been, well, even during that, it was all Great Southern. And they're setting themselves up for a grand final rematch with Peel after last year. Well and truly in the frame for redemption. We're underway with the final quarter. Delbene won the clearance, got it away to Owens, and then he flicked it further afield to Curtis, who then went forward to Hick. And Hick spots up the lead of Christensen. You sound like a broken record, but that's how it's been all day for Great Southern. They've been winning the contest and then getting the ball forward and doing great work forward of centre. Christensen on the approach, high up and under ball, and misses to the near side, never really gave it a chance. You're down around the huddles, Darren. What was some of the messaging?
Well, Daryl Peniza was very enthusiastic. I always like his huddle talks, and just telling the boys just to keep it going, keep warm, just know that, you know, we win this, they're in the grand final tomorrow.
They'd to be very careful here because this is prime hamstring weather.
This is prime hamstring weather, yes.
Even though they're young men, there's still the risk. Ferguson links up, goes to Thomas, gets it back. Ferguson with the 1-2, and then to right half forward. The first real bit of play that they've had, Esperance, but Hartfield chops it off at right half forward. Their forwards have seen very little of the action today, Esperance. Through the corridor, Owens goes out wide. Delbene glides through. Wasn't the greatest of kicks. Christensen, it was through his hands. Spilled to the back. McInnes was there. He'll get it back. Couldn't take clean possession though, and was held without it, so he'll get the free kick.
He'll go back for his 4th, is it?
McInnes hasn't kicked one yet.
Oh, that's McInnes, sorry. I thought that was Christensen.
Yeah. Gets away, gets a little lucky there because he spilt the beans and goes back dead in front. Dead in front. Should be a formality for McInnes, and we put the mockery on him as he kicks it into the mound of the mark and it rolls toward the boundary line. Been a fantastic day of football. The weather has really turned it on for us down here in Coolin. The hospitality's been fantastic. The final year here until it goes back to late grace for another couple of years. Davies clearing kick out, slap forward by Ferguson. They get along to centre wing, to more of a neutral position here. Esperance. Owens has been strong all day. He's probably been the best in this game for the Great Southern. And the umpire is going to ball this one up after he takes a bit of pity on Reid. Lights are on here at Coolin. The final quarter of today, we've got the grand final and all the finals matches tomorrow. Bouncing away was Reid. Chiseling ball, great delivery forward. Hits up Christensen, who then in turn puts it on a silver platter for Jaggy. Another one who will be contending for the Archie's footwear best on ground. If he kicks this, he puts himself right in the frame. He doesn't get the distance either. Falls short, mark taken. They play on, and there's Hick, who puts through his 3rd. 5 minutes have ticked by. And if you're an Esperance supporter, those last 10 can't go fast enough.
Getting a bit dark on the other ground.
It's getting...
No lights out the back there. Sun is well and truly set. Or if not, it'd be very close. Very overcast here. Nice and dark here in Coolin. It's going to be another chilly night ahead, so make sure you pack your thermals. They get the clearance here, Esperance, out the front of the contest. Meyer links up with the 1-2. He strides inside 50 on the left. There's a little consolation prize.
That was a great passage of play there from Esperance. You know, kept possession, kept the footy off the ground and reward themselves with an easy goal.
Well, it's probably been the best for Esperance today. He deserves that finish. It was a classy finish as well. But you're right, we just haven't seen enough of that good play from Esperance so far. In the AFL today, Geelong, big winners over Essendon, 151-56 at the MCG. Fremantle against North Melbourne tonight in an away game at Optus. Owens into the pocket for Hick. Over his head. He had a good leap in, couldn't reach it. Chiseling ball, Christensen marks it off the deck.
Bit of textbook football going on now, isn't it? Straight out of the middle. Great tap there from Bennett. Into the hands of Owens, who just set it up too easy. Not playing man on man, and loose Storm everywhere. Loose Storm players everywhere.
Almost like a training drill at this point for Storm. Christensen has kicked 2 already. And there's his third. He continues the party for the Great Southern Storm. Clearly the best team in this competition, and sending a real warning to Peel. The Peel boys down the side would be knowing that they've got a game on tomorrow from 12:30, and you can see it live and free right here on Classic Clashes, thanks to Great Southern Fuels and Afgreet. This ground, still the game on between Ongerup and Lower Southwest on the Coolin Transport and Fife Transport ground. It's one away again by Great Southern, although they go the wrong way, and it's now straight up the chimney. Good luck setting yourself under that. Ends up okay. They get out of jail. Christensen went to ground. Jaggy fired it inboard. Beaton along with Jaggy, and then Christensen over the head to Jaggy. Party time properly for the Great Southern. Humphreys is there. Just stopped and propped and waited for Burton to collect it first to do the tackling, which he does to get the stoppage. Thrown back up on the deck, fired out. Burton was there. Reimer. It's going to come straight back though. Beaton spilt the mark. Fired the handball back inboard though. Wanted Grimes. He couldn't quite get to it. Now he attracts a bit of attention from the Esperance defenders. Goes back to Delbene. Humphreys is there. Knocked away from him. Still lurking. So is Jaggy. This is dangerous if you're an Esperance defender. Jaggy. Hick also there. Back to Humphreys. Throws it on the boot. Wobbles it towards goal. And somehow sneaks it home.
Great goal there from Cleve Humphreys. You've got to wonder how much they can see out there, don't you? You know, it's almost getting darker by the minute. Not all the lights are on. Conserving a bit of power, it seems.
And they're not the strongest lights either.
No, they're not the strongest lights either. So, good job. Grand final tomorrow is in at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
9 minutes have gone. Been very good. Got one last pair of Archies to hand out before tomorrow's games. Shepherd has been good in being contention. Fires the handball away. Murphy. Graham through the middle of the ground. Goes to left half forward. Leading the race though, Trinchillo. Starting to get really dark and gloomy out on that outer side.
How will the umpire see that holding the ball? He's put his arm up to defend, and that's your prior these days. Great tackle there from Esperance. Let's see if they can get a late consolation goal. 4 or 5 minutes to go in the last quarter.
Spilt the mark. Still inside the attacking 50 though. Diving on top of it, Blunt. Locked up. It is very dark in that pocket where there's no lights. Thrown back up. Both ruckman had a piece of it. Spills to the deck. This time Blunt again. Tries to weave his way through the traffic and couldn't though. Inside the final 4 minutes of this clash, Great Southern are on their way to yet another grand final. The powerhouse at the Storm are. Is this touched or?
What are they going to call it? All clear.
All clear given. Didn't quite pick up who that was in amongst that contest. Nonetheless, a nice late consolation to just make this scoreboard look a little bit more respectable for Esperance. Just their third goal for today. 96 plays 21. Jesse Owens.
Oh, yeah. Number great runner. Yeah, great runner. Nicknamed Juice, Jesse Owens, in the Great Southern.
Any reason for that?
I think it could be for his guns.
From the restart. Shepherd, here he is, right on cue. Owens, strong through the hips. Got the handball away, got the arms free, and it'd be a nightmare to line up against at a stoppage. Curtis, looking for Shepherd. They're lining up for it now. McInnes was also there. Shepherd takes the mark. He's going to go back. He's looking at passing this off.
It's going to be a great kick. He's going to be kicking it from right on 50, if not 51 metres. Jaggy gives the lead.
Instead.
And wow. Taken by the big guy. Number 29, I think it is.
McInnes. Toby McInnes. Had a kick before that. Went straight into the man on the mark. Let's hope this one goes a little bit better for him.
Denmark Ag College School.
On a slight angle. A much better looking kick. It's wobbled its way home. McInnes gets on the scoreboard as well. Takes his opportunity. Gets his first for the Carnival. And they break the century to hit 100 in a format like this where you've only got 15-minute quarters is a huge effort. So for Great Southern to do that is extraordinary. And have a look at that picture, John. If you can just get that sunset over in the background, that is extraordinary. Country football at its finest. Over a magnificent ground and facilities here in Coolin. They've been treated to a superb day of football. Owens again. Takes a bounce. He's going to be caught this time though.
I don't think his teammates were giving him a lot of options.
No.
So.
I think you can forgive him for wanting to take on a little bit more. It's been superb today. Graham goes short, finds Blunt, centre half forward. And he spots up the lead. Well, it was knocked away, well defended by the Storm defenders. Haven't had to do a whole lot of work in this game, but when they have, they've been good. Off the deck, straight up Ferguson. His kick was smothered. Ball bobbles around. Free kick going the way of Great Southern. We've got 30 seconds remaining in this game. Goes out wide. Clock starts to really wind down. Sweeping handball over the top. Veldman. They continue to run and gun. Delbene hands it over to the runner of Beaton. He's inside 50 now. Spotted the goals, but just got a little too close to the defender there, who's copped a falcon, and
I
he's
think
not.
that was a falcon and a
He's
half.
not all right. He's down. Hasn't got up yet. Let's hope he's okay. Burden there. Flicks it out wide. There's the siren. A big win for the Great Southern. They are off to another grand final. And they've got a chance for a little bit of revenge. They'll take on Peel tomorrow from 12:30, and you can catch that game live and free here on Classic Clashes. Games right throughout the day, but Great Southern head in great shape.
Yes, that's looking very positive. I'm not too sure if many Peel players have stayed behind, or the coach have stayed behind to watch this game, but surely they'll be looking it up on the live scores. And 12:30 tomorrow, it's going to be a cracker. So best tune in wherever you are. Watch it on your phone, on your tablet, or even on your smart TV.
Well, that's it. You can, yeah. That's right. So,
anyway, thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure, and looking forward to umpiring a game or two tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much, Darren, for jumping in the box and helping us out. All the best for tomorrow, and on behalf of everyone here, and to you as a representative for the umpires, well done for all the work that you guys have done this weekend and today, and we look forward to seeing it tomorrow. It's been a great standard of umpiring. Not only the players have been great, the umpiring's been superb as well, so well done to you and the rest of the team on that.
Thank you.
We'll just wait for John to get our best player of the day. Remember, tomorrow we've got games right throughout the day, starting again in the morning. We've got if I can get the fixtures on one of my pages, starting at 9:30 here. We've got Pool A 4th versus Pool B 4th, and then simultaneously running at the same time, the battle for 3rd and 2nd over on Oval 2 and then Oval 1, and then the grand final between Great Southern and Peel tomorrow, starting from 12:30. So a 9:30 start, a little bit later than this morning, which is nice for everyone involved, and it'll be all wrapped up and done by mid-afternoon, and everyone can get back home to all their various regions and enjoy what is left of the weekend, although it's been a superb day here today for all involved. All the players have represented themselves so well and have done a superb job all throughout today. And Great Southern, they were superb today, 102-21 to crack the century in a concert, in a carnival like this, where you've only got 4 15-minute quarters. Just shows how strong they've been throughout the carnival, and they deserve to be in the grand final, that's for sure. And so we are joined by Jesse Owens, our best on ground. Jesse, congratulations. You've been superb, not only in that game, but all 3 games today. Really well done, and you're off to a grand final.
Yeah, one of the best experiences you get down in Albany to come up, play Storm footy with all your mates. Great competition out here today, but it's just out here, loving it. Good to enjoy it.
And you've alluded to the buy-in and the love that you have for playing for the Storm. Yeah. Is that a really key to the success of the Great Southern as a whole in a representative footy?
Yeah, we've just recently got a training coach down, Chris Dorman, and we've been lucky enough to have him taking us through some running and strength and conditioning classes. So that's a big factor in us doing so well this carnival.
Now, I'm told your nickname is Juice down in the Great Southern. Why is that? Is it the big guns there? We got the double cobra. We wanted the double cobra, and we got it. They missed it though. So no, you're big Juice and big Dollar Panizzo over there as a coach. You're off the record here, or you're on the record. But tell us about him as a coach. How good is it to have a legend like that?
Yeah, have him from Claremont. The things that he's done up there. I don't know a lot myself, but I know he's had one of the biggest impacts there. But no, to have him as a coach is pretty special, especially. I just love when he gets a little angry, just hypes us all up. Good to have.
Good to have him.
Good to have him as a coach, yeah.
Well, Juice, well done on a great day today. All the best for tomorrow. Good luck in the grand final. Yeah. Give us a double cobra. Come on. There we go, and that'll take us out for today. Thanks for your company here on Classic Clashes. We've got all the action tomorrow, the grand final from 12:30. Before that, we've got games from 9:30 onwards. You can see it all live and free here on Classic Clashes. Until then, it's goodbye from us here in Coolin.